Tech people, will you give me the verbal cue in terms of when to start?
Yes.
Thank you. Cool. Uhuru, are we ready?
Yes.
So we're starting now.
Just 1 minute.
Oh.
Lisa, we're gonna start. Okay, we're gonna get started. We're live now.
Huru, everyone. Huru out there in St. Louis, and huru to all of those who have joined us virtually via social media and who are in the Zoom room. Welcome to the 8th annual Electoral Campaign School of the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. This is a campaign school in which we discuss the very serious issues of our day and how to bring revolutionary politics, how to introduce that, how to take that back and bring that in to the electoral process and give it while giving a clear message to anyone who seeks our support, who seeks the support of the Black community, that they are going to respond to our demands, to our issues. We're not going to go along to get along as what has been expected of us. The time is now. The hour is urgent, and it requires of us to accelerate everything that we have been doing, to accelerate the time, to make the time now, and to stand up and take our role in history and do what needs to be done to advance our struggle for liberation. I want to first begin, before going any further, to discuss one of our political prisoners. And the Black is Back Coalition, our demand has always been to free all of our political prisoners. But we know that some are facing very, very pressing issues, and one of them being our comrade, Leonard Peltier, who is still currently and wrongfully behind bars in this brutal system of U.S. imperialism. The Black is Back Coalition has adopted a resolution to free Leonard Peltier now, and we call on all of you to sign this resolution. You can go to the Black is Back website at www.blackisbackcoalition.org. But in the meantime, I'm going to read this. I'm going to take a few minutes to read this resolution and ask all of you to get this into your community, to sign the resolution. You can print it off from the Black is Back website as well. But it states that the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations stands in unequivocal solidarity with our comrade, Leonard Peltier, a courageous indigenous freedom fighter who defended the sovereign Lakota people from murderous incursions and attacks by the colonial state and the FBI in 1973. We demand an immediate cessation of the torture of Leonard Peltier. We demand that the necessary medical care be immediately provided to him to deal with the serious conditions resulting from nearly 50 years in the colonial prisons. We recognize that the imprisonment of the indigenous people is part of the attack on the indigenous peoples whose land was stolen as a part of the process of bringing freedom and wealth to European colonizers. During the period of the 1960s, mass uprisings by Africans and other colonized peoples inside the U.S. and around the world, the American Indian movement, known as AIM, led a powerful struggle against neo-colonial tribal leaders who worked with the oppressive colonial government. Leonard Peltier was part of that struggle for red power that took place at Wounded Knee in South Dakota, with the participation of more than 200 indigenous nations who held power for 71 days. Wounded Knee was the site of the U.S. government's brutal massacre of 1890, of which the U.S. declared that the West was won and the genocide complete. Our relative, Comrade Leonard Peltier, was one of many AIM warriors who defended the masses of the Lakota people from the FBI's murderous military assault that slaughtered at least 60 members of the Lakota people. 2 FBI agents were killed in the struggle. Comrade Leonard Peltier was captured, arrested, and tried in U.S. colonial courts in 1977 with no evidence. He has been held as a courageous political prisoner for nearly 50 years, currently in Coleman Prison in Florida, in brutal colonial conditions, often under lockdown and without medical care. The Black is Back Coalition salutes the deep bond that the African people in the U.S. share with the indigenous people and our long history as the twin pillars of this colonial system that rests on the stolen land of the indigenous people, the stolen labor and kidnapping and colonial enslavement of African people. Free Leonard Peltier now. Free all political prisoners, all of them. Uhuru. Free them all. What's the call? Free them all. And with that, we're now going to introduce our steering committee. Tech people, could you pull up the slide presentation, please? Okay. Next slide. Can people see that? Okay, here we go. That looks correct on the screen. Next. So we're going to introduce the coordinating committee, which is responsible for the day-to-day work of the coalition. First, we have the chair, Omali Esatella, who is the chair of the African People's Socialist Party. Next slide. Next, we have me, the vice chair, Lisa Davis, and I'm also the chair of the Healthcare Working Group. Next. Sister Ilikia Ngoma, who is the Secretary General of the Black is Back Coalition. Next slide. Sister Ikenge Mayali, she works with with coordinating and just helping us to run this show. Sister Ikenge. Next slide. And now we're going to have the steering committee and the organizational representation and working group leaders. Slide. Next slide. Brother Dr. Maximella Odom, he is with the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, and he's also the chair of the Black Community Control of Police Working Group. Slide. Next slide. Betty Davis, she's with the New Abolitionist Movement, and she is the chair of the Black Community Control of Education Working Group. Slide. Brother Ajama Baraka, who is with the Black Alliance for Peace. He's one of the founders of the Black Alliance for Peace, and he also was with the Green Party and ran as the vice president. Next slide. Brother Daoud Khalik, who is the chair of the Reparations Working Group. Slide. Sister Belinda Parker Brown with Louisiana United International. Slide. And Reverend Edward Pinkney with the Black Autonomy Network Community Organization known as BANCO. Slide. Brother Jihad Abdulmamet, who is with the Jericho Movement, and he's also one of the chairs of the Free Political Prisoners Working Group with Black is Back. Slide. Sister Yejide Owen Mila with the African National Women's Organization known as ANWO. Slide. Brother Life Malcolm with the Black People's Advancement and Defense Organization. Next slide. Brother Zaki Barudi, President General, Universal African People's Organization. The Joko Collective, which consists of Sister Tasha Thomas, Brother Yusef Imhotep, and Sister Jamila Finster. Slide. Sister Amanda Wallace of Operation Stop CPS. Brother Paul Pumphrey, the co-founder of Friends of the Congo. Brother Robert Ward Williams, Chairman, Black Panther Party, San Diego. Brother Cam Howard, he is with Reparations United. Brother Emmanuel Maku, the chair of the Youth Student Working Group. Brother Sayaro Knowles, the chair of the Political Education Working Group. And in memoriam, behold our comrades so dear to our hearts who have gone on, but their work is not forgotten. We honor their lives by continuing their work. And Brother Glenn Ford, who was one of the founding members of the Black is Back Coalition and also one of the founders of the Black Agenda Report. Slide. Our sister, Dr. Zena Crenshaw Logo, who was with Louisiana United International. Slide. And most recently, our brother, Ralph Pointer, was with the Lynn Stewart Organization and one of the founders of the Free All Political Prisoners Working Group. We honor and we salute our comrades, and we honor and salute the steering committee and salute the work of the Black is Back Coalition. Uhuru! Thank you so much for assisting with that presentation. And now, before we go further, we're going to hear a very, very important video clip that gets a lot into exactly what is going on in terms of African people and our liberation. And of course, that is so much a part of why the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations was formed. Uhuru. You can just start playing.
You look at what Sierra Leone have to offer when it comes to our mineral resources. The kind of mineral resources we have in our country is enough to take care of everybody in that country. We should not have a single poor person in Sierra Leone. But unfortunately, we are not given the free will to make decisions on our own mineral resources. There's always Big Brother who decides. And when you fight and say, no, we are not going to do this, they use the system to stop you. It's either they set you up with the opposition and they'll be supporting the opposition against you from the back, or they cause unnecessary chaos in your country so that you are not able to even govern your own people. They will do things to make you not to be functionable. And of course, any country that don't have peace cannot develop. You have to have peace before you talk about development. I'll give you a simple example about Sierra Leone. Every mining company that is in Sierra Leone today is owned by a foreigner. Every mining company. If it's not the Chinese, it's the American, it's the British. Our electricity, Bumuda, is run by the British, and we still don't have light. We're looking for light, electricity. If you don't have electricity, how can you talk about education? How can you talk about health facility? How can you talk about improving the infrastructure of your country? We don't have electricity. Now, do we actually even have proper water, pipe-borne water, so that our kids will not be sick? We don't have those facilities. Why? With all the minerals we have, there is a cap you put. Before my husband became the president of Sierra Leone was benefiting, they said, what's the word? 0.000.1%. What is that? Basically, a company can take as much as $100 million out of the country in terms of minerals, and then they can just give the country $10,000. Now, what will $10,000 do for our health system? What is $10,000 do for our educational system? And these are the things I believe that are stopping Africa from progressing. We don't have a say. The sense about us celebrating independence, I don't know why we celebrate independence, because we are not free. That is my own take. I'm not speaking also on behalf of the government of Sierra Leone, nor am I speaking on behalf of His Excellency the President. I am speaking as Fatima, as a citizen of a country who believes that things need to change.
Yes, this is the Africa that always we talk about. The Africa that are rich in terms of minerals, but the Africa that are poor in terms of life and development. So I have created a video, of course, on why Mali has decided to ban all political activities, and this is the reason. You see, if you go against the big brothers, what they are going to do for you is to support the opposition, to support political parties, so that they can remove you from power. You see, I think Madam has explained very well. I can't add more on that. That's the Africa that always we are talking about. We can change leaders, but without changing the system, Africa is going nowhere.
Brother,
The faces of leaders, presidents.
right. Thank you so much for that brief introduction that gives a little bit of a backdrop of what we're up against, as many of us know. And of course, we are going to be getting more into this within this school that we're having today. And it's going to be a 2-day school, and we're going to call on our comrades to exercise revolutionary discipline. We have quite a bit to go through. We want to make sure that we accomplish all that we have set out to do. And we're going to be hearing from some powerful, powerful revolutionary warriors who were involved in the struggle for voting, for us to have some kind of participation, if we want to call it that, or how to exercise our power, how to use, the politics and the power, and the voting to exercise our power. And nothing was ever just given to us. The Democratic Party didn't give us anything. The Republican Party never gave us anything. We never gained anything by voting for it. Remember that. It was always through the revolutionary struggle of the Black liberation struggle. And that is what we honor, and that is what we want to make sure stays at the forefront of everything that we do, including when we elect our representatives. Our first presenter that it always gives me an honor to bring up. And one of the challenges that I have is talking about the astounding backgrounds of these people in such a short amount of time to give them an introduction. I'm going to do my best. He was born in St. Petersburg, Florida, on October 9, 1941. Omali Yeshitela is known as the leader of the African nation, having waged a more than 50-year struggle to liberate and unify Africa and African people in his lifetime. He is the chairman and the founder of the African People's Socialist Party, the vanguard organization of the African working class, with the science, unity, and discipline to win the liberation of African people. He has built over 50 economic institutions of dual and contending power, including Uhuru Foods and Pies, the Uhuru Furniture Stores, and the Black Power Blueprint, transforming the most impoverished area of North St. Louis with a community garden and a community basketball court and a doula program and more. Chairman Omali Yeshitela speaks and organizes throughout Africa, the U.S., the Caribbean, Europe, and elsewhere around the world, forwarding the struggle to liberate Africa and African people everywhere. He is also the chair of the Black is Back Coalition, and he's one of the co-founders of this coalition. It is an honor to introduce Omali Yeshitela, who is currently going to be facing trial as of September 3rd as the U.S. government has wrongfully come after him. He is also a member of the Uhuru Three, and that is something we're going to be dealing with also. We've got to keep this at the forefront. They are coming after him and want him to serve 10 to 15 years in prison, in part or all because of the work he has done, with the liberation movement and also through the work of the Black is Back Coalition and this electoral campaign school. Brother Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Uhuru.
Uhuru. Uhuru. Thank you, Comrade Vice Chair Lisa. And I would like to express my appreciation to all of you for participating in this school. And I want to send a special shout out per usual to the comrades, sisters, and brothers who are on the continent of Africa in particular. There are other places where we work, where people are also and participating in this discussion today. But in Africa in particular, I know it's very difficult. And many instances, people will be doing this in group, with group participation, because the infrastructure is such that they suck all the resources out. And just in terms of having internet connections and electricity, it's complicated. So I just want to send a shout out there. And we saw mention here of Sierra Leone. We thought it was important to be able to show that brief video clip of the woman who is First Lady, if you will, in Sierra Leone, and how she talked about how the colonizers continue to control even the elections in Sierra Leone. And but through controlling all of the resources in Sierra Leone, that all of the mines are owned by foreigners in Sierra Leone. We do work in Sierra Leone. We are organized on the ground in Sierra Leone, and part of the projects that we had in Sierra Leone, led by Comrade Director Aisha Fields, who heads the organization All African People's Development Empowerment Project. Part of what we were doing is that there is no clean water system there, as you heard the First Lady saying. So what we've done is we organized Africans from other places, including the United States, to go into Sierra Leone. We initiated rainwater harvesting and things like that to be able to try and make it easier for people to have access to clean water, and also to reconnect African people from other places, and so that in Sierra Leone and from the US and from other places, people could begin to actually work together to solve the problems of Africa, as opposed to continue to simply rely on the same foreigners who are exploiting Africa today. And also, we did that so that we wouldn't have to rely even on the government. This is interesting because several years ago, after leaving Sierra Leone, Comrade Deputy Chair, whom some of you met during the meet and greet on yesterday, and some of you know otherwise, we were leaving Sierra Leone, and we were on an airplane. And it was an interesting trip because she sat next to a man who was the vice president of Sierra Leone, and he was fuming. He was extremely upset because the president was sitting in business class or something like that, and he was stuck back there in regular passengers thing, and he's sitting next to Deputy Chair Owners and Asia, and he's complaining, that having to be back there. She looks at him. She says, "What are you talking about?" You see, look out the window. It's night. Look out the window. You can't see a single light on the ground in Sierra Leone. You guys are running the government, and this is the condition that our people have to experience. I mean, she really criticized him and shut him up, by the way. And that's what she's now talking about, that the foreigners still own and control the electricity, everything, and we do not have access to it. And if anybody has ever been to Sierra Leone, very beautiful place, and I love Sierra Leone. And you can go and you can literally see a train that is several miles long, and every day it runs 24 hours a day, 24 hours a day. One way going in to pick up ore from the mines, and then one way, and then going back to the ship. And this is 24 hours a day, all day. It never stops, and you can't even see the end of the train. And these are resources being taken from there. There is no electric grid in Sierra Leone. So everybody is trying to make it using these gas-powered generators. So that's all you hear all day. There is no, at night, the children can't study. You talk about education, what have you, there's no lights, there's nothing like that. And that's our Africa that they're strangling, but it's related to everything that we do here. And it's really important for us to understand this because we're looking at Palestine, but this is a daily kind of process that happens to Africa, African people, and all the colonized peoples of the world. With all of our resources being stolen, we've been locked into this parasitic relationship where Africa and the colonized people, the vast majority of the people on the planet Earth, function as a host to this parasite that sucks our blood, sucks our resources, sucks our education, sucks our health system, sucks our freedom, sucks our dignity on a regular, ongoing basis, relentlessly. That's what's occurring. That's what we're dealing with. And then, as she said, and it looks like they were talking about the president there in Sierra Leone having banned political actions. And it seemed like she was explaining that, and this is the only part of that video, that an interview that I saw, is she's saying that in Sierra Leone, they own everything. And then if you try to do anything to challenge their authority, they fund your opposition. They put your opposition in motion so that they will kick you out of power. And that's the nicest thing. That's the nicest way they do it. They execute people, they assassinate people, they do everything. France invaded Ivory Coast, overthrew Gbagbo. Gbagbo was no revolutionary thing like that, but he was in the process of making some kind of economic arrangement with China. And they came in and they overthrew him. It was a humiliating thing. They showed pictures of him sitting on the bed in his bedroom, these white French troopers in his bedroom. Here's the guy who was the president of the country. And in a very humiliating kind of situation. And then what they did, they took him from there and they took him to where? Well, the International Court, was it the ICC, International Court, Criminal Court or something like this? They took him to The Hague and put him on trial, put him in jail, took him out of Africa, took him to Europe and put him on trial. And despite the fact that even under those circumstances, he beat the trial and still had him locked up for the longest period of time. This is our reality as colonized people. And that's related to the whole question, because as we will talk throughout this process, elections are happening all over the world right now. It's a very serious kind of situation, but all of the elections, or most of the elections, are happening within this colonial mode of production, within a process that was established by Europe. Europe established the process, what the procedures are, what elections should look like, all of that. They did that to suit their purposes, etc. And this is the platform, this is the thing that rests upon the platform of our oppression and exploitation. So I just wanted to say that. And I want to thank all of you for being here and participating. I want to really give a special a statement of appreciation to the steering committee of the Black Hispanic Coalition, Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. And when we talked about the steering committee just a moment ago, we did it in a way that I felt like didn't really recognize the totality of the steering committee appropriately, just because we talked about the coordinating committee, which is that component that has responsibility for carrying out the will of the steering committee on a daily basis, more or less, has to do with the money, the general mission, practical work that has to be done, has to do with the working groups that are supposed to be regularly doing the work. You're talking about the coordinating committee, but the coordinating committees are part of the steering committee. And the steering committee is comprised of the leaders of the various organizations who are part of the coalition and the coordinating committee. So that's the way that is. It's not like a steering committee and a working and a coordinating committee that's separate in the fashion that is like rigid in that fashion, in that way. So what I have to do is provide like a opening statement overview, and I'm going to do that by reading to you the call that was written for this school. And I'll say some things in the process of talking about the call. And I want to do this also recognizing that, and I think it's extremely important, because the United States government has attacked our revolutionary movement, and they've attacked the movement of the indigenous people some time ago. It disguised the fact that they're attacking the indigenous people when they lock up Leonard Peltier. And he's not just some guy that they picked up. He's not just some so-called Indian or indigenous person. This is the war that's been going on since interlopers, people who came from Europe. These are white people came from Europe, just like the first lady in Sierra Leone was talking about how these white people came there and they still control the economy and everything. This is their land. And so they got him locked up, and we cannot allow that to be obscured. Right? This is an indigenous person who was on this land where the indigenous people lived forever until the white man got here. That's just an objective truth. And I'm saying the white man because what we know is that's the same thing as saying the colonizer. There was no such thing as the white man before colonialism. Colonialism is what created the white man, created Europe and the rest of that. But anyway, we have this situation that's before us now, and we want to just go ahead and say a few things about this process, this election, and the elections that are happening everywhere around the world today. And we were saying that's indicative, the thing that we just showed about the First Lady from Sierra Leone. So, and I wanted to mention the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, because it truly, and I'm saying this in my humble opinion, with all due respect to people who are here, people who are from Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, I truly do not know if SNCC members have recognized the historic role that the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee played in changing the world and when I say the world, I'm talking about when you look at the United States, you change the United States, you impact on what's happening in the whole world, because the United States is the big hegemon. It is the thing that has run the world for the longest period of time. And almost everything that we're talking about, they're charging me with somehow working for Russians because I came out against what they are doing in Ukraine. I say I'm talking about the United States as the big dog, as the one who's leading that process, that's responsible for all kinds of Russians and Ukrainians dying as a part of their project. And part of what you should understand is that SNCC, we're looking at Palestine, what's happened, the murder of Palestinians, SNCC. When it came to Vietnam, the opposition to Vietnam, people know Martin Luther King came out against it in April 7th of 1960, April 4th, 1967. SNCC comes out against that war at least a year earlier. At least before that, it was SNCC. Hell no, we won't go. It was SNCC who actually fought, actually got him in fist battles in recruiting stations with people who were trying to bring recruit Africans into the military force. SNCC did that. It was SNCC. And when I say this, I recognize, as you must recognize, because it's extremely important. SNCC was not, it was incredibly significant. It was that bridge between the civil rights movement and the Black liberation movement. And it was comprised of extraordinary human beings. It didn't mean that it was united on every question, because it wasn't. There were factions in SNCC. There were people who were engaged in struggles with SNCC. These were dynamic people who were opinionated people, generally speaking, who were interested in changing the world. These were not these people, and there were struggles happening within SNCC, but there was on a common strategical trajectory, whether they were perceiving it that way or not, because you don't do that. When you in the organization, what you do is perceive your position as the most important position, and struggles happening on those terms. But SNCC has been the crucial force. SNCC gave you, well, there's so much that we could say about that. But the thing is that the United States government will somehow say that the Russians are responsible for the fact what SNCC did, and the reason you don't know enough about it, because SNCC broke with the trend that had been created by the civil rights movement. And today, while people love Martin Luther King, I'm talking about the white people, et cetera, they didn't love him that much at the critical moments in history, even in the 1960s. And 50s, et cetera, because they disrupted the peace. But King was preferable to the Black Power position that came out. In fact, they would elevate King as opposed to Black Power. It's not that they loved King that much, and they didn't know King either. People who lived and worked with King had some understanding. They don't know us the way they think they know us. But anyway, that's another story. But SNCC was such a critical thing, and I want to say that that's one reason I think it's really important that comrades Afil and comrade Mukasa Willie Ricks, we call him Reverend Ricks. He earned it. Yeah. And I was talking to them yesterday. That's when I say them, I mean comrades Afil and Mukasa. Comrade Afil played a big role in the radio station that we got there in Florida. She's got a radio station in South Carolina. She said, this is what you do, this is how you go through it, this is what you got to deal with, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Come out of field. But it didn't just start there. It started with people like Ethel Minor. It started with SNCC. You know, this is the relationship. And even this school that we're doing now, SNCC established the process, especially but not only, but especially with the Vine City Project in Atlanta, Georgia. But SNCC was in earlier than that, 1960s, had decided that they were going to be doing particular work in these cities. This was becoming a strategy for a component of SNCC. Like I said, there were different sectors in SNCC and factions, but some had decided that this was the process. Organizing Black people in some of these cities, et cetera, on the ground and fighting for electoral power right there in those cities. That was something that SNCC had initiated. And this had an amazing effect on me in terms of the work that I did. I organized the first SNCC chapter, if you will, on the ground, being influenced by what SNCC was doing and taking that and developing that when Mukasa Ricks came to St. Petersburg, Florida in 1966. By the way, because we talk about Lowndes County, Alabama, where the Lowndes County Freedom Organization had organized, SNCC had organized the Lowndes County Freedom Organization. And in Alabama, the different parties, or the parties had the symbols. In the Lowndes County, the Alabama White People's Democratic Party had the symbol. Their symbol was a white rooster. And SNCC picked this incredible symbol, the Black Panther. That's where the Black Panther comes from. You must be aware of that. You look at the Black Panther Party, SNCC is the father of the Black Panther Party. And when Mukasa came to St. Petersburg, Florida, after I had been arrested for a snake tactic, been characterized as one of the first direct action, Black Power things that happened. I snatched that mural down. Mukasa was sent into St. Petersburg. He rose into St. Petersburg and destroyed his mama's car, blew up the engine to get into St. Petersburg, Florida. When he rose into that's what I loved about Snick too. I love that about Snick. When he rolled into St. Petersburg, Florida, and he came to our office, what was that office? What was that office? This was Snick. And on the big, right on the big painted on the building of the wall was Black Panther. But this so the Black Panther probably was there, but this is a different kind of Panther because this Panther. So this was a different kind of Panther, but the Panther was there. And when we marched on the city, when I had torn that mural down, we had marched from the Panther office. And this was December 29th, 1966, snatched the mural down. March, I think was 3rd, something like that, Black Panther had a demonstration at the state capitol in California. And they had a demonstration with guns. We were imitating, following each other, providing this is how we were learning for a while from each other through the white people's media. Then they got hip to it and stopped printing about it. But this is the kind of thing that happened, and this was Snick influence. And I just want to say that. It's really important because they want to put me in jail, and I want to say, come in the field, you're responsible for this shit. and coming up, this is what Snick did these things. And it was really important for us to really recognize that. They can't kill that, and they would destroy that if they would by saying Black people don't have agency. We take some white people somewhere in the world have to make this stuff happen. And I'm saying that this was generic to the struggle of African people, not just here, but globally. We've been always fought for our freedom, and so have all oppressed peoples around the world. We have never simply laid down and allowed them to trample our lives and our future. People have always fought back. We are no different from the rest of the people. That's right. So I just want to say that. So on April 13 and 14, 2024, the Black is Black Coalition, this was the call. For social justice, peace, and reparations will conduct our 8th electoral candidate school. You must be there. This is the 8th one. And the coalition was pulled together in part as an initiative by the African People's Socialist Party because the government had destroyed the revolutionary struggle against colonialism. Our movement had been dispersed. People were doing work, but in different places, but there was no to what end that was associated with it. And so people were busy as hell, doing work, etc., but it had no coherence. And so we felt like we're pulling together a coalition of all of the organizations we could that particularly they believed in self-determination, which is anti-colonialism, but began to give coherence. Our movement regains coherence because at least in the 1960s, we know what we're fighting for, Black power. Before that, I was in Watts when it went up. And the slogan was burn, baby, burn. That came from a disc jockey that was in Los Angeles, burn, baby, burn. He didn't even talking about burning down cities at the time. That was just a rap, burn, baby, burn, etc. And then, of course, it meant something different when Los Angeles went up in flames. But burn, baby, burn, that doesn't tell you too much. Well, it does tell you a lot. But Black power, when people started struggling all around the country, they're going, Black power, Black power. But when they attacked the revolutionary movement, when they destroyed our revolutionary leaders, assassinated people, jailed people, massive arrests, can't even imagine the number of people went to jail. And the vanguard was the first ones who, Leotis Johnson. Everybody remember Leotis Johnson out of Houston, Texas? 15 years for a frame up, having a joint of marijuana. How many? Leotis Johnson. Yeah. 2 joints. Yeah. Leotis Johnson. Yeah. And then 32 years. Yeah. And this is what we talk, yeah.
Because he was a Black Power leader in
Yeah.
Texas Southern Campus.
Yeah, yeah,
He was in Jet magazine. They had a Black Power movement on the campus, and they took a picture in Jet magazine. He had a bullhorn, and a white teacher walked up to him, and he had the bullhorn up like that, and she was falling back. And they had the picture of Jet magazine, and the police went on that campus, the Black Power movement, and shot up to Jones Hall and shot and put hundreds of bullets in it. 2 police got killed because the bullets were hitting brick walls like that, bouncing back, hitting them, and they charged the students with murder because the police had killed themselves. And Leo Johnson was supposed to be a leader, and they put him in jail for joining marijuana.
Yeah.
And gave him 32 years in prison.
yeah,
And destroyed him.
yeah, yeah. That's what we're talking about. That's what, this is the discussion that needs to happen here. That's what I want to say. That's what I want to say. They said that what we also did was we ran for office in 2017 and 2019, demanding reparations and other things like that. And the Russians got us to do that. That's what they said. But nobody paid the price. Nobody in this country, nobody in what they now call America paid a higher price for voting than Black people did. And it is we, African people, that democratized this society to the extent that there's such a thing called universal suffrage in America today. Black people did that. People whose names many of us will never know. I mean, and that's responsible. And they're going to say the Russians got us to do this. I don't know, as I've said before, I don't know any Russians who could teach us how to deal with high-powered water hoses. Well, when your children trying to vote, or bombing your children in the churches and stuff. No, Russians can't teach us anything about that. We could teach the Russians and everybody how to fight for the democratic rights. But they would deny us our history by saying that somehow we were created, first of all, by the white man, period. And the colonizer, and then when we break free from the colonizer, well, there's somebody else now owns them. The Russians own them now, you know. So this is the nonsense. Well, we're going to talk about the kind of stuff that Mikasa and Afia can bring to this discussion. I think is extremely important. This is part of they say I'm supposed to go to trial on September 3rd. I'm telling them the trial has already begun. And this is part of it right now. And this is the evidence right now. Leo Johnson is a part of the evidence. Federal Hamer and Ella Baker, part of the evidence. And all those people who they bombed in Birmingham, the churches, they killed, that's part of the evidence. Yeah, go back forever. But I think it's really important for everybody to understand that, because you read certain things in history and it's just stuff on paper. Or you see something sanitized, the eyes on the prize, that's just something there. But to hear, to really understand how history was made, I think that's important. So anyway, am I very bad off? I think we can work it out. We'll fix it. We'll make it happen within the time. That's people doing like this, you know. At least they're not doing like this. So anyway, we explained the need for the Black is Back Electoral School with these words in 2022, and I'm quoting. The sectors of the ruling class and their ruling parties arrogantly assume that the electoral future of the people is in their hands. We know different. This is why the Black is Back Coalition decided several years ago to provide leadership for our people who engage in electoral politics. This allows the people to advance our struggle against the entire colonial capitalist system while electoral politics are still an option. We will teach ordinary African people, workers, activists, women, and youth how to run for office. The Black is Back Electoral School will also address the age-old question of whether or not there are any legitimate gains to be won by Africans participating in elections in a colonial capitalist system. In 2016, the Black is Back Coalition laid the foundation for participation in any election by initiating a successful year-long popular process to create a national Black political agenda for self-determination as a general guide to political work throughout the United States. We held conventions in 10 or 11 states over a year-long period in the United States, where this national Black political agenda was forged. And then we had a pre-convention conference in Philadelphia, a national pre-convention conference in Philadelphia, and then finally a national convention in Washington, D.C. For this this national political agenda for self-determination. Not just something we sat in a corner and did it, but we took it throughout the country to African people. In April of 2017, we held our first electoral campaign school in St. Petersburg, Florida, attended by Africans from several states within the United States. In addition to teaching African people the steps for running for office, we were intent on arming activists with a platform for self-determination as the basis for their electoral campaigns. And I want to make this point because I think it's extremely important. Because first of all, African people were not supposed to participate in election in this country. I really appreciate a decision by the Supreme Court in 1857 that was a case right here in St. Louis called the Dred Scott decision, where it was quite clear. They made it quite clear that Black man had no rights the white man had to respect. This was from a justice of the Supreme Court. This is not just some angry cracker. I mean, he might have been an angry cracker, but he was a member, he was a part of this was a ruling from the Supreme Court. And this ruling was not overturned through some legal process that we're involved in a civil war. It was only 1865 that African people were at least formally declared to be a free people with the so-called Emancipation Proclamation. Well, so the voting thing was not established for us. And so the coalition has seized custody of an electoral process that has historically been separated from and used against our people and our struggle. We now have a tool that can be used to positively affect the lives of our community. And this is important because this is what Mikasa and Afia and Ella Baker and Fannie Hamer and those children who were killed in Birmingham, this is what they were up against. They were up against the electoral process was not for us. This was elections, nothing but a nonviolent contest between contending sectors of the ruling class for control of the state. You know what the state is, don't you? The state is that apparatus that controls the military, the army, the court system. All of this is state power. They don't want you to fight for state power. They want you to fight to make the white man like you. Against racism, right? So you're fighting against racism, and you don't even, how can you tell when you won? They say, well, Black Lives Matter. Oh, with victory. And white people actually, there are millions of white people actually concluded that they had overcome what they call a racism because they voted for Obama. Mm-hmm. Truly, this was a great thing that they had done. Look who's coming for dinner. So the passage of the 1965 Voting Rights Act, which was incredible, because the Voting Rights Act, because they neutralize our history. They take it away from us. And you just read that somehow there was a 1964 Civil Rights Bill that was passed, and then 1965 Voting Rights Act. They don't tell you about the bloodshed. There's nothing in that when they don't tell you about the bloodshed. They don't tell you about the children who were killed and brutalized, etc., terrorized. I live with terror most of my life, and the true of most Black people, whether they are conscious of it or not, it's ubiquitous. It's with you all the time. Anytime you ask even the most erudite and well-educated and highfalutin Negro, what happens when he's driving and he sees that little bubblegum machine in the rearview mirror? He sees that cops car thing going on. It's terror that we live with on a regular basis, but it's so ordinary that you no longer call it terror, you just call it the white man. Well, they don't even call it that sometimes, but this is something that we live with all the time. I can't go to that meeting because if my boss finds out, I'm gonna lose my job. I can't be I can't wear my hair like this because if I wear my hair like this, I can't get a job. This is the reality that we live with all the time, but it's normal. So you don't call normalcy terror. It's just normal. You just wake up and you do things that you do to live, but we live with this on a regular basis. It has all kinds of implications in our lives, health-wise, all kinds of implications in our lives to live like this as subjugated people. So anyway, since the adoption of the Black is Back 19-point political agenda in 2016, this agenda has influenced the platform of several political candidates. The electoral school, and I wanted to acknowledge the presence also in this meeting today of two heroic figures from St. Louis, Comrade Zaki Baruti, who has been working on the ground here for 30, 40 years, almost, doing incredible work. And then Comrade Jesse Todd, who is the people's alderperson, who became an alderman here in the 18th Ward, who worked in the electoral system for years and years and years. But before that, he was things, even Nation of Islam, the various iterations of the Black Panther Party forces here, just doing political work. And I just wanted to acknowledge these comrades because they're right here in the loop. And Zaki, when we first tried to come to St. Louis, and we didn't know anybody in St. Louis when this Mike Brown got killed, but before Jesse got in, the Jackal, with Jesse Jackal and Al Charlatan, before they got here, and was able to subdue the situation, we heard down Canfield Drive, the people were chanting, "Kill the police." Last time I heard that was 1960. They said a little different, off the pig. I said, damn, pack up and get to St. Louis, and tried to get to St. Louis, tried to find somebody who we could contact. And the one group that was pretty prominent here, they didn't want us to come in. We talked to Zaki and come on in. And the other thing, of course, the Burningsville newspaper, we went through our subscription thing, found somebody in St. Louis who was there, and they put us up and introduced us to Zaki. And I just wanted to say that was really important. Then when we got here, we attending these board meetings. And because the government here, the ruling class here has been working to change the demographic of St. Louis for a long, long time. And among the things that they were doing was changing, there were 28 wards here, and all the persons for every ward. And what they were doing was reducing the wards to 14 in half, which meant, of course, and making them much larger wards, which meant it's going to be harder for people to raise money to cover the territory, and then create a further distance between the people and who's supposed to be working for them. Of course, the Negroes who were in power were so corrupt, and Black people, generally speaking, said, who gives a damn about them? So it was hard to organize. But when we went to this board meeting and we saw this guy they had to almost physically restrain him in the board meeting. He's arguing at them, and he's part of the Democratic Party, and he's fighting like hell. And we said, who is that guy? And someone said, that's Jesse Todd. And then when all of the Negro politicians who were in office, they saw us talking to Jesse Todd, you can see, you can imagine a sphincter clenching moment, for most of them. And they would tell us, don't talk to that guy, you can't trust him. And it was true, we couldn't trust Jesse if he were a crook. Because Jesse refused to participate, in the process. Anyway, I've been alerted that I should stop now. But I'm not. I'm gonna rush. That's what I'm gonna do. Can I rush? Will I be in terrible violation if I rush?
Yeah, go, keep going.
Keep going. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. So So the electoral school was necessitated after the U.S. government successfully neutralized the blood-drenched victory of our people that resulted in passage of the 1965 Voting Rights Act for the first time since post-slavery Reconstruction, legalized universal suffrage or the right to vote for everyone. However, as we were to learn, this was a hollow victory. The 1965 Voting Rights Act was passed in the same year as the U.S. government's assassination of Malcolm X. Same year. This February 21st, 1965, they killed Malcolm. And presented an because Malcolm X had presented an anti-colonial political program for African people during the 1964 presidential election campaign that was exemplified by two eloquent speeches with the title, "The Ballot or the Bullet." I think it's really important to recognize this, that Malcolm had just broken with the Nation of Islam. That was primarily religious-based kind of organization that had, and I don't want to undermine the significance, historical significance of the nation, because it's really powerful, do for self. And even the concept nation, as opposed to being a part of their thing, this is our own nation. We disagree with some aspects of that. The Nation of Islam had a powerful impact. But Malcolm had just broken, but the criticism that Malcolm and others were running into said, you guys talk all of this stuff, but what do you do? This is one of the criticism, and that you will protect the Muslims, but what about the rest of us? This is another criticism that Malcolm was faced with, and also. But at the same time, Malcolm made this move. Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, but Malcolm helped to influence SNCC and the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. And then at the same time, you had Martin Luther King, who is now breaking from the traditions of the civil rights movement. He had already done that. He's following SNCC now around Vietnam. He's following SNCC, and even he, for a long time, he would not openly oppose the Black Power slogan. For a long time, he couldn't get King to do that, as hard as they would try and things like that. And now King is now engaging in direct action. He's calling on people from everywhere to come into Washington, D.C. They're going to do this Poor People's Campaign, a direct action campaign that was going to, as opposed to simply looking for the Democratic Party, et cetera, they were going to disrupt the entire process. That's what King was calling for. And so Malcolm's program advanced what he called a philosophy of Black nationalism that would use the electoral process to unite African people across ideological lines to take over political and economic control of our own communities. And Martin Luther King, May 1966, SNCC also formally advanced the Black Power slogan demand. And Martin Luther King, I say May, I'm talking now formally, this happened on that march against fear. And Meredith completed the map. Wasn't that me?
It was popularized.
That's what I mean, formally, yeah.
It was raised in the end of 65 and formally introduced in the position paper, the Atlanta Project position paper in February of 66.
But it wasn't adopted by SNCC then, was it? No, that's the point that I was making. Yeah, SNCC adopted later on. And Dr. Martin Luther King, and I'm mentioning this process. There's something is happening. That's all I'm saying. There's something is happening now that's challenging the trajectory from the civil rights movement. It's moving from just civil rights movement. Now people are having to consider the question of power, but not only we're not doing this in a vacuum, because you can't do this, and that's why even this discussion around Palestine, discussion around Vietnam, all of this fit within the general context of the struggle against colonialism. So people are telling us to fight against racism. The Vietnamese were saying something else. The Palestinians were saying something else. Other people who were fighting for their liberation were saying something else. And we saw it was impossible for us to ignore the relationship that the struggle of Black people here had with the struggle of other peoples in Africa and various other places against colonialism, right? And so Dr. Martin Luther King was moving beyond simply, going with Democratic Party and was calling on the masses to participate in a different way. So during the same period, we're talking about SNCC was in Lowndes County, as I mentioned earlier, organizing what came to be the Black Panther Force, characterized the Black Panther Party. And in that process, there were people and then in Atlanta that helped to work even on the Vine City paper. People like this comment who's in Boston now, who's a professor in Boston, Askia Touré, part of RAM. I mean, you had all these forces who were in motion. They were moving beyond this whole tradition of simply integrating into the American system, saying that we have to have our own system, have to have power, Black power, etc. And I've learned subsequent to that during that march, even the Meredith March, where James Meredith is going to show that you don't have to be scared of white people, that you could march, and he started this march and he got about 30 feet and white man popped up and shot him with a shotgun. And then, which in many ways sort of resuscitated the movement because that's when folk went in, met with Meredith and came in, decided to complete that march, right? And that's where you saw this whole interesting kind of struggle happening and Mukasa harassing Dr. Martin Luther King and King being reintroduced to the community on a different level now and during that march. And so it was just a remarkable kind of period. But anyway, I'm just going to jump ahead now. So when then, the U.S. government, they killed, they attacked the office, they killed Fred Hampton in 1969. 1969, that's the same year that they attacked the Black Panther Party with the charges of conspiracy, which they've charged me with, and 21 members of the Black Panther Party. That's what made Tupac's mama famous, because she was something like 8 months pregnant. There were 21 of them. They had more than 100 charges of conspiracy against them. Most of the lawyers that they usually relied on tied up in other cases and stuff like that. And the remarkable Afeni Shakur. Yeah, she pro se. She acted as their own lawyer and beat them up. And they after more than 2 years being locked up, they were found innocent on all of the charges, and precisely particularly because of the work that Afeni Shakur did in that case. So we're talking about a period of time that, and I want to make a point I would make is because America brags around the world about how there's an absence of political violence. They've always said there, other countries getting political violence, but bombing that church was political violence.
Yes.
And assassinating King and Malcolm and all these people went to jail. That was political violence. How in the hell are you talking no political violence? Because it wasn't happening to white people.
Right.
It wasn't happening within the electoral process. It was just wiping us out. That was political violence that we were looking at. So we said this was the colonial war. That gives rise to the oft-proclaimed absence of political violence in the United States that has been a convenient propaganda contrivance used by the United States as evidence of its superior electoral process. We could now vote. We could vote now. But they killed Malcolm, they killed King, they made a major assault on the Black Panther Party. So the programs that we had were independent. They got all of our organizers, and many of them locked up in jail, underground, running for their lives and what have you. So they say, now niggas, you can vote.
Kill Medgar Evers.
Kill Medgar Evers, yeah. They kill Medgar, they say you can vote, but you ain't got nothing to vote for. They kill the leaders that you might be voting for. So the only thing you got now is Joe Biden's organization, which was also George Wallace's organization, for a long period of time, et cetera. So this is what demoralized African people around the entire voting process and the electoral process. And I just want to say that it's a serious issue. because what they did was they pushed us out of this electoral process so that our programs, our issues, our initiatives, they disappeared us, which is absolutely necessary for the colonizers. The colonizers cannot admit the existence of the colonized. And so they disappeared us. We don't exist anymore. We don't have any issues except appendages of the interests of white people, white power, as represented by the Democratic Party mostly. And so the electoral process is the means by which that people who are actually engaged in pursuing their political interests usually functioning. And the majority, many of the African people, there are 100 million people in this country who don't vote, who don't participate in the electoral process. And because they can't find anything there. They've done polls and asked people why you don't vote and what for. And because there's nothing about gentrification in my community on there. There's nothing about police murder in our community. There's nothing about all these black people in prison. That's never on the ballot. You don't have a Democratic Party candidate or any of the candidates for that matter. You haven't even heard it from the Green Party and other entities. We've raised that and we've pushed the Green Party and other kinds of stuff to have to finally say something about it, but they don't do it. Even the white left organization, the peace movement, the anti-imperialists, they don't have on their the fact that they're stealing our babies on a regular basis in a legal process that they call child protective services and stuff like that. They steal our babies. That's not only a political agenda. Nobody's talking about that. They disappear, all of those issues, etc. And so what we've done with this process is to bring these political issues that's critical to us back into the arena. And the Palestinians have forced them to have to deal with Palestine. They forced them to have to deal with Palestine. Nobody voluntarily did that. The Palestinians forced them to have to deal with Palestine. And the thing is that we have to force our issues on the public agenda. We have to use whatever mechanism to do that. And then I'm saying one thing we do with it, we go back into the electoral arena, but now we're going with Malcolm's program. We're going with the program that King tried to take into it. We go with the program the Black Panther Party tried to take into it. Go to SNCC's program, back into the electoral arena, especially at this critical moment when everybody has come to conclusion, not just Africans, that the electoral process is not working for them. That the Democratic Party, Republican, not working for them. We're saying there is an alternative. People have been trapped into this matrix. But there appears not to be an alternative. If you're not for the Democratic Party, that means you're for Trump. You understand? So there appears that we said there is an alternative. There always has been an alternative, and they've killed us and jailed us to make sure that we cannot take to masses of people what the alternative is, a self-determination, self-reliance, anti-colonialism that's expressing the absolute interest and aspiration of African people to consult in unity with the oppressed peoples of the world. Anyway, that's what this is about, and I've talked too long. Yeah, so,
And thank you so much, Brother Chairman, for that powerful, very powerful and liberating overview, because that's what we have to do. We have to have a different lens. We have to have a different narrative. We have to have one about empowerment and liberation. And thank you so very, very much. And also, I just want to remind those of you who might not know, this is the 60th anniversary of when Brother Malcolm first gave his powerful speech, The Ballot or the Bullet. And of course, many of our themes we borrowed from our brother Malcolm. We say the ballot and the bullet this time until it's won. So thank you so very much. We're going to just have a slight little change in the order of the program. And just to go over a few just housekeeping rules, I will be keeping time for the people online. We have timekeepers in the room. Also, if people have any kind of questions, please put your questions in the Q&A. And if you are one, the panelists or the people participating in the chat room, when you put it in the Q&A, we can more easily follow the questions than when you put it in the chat. So I just wanted to say that. And so there's going to be just a slight adjustment to the panel discussion, because we're going to be talking about the ballot and the bullet this time until it's won. But I'm going to bring up our brother, Jamu Baraka, because his availability in terms of time has changed, and he's currently participating via the virtual chat. Virtual, he's participating. Brother Jamu Baraka was the 2016 Green Party's candidate for vice president. He is also the national organizer and one of the founders of the Black Alliance for Peace. He is a self-described human rights defender whose experience spans 4 decades of domestic and international education and activism. His roots are in the Black liberation movement and anti-apartheid and Central American solidarity struggles. Brother Ajamu Baraka, uhuru!
Uhuru, Comrade Vice Chair Lisa, and to everyone participating in person and for everyone who is online to take part in another one of these very important, very historic schools. Because it's quite clear, as the chairman just shared with us, that this electoral process as a tool for engaging the masses of our people, for organizing our people, for raising consciousness, and for keeping the focus on our ultimate objective, which is the defeat of this backward colonial capitalist state, ultimately, is where we are at today. It is the focus of this work. It provides the context for the work in the electoral process. We recognize, and I think the Black is Back Coalition has been in the forefront of this, that in the changed conditions of today, the context that we are operating in, we see some fundamental weaknesses within the system. We see spaces in which we can advance our forces, but we recognize we can't advance our forces unless we have a clear understanding of how we're moving, a clear understanding of the objective context, a clear understanding of what it is we are trying to, in fact, transform and win. So this is the objective of these schools, to provide us a space for those kinds of conversations, but also to provide opportunities for people to build the kinds of skills that they need to engage in this electoral, this bourgeois electoral process. Again, with the clarity of understanding its potentiality, but also more importantly, its limitations. But what's important about this school, beyond all of that, is that it's been a marvelous tool that has helped to elevate the conversation strategically on how we approach this area of electoral politics. So the context is important that we always remind ourselves of the context, because that helps us to ensure that we keep a focus on the politics, that we keep our politics in command. And the context is this. Basically, we are operating within a situation, a context, in which we have a declining but yet dangerous empire. One that has determined that in order for it to maintain its global hegemony, it is prepared to use naked, brutal power to do that. They have recognized that the ideological consensus that they have been able to impose for decades has now cracked. And therefore, in order for them to, in fact, maintain hegemony and to utilize naked power, military power, they also have to have certain elements in place domestically, which means basically they have recognized that all opposition to their agenda of utilizing a military force has to be either isolated or eliminated. And that's the context that we are in here at this moment. There's no accident that we have the focus of repression on the Uhuru movement, and specifically the African People's Socialist Party and Comrade Chairman O'Malley. There's no accident that we see the rise of these cop cities across the country, that we see this repressive legislation being championed by the neoliberal leadership class, African leadership class across the country. There's no accident that we have the again, the creative use, if you will, of RICO by the state. The objective is basically to either have complete compliance or, again, to eliminate opposition. That's the context we have operating in domestically. On the global level, we see that the colonial state has instituted policies of direct intervention. We see some of the most creative and troubling uses of what the enemy is referring to in a way as a form of neoliberal Pan-Africanism. What do we mean by that? We look at the situation, for example, in Haiti, where the enemy has carefully constructed an agenda, carefully constructed a perspective that has provided ideological support for the notion that the Haitian people are in need of, again, another intervention, another savior mission, if you will, by the United States of America and its European allies. And to do that, they have also constructed a very interesting kind of phenomenon, and that is that they're going to lift troops, they call them police, troops from Kenya, from Benin, and other African nations, including from Jamaica, the Bahamas, into Haiti in order to theoretically establish some degree of order. And has been framed by the Kenyans, by CARICOM, the collection of Caribbean states, as a rescue mission, as a quote unquote brotherly attempt to try to provide support for the Africans in Haiti. And that's why this notion of Pan-Africanism and revolutionary Pan-Africanism and African internationalism has to be dissected so that people are clear. Because if you're not clear, you'll find that the enemy will use these tools to confuse and to justify their imperialist agenda. So we have this situation with Haiti. We have the expansion of subversion throughout the so-called Americas. We have the expanding military footprint on the African continent through the U.S. Africa Command. All of these together suggest that the context that we are operating in, both globally and domestically, is a context of war. That the enemy has decided that it's going to wage war in order to maintain its hegemony. So this is the context we have in terms of how we approach the electoral process. You know, this election in 2024 is going to be a pivotal election. And part of what has to be talked about and debated is how we approach this. We know that the neoliberal Democrats, and I wish I had time to talk about this whole issue of neoliberalism, because there's a lot of confusion around this. Many of us argue that we have to have clarity on these policies that we refer to as neoliberalism, which basically is a continuation of the colonial relationship, but a particular kind of phase of that development in terms of the hegemony of a monopoly capital and the hegemony of the international element of the bourgeoisie. And we say that because, for example, one of the ways in which the neoliberal Democrats and neoliberalism that actually controls the colonial state in the US, what they have been able to use as part of their intra-bourgeois struggle against nationalist forces, represented by the Trump forces, is this fear of Trump. And even though African people recognize all of the contradictions of democratic policy, they understand that there's nothing that the neoliberal Democrats have to offer to African people and the African working class and the working class and the oppressed in general. They've still been effective, that is, the neoliberals, in generating this irrational fear of a Trump. We even have some people that are so confused that they believe that these Trump forces represent a more existential threat to African people than the neoliberal Democrats. In fact, some of us have argued that the cutting edge of the new expressions of colonial fascism now being applied within the context of US domestic politics is being driven by, in fact, the neoliberal, the class forces that have made up the neoliberal coalition of class forces that control the state, that are in alignment with the ideological apparatus of the state, meaning big tech, the media corporations, the energy companies, and then grounded by the hegemony of neoliberal capital, international capital. Okay, now that's important because, again, you know, this confusion allows for the Democrats to manipulate and to confuse our people. So this issue of having some ideological clarity, even if there's difference in terms of how we look at some of this stuff, is absolutely necessary. We have to make sure and have to be committed to the notion that we have to engage our people in a principled way, understanding and recognizing the potential of our people to understand objectively all of the conditions that we face. I was just in a conversation with someone who should know better just yesterday, who, you know, they run this line about, you know, where the people are at and how we've got to move the people because the people may not understand certain things. But my retort has always been, it's not the people who ain't ready. It is these so-called organizers, these so-called revolutionaries who are not really engaging the folks and helping for them to understand the full complexity, because the people understand the contradictions. They may not be able to frame it in the kind of ways that would bring the kind of clarity and politics that we need, but that potential is there, but it's not being utilized. And that's why this school is important, and the work of this coalition is absolutely the system needs ideological consensus, and we have to be here to disrupt that. So when we talk about how we utilize the electoral process, we want to remind people that this process has to be part of a broader strategy for the winning of power, for the capturing and the destruction of the colonial capitalist state. That is still about developing dual and contending power. That is about organizing the masses of our people and recognizing that the African nation is a developing nation that includes not only the Africans on the African continent, but also Africans throughout the African diaspora, including the Africans in Haiti. That this process of liberation has to be a process of which we resituate it into a global process against this Pan-African, this Pan-European colonial capitalist white supremacist patriarchy. We've got to name the enemy. We've got to agitate among our people with clarity and with confidence. That is the task, and that is our responsibility at this particular moment in history. Anything short of that is to lead to and to help with the confusion of our people. And because these forces have decided that they will blow up the world before they give up their power, anything that does not help people to understand the challenges of the moment is in fact a reactionary and backward position. So this is what we have to struggle with, Africans, as we struggle with how we strategically move, utilizing the bourgeois electoral process, how we understand the world and our relationship to the current situation, the current context. These are some of the things we've got to grapple with before we even, not before, but as part of the process of developing the skills we need in order to take advantage of the contradictions of the enemy. This struggle is always always has been a struggle for power. It's all about building power for the people. That's our task, that's our responsibility. And I'm so glad that we are part of this process here with the Black is Back Coalition. Uhuru, all power to the people.
Uhuru, power to the people, Brother Ajamu. We appreciate so much your presentation and thank you. And also, if people want to know more about the Black Alliance for Peace, please go to the blackallianceforpeace.com website. They are doing powerful work. Uhuru. Our next presenter is a strong warrior, Afia Wangaza. She is a lifelong civil/human rights activist and freedom fighter who first worked for the liberation of African people as a child in a Garveyite parents' apostolic faith church in her birthplace of Norfolk, Virginia. Excuse me one second, please. She has joined forces. She rejoined forces with SNCC volunteers to found the North Student Movement, Liberation Day School, featured in the Xerox-sponsored Black History Lost, Stolen, or Strayed series. She worked at the National SNCC office and took on campus organizing for the successful Julian Bond Special Election Campaign Committee. The Atlanta Project was one of SNCC's first attempt at urban organizing and began raising concerns of a maturing movement and demands of that day, self-determination, and SNCC's position on the U.S. war in Vietnam, which it did before King and the SCLC. And she worked with advocating for Palestine, and her Atlanta position papers became the theoretical underpinnings for SNCC's programming and advancement of the modern Black power which was popularized by Kwame Ture and also our brother Mukasa Ricks, who we'll be talking about that later on. Afia Wangaza is the founder and executive director of the African American Institute for Policy Studies and Planning and founding member of the SC coordinator of the Malcolm X grassroots movement for self-determination. She is also the founder coordinator of the WMXP-LP community-based radio. And she's also one of the founding members of the Black is Back Coalition. Afia Wangaza, Uhuru.
It is such an honor, and I'm so grateful for the opportunity to be here and to participate with you all. I want to give a special appreciation to Chairman O'Malley for inserting into the history, the electoral history of the modern efforts of self-determination of Black people, the radical, militant components that brought us, kept that spirit alive. And I don't say brought us in the universal sense as to where we are because we're in a mess, but that you all have maintained to get us out of the mess. That is very, very important and very critical. I want to broaden the context that we've been looking at and go back not all the way to the Papa Bull, which I suspect that some other folk will raise at some other point, where the battle of the theologians, theocrats, decided that they could conquer the Western Hemisphere, and to the extent that they were able to conquer their flag and maintain it, that they would be in charge, and not only be in charge, but that they would own it. And that all, not just the people, but all the resources that are there and continue to be there, which is the point at which we started earlier this morning. I want to call our attention to the fact that the United States is nothing more than an ongoing criminal enterprise built with stolen labor on stolen land, secured by its military status. And when we understand that, then everything that it does makes perfect sense, because the fact of the matter is that you have to have coercion in the spectrum of violence from cold violence of denying people access to food, clothing, shelter, clean air, clean water, education, access to technology and leisure, all the way to being willing to blow them up in the middle of the street. You know, the cops in this country kill over 1,000 people a year, and it's considered acceptable. Less than 1% of them are ever charged, and even fewer of them are prosecuted, and even still fewer are convicted, all the way to go to Palestine, where US weapons are burying people under the rubble, where they just use AI to just target buildings and destroy whole communities with one blow. So the expansion of that, the concept of control of the globalization is full. It's in full effect. I wanted to take us to put SNCC, my experience in SNCC, within that context, and why I think that SNCC continues to be significant today and an important model for advancement, and why it's so important that you all have raised it up. You know, people want to go, they want to skip SNCC, and they want to go to the Black Panther Party, right? The romance of the guns and the military appearance. Most of the guns didn't work, so says some folk, or the programs, the legitimate, needed, and continuing programs that they actually created, like the free breakfast program, like the free clinics, like the tutorial programs, all of which SNCC had. I want to make that clear. SNCC had those two. You had the human rights, doctor, medical, the Mukasa may remember the formal names, but you had the doctors for human rights who came down south. You had the nutritional program with Mary Wright Edelman, which produced the food stamp program. The understanding when we say that the victor writes the history, and until then it's going to be written in the favor of the victor, that it is critical that we take hold of that, reinforce the effort that you all have already been doing, because not only do you give the history, you analyze the history, and then you give the next steps. Critical, critical, critical. One of the things that SNCC did was to engage in internal criticism and self-criticism. On the SNCC Legacy website, and I encourage you to go there and to look at the information that is there. Some of it is mythological, a function of the imagination and the imaging that of and for various individuals in the organization, then and now. But as you go through the papers, you will see, you begin to be able to tell what's real and what's not. One of the papers is the notes of Mindy Samstein, who was one of the white researchers and organizers in SNCC. And in it, he talks about, he's taken the notes of a meeting where there is a question around the formation of the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party and COFO, which was a coalition organization, and what was stunting the development of these organizations or these formations, and the struggle within the organization, within SNCC, to advance the development of these organizations. And he points out that in general, the Freedom Democratic Party idea is the best means for building local political organization free of identification and thus control from the national civil rights organizations and us, and SNCC. And why was that? Why was that an issue? Free from our own control, which run entirely by local people, that it isn't run entirely by local people. Our reservations for that, our meaning the SNCC staff's reservations for that, runs from a number of factors. That our fear that the local people would not remain militant, but become corrupted by the trinkets that could be offered by the power structure. Our resistance to letting go of the reins, I think they call it now founder's remorse. The need to rebuild, to retain, and to use the local organizations as elevators or platforms for our own aggrandizement. This is internal. It's criticism and self-criticism. The fear of the loss of our image and thus our prestige. By using the rationalization that if we don't maintain control, then they'll have difficulty raising money and being respected. However, it was pointed out by someone in the meeting, and that's one thing that's interesting about these minutes, is that there are no names. It's just the comments and the observations, so that it doesn't become a personality struggle. But the fact is, as he points out, that the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party and other and COFO and other formations were perfectly able to maintain not only fundraising, but also its prestige and its credibility, as you all have manifested throughout St. Louis and throughout Florida and Oakland. So when the chairman talks about the extension of SNCC and its manifestations, I feel very honored, and I'm not sure that you don't give us more credit than we're entitled to. And other documents there, the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party is a people's organization, that it is to be not to be a civil rights organization, but that it represents the original political efforts and goals of local people. There's a wonderful book called Defeating Black Power, and I apologize that I don't remember the author's name, but he talks about how we shifted from just that ethos to becoming incorporated into the Democratic Party and how it absorbed our goals and our focus, and we became less people-oriented and more individual focused. And in that transition that we have the betrayal of the masses of our people and of the goals. When we look at that time in 1965, Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, Lowndes County Freedom Democratic Party, which I like to remind people or tell others that that Black Panther came from Clark Atlanta University's football team. It was stylized initially by Ruth Mae Howard, another SNCC person, and finalized by Jennifer Lawson on my kitchen table when I was a Spelman student in Atlanta. Yeah. So one of the things that the goals was to get people to run for office. And so you had local people in Alabama, Mississippi, some of whose names we know, but there were independent parties created in other places. In fact, in South Carolina, it's called the United Citizens Party, and it still exists today. And Cornel West is running on that ballot line. And of course, that came out of the citizenship schools of Majeska Simpkins. There's another woman. Who's that other woman? Jessica Simpkins out of South Carolina, and
Dorothy Cotton.
who?
Dorothy Cotton.
Dorothy Cotton was late. She was at the end. There was another woman before Dorothy Cotton. But Jessica Simpkins, perhaps it'll come to me before I leave, and I can tell you. But Dorothy Cotton was a part of the SCLC Foreign Voter Education Project. But out of that was the roots of what you are doing today, and to revive that is critical because it is the vehicle by which Black power, electoral Black power, can be reconstructed and reclaimed. Julian Bond's running for election was a part of that phase of development and maturation of the organization and of that particular effort. I would point out also that it was after we had already gone through the Democratic Party, had been turned away, and one of the concerns was that it was necessary for Fannie Lou Hamer and Gray, what was it, Victoria Gray, that they had to struggle with the delegation to get them to not agree to the compromise, but that as Mother Fannie Lou became known for, that we didn't come all this way for no 2 seats, all of us is tired, okay? That was the beginning of the effort to split off. You know, Martin Luther King was saying, take the compromise. Yeah. Joe Rao, who was the lawyer for the union and for the delegation, was saying, take the compromise. All of them were promoting assimilationist, respectability, politics, appealing to the human frailties that we all have, and that poor people not only have especially, but that are exacerbated by the circumstances. Julian was a modern day symbol of the repression of free speech. In fact, in on the SNCC legacy page, and I've given the chairman all of these papers that I'm referring to, is the SNCC support of Julian when they refused to see him after, as communications secretary for SNCC, he read the SNCC opposition to the US war on Vietnam and Southeast Asia, and they refused to see him. Right. So the opening line of the statement in support of Julian, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee deeply regrets that the Georgia legislature did not protect the right of free speech in the case of Julian Bond. Now, yeah. So, of course, ultimately, out of that came the Atlanta Project, and I'll say more about that, but also, which successfully ran the special election, and he won the special election, and at that same time was the litigation that took the case all the way to the US Supreme Court, led by Howard Moore, his brother-in-law, and that was also one, and it stands today as the standard, as a SNCC campaign. Out of that, we meaning the folks on the Atlanta Project, began to speak more loudly about where are we going, what's next. The Atlanta Project was composed of people who were longtime staffers like Zahara Simmons, Michael Simmons, Dwight Williams. They had been, in fact, Zahara, who had been a student at Spelman, had gotten kicked out of school for her activities. At the same time that a number of other people, professors, have been fired, like Vincent Harding, Staunton, Howard Zinn, Staunton Lynn, and other names escape me, but faculty members and other students. had been expelled or fired in order to bring the, as they would say, the campus in line with the orders of the day. And of course, the Atlanta Project was founded first in support of Julian, and I'm trying to get a lot in my 20 minutes? How much more time do I have?
5 minutes.
Ooh, okay. So, the Atlanta Project founded and led by Bill Ware, who was one of the older members of Air Force veteran and co-led by Zahar Simmons. Out of that, we began to take an assessment of what was going on in the world and what was going on in the community, and to begin to, as they say, act locally and think globally. And it's out of that thinking that we did an assessment of what was going on and began and did the Atlanta Project position paper, which is the position paper that provided the theoretical underpinnings for the call for Black Power. The year I would point out that the phrase was coined actually by Richard Wright in his book called Black Power, where he did went to Africa and he did his own assessment of that, whether you agree with it or not, but that's where it comes from. And the year before the Atlanta Project did the position paper, Adam Clayton Powell, who's not really thought of very much either because he doesn't fit the mold, had actually, he did what?
Keep the faith, baby.
And use what's in your hand. He did a formal speech at Howard University Law School. I don't remember whether it was graduation or just a formal speech, but he called for Black Power. He formally called for Black Power and said, what we need is Black Power. What we need is to be in control of our own lives. Use what's in your hand. And his thing was, of course, that by using the ballot, that you could, we could achieve that. He wasn't as far-sighted as we needed him to be. And what's more than that, he got confused about who he was and where he was, and thought he could do a whole bunch of things that white people do and get away with it. So of course, of course, he, like Fannie Willis, got caught in his own, hoisted by his own petard. But it was during this time in the fall and following the successful campaign for Julian that the Atlanta Project came together in a common reading group. And we were reading everybody, including Frantz Fanon. We were reading Emil Cabral. We were reading Nkrumah. We were reading Che Guevara. We were reading Fidel Castro. And it's those conversations that the paper is written. The first draft in the latter part of December. We go to New Orleans for what I call the first Black Power Conference. Just give me 2 more minutes. Well, what I call the first Black Power Conference that was organized by Bob Moses' ex-wife, Marimba Ani, and her name at that time was, what was Bob Moses? Now she's known as Marimba Ani, the author of the book Yurugu. At any rate, she organized a conference in New Orleans, and we all went to New Orleans, presented the position paper. The resource people for that conference was John Henry Clark, Keith E. Beard, the brother from Jim Campbell from South Carolina, and there was a 4th person whose name escapes me, and the entertainment was the Free Southern Theater. And it was held in a small club about the size of this room. We had the whole place for the 2 days. And it was out of that the content and the theory of the paper was tested. We went back to Atlanta and said, okay, here it is. You all have to deal with it. You all, me and SNCC, had to deal with it. It took them a while. It got real nasty, real ugly. But ultimately, their own combination of commitment and opportunism brought it together. And Mukasa, along with Kwame, and ultimately Jamil Al-Amin, popularized it, although at that time we were under such pressures that a substantive program was not developed. And that is where you all have come in. Thank you.
Uhuru, and thank you so very, very much, Sister Fia, for your very powerful and insightful presentation. I mean, I'm taking notes on this stuff. And I just want to say, Sister Fia referenced a website several times. I just wanted to give people the address of that website, if I may. It's SNCC, and that is SNCC legacyproject.org, and legacy, LEGACY project.org. Definitely want to capture all of the websites that people reference during this, during their presentations and during this school, because that will become a powerful document and reference for all of us as well. The next person, and again, these bios are loaded, and I know I'm not really doing people justice, but I'm going to do my best. The next person that it gives me an honor to introduce is Brother Mukasa Ricks, who is one of the strong revolutionary activists that was produced by the turbulent 1960s in the southern portion of the United States. His activities have carried him all over this country and throughout the African world in an effort to eliminate the misery and suffering that peoples of African descent have been subjected to ever since enslavement. He was one of the field secretaries for the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, and he organized countless sit-ins, marches, demonstrations, and boycotts, all of which were instrumental in destroying the overt forms of Jim Crow racial oppression. He continued his organizing for SNCC in Georgia, and then in Alabama, Mississippi, and throughout the South. And while organizing in Mississippi in 1964, he helped to build the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, along with Fannie Lou Hamer and others. Subsequently, he returned to Alabama and helped to organize the Lowndes County Freedom Organization, which became known as the Black Panther Party. And he was one of the first, groups inside the movement, was one of the first to defend themselves with guns, but not the only one, certainly. Also, Brother Ricks is known for bringing definition to the term Black Power and applying it to the Black liberation struggle. I'm sure he will talk more about that. And he's also has a long history of working with the Uhuru movement and supporting the chairman, Brother Mukasa Ricks, Uhuru.
I want to make it clear that everything I've done it in the name of SNCC, and I was always influenced by SNCC and given assignments, and I went out and carried out my assignments, and all of them came from the organization, and we all did it together. Amen. First, I want to say I agree with all what I've heard here today and seen, and I'm very impressed with everybody and every organization that's here. And thank y'all for allowing me to come up before the people. And that, like the organizations do, they always give me an assignment. And the Uhuru movement today gave me an assignment to stand up here. So here I am. I want to say that, yes, I was in SNCC, and SNCC's job was to build organizations and go to every town. And the first thing you do when you get to the town is find you somewhere to sleep and somebody to feed you. Those two things you had to have. And the other thing you did was form and support or create local organizations. and help them build it, work with them, and make them the leader, and you become a servant to the leaders and help develop the organization. And everywhere SNCC traveled, if we went to Albany, Georgia, we organized different people there, and they became the Albany movement. And once they became the Albany movement, we put executive staff and we gave them the leadership and talked about what they wanted and what ideas they have, what ideas we have, and how could we assist them. And then when we agreed, we went out and organized a youth movement. And the youth movement was the firebrand. They went out to demonstrate, to protest, to face the dogs, the cats, and whatever. And to educate the children, we sung freedom songs. Yeah. And to take the fear out of them, we sung songs like, ain't scared of nobody, cause I want my freedom. I want my freedom. Ain't scared of nobody, cause I want my freedom. I want my freedom now. And they bring the dogs out. We would say, ain't scared of your dog, cause I want my freedom. They bring the billy clubs out. Ain't scared of your billy club, cause I want my freedom. I want my freedom now. They put us in jail. Ain't scared of your jail, cause I want my freedom, and on and on. And the freedom songs serve the young people to educate them and motivate them. And we did that. So every time we went, we found local people and we went to serve them and we talked to them, told them about freedom, and the local people became the dynamic ones. They became the ones that led and guided SNCC. And that they saw us as heroes because we went there and brought it out. We went there and stood on the steps of the courthouse. And the sheriff who had killed and murdered and raped the people for a long time, we call him a sack of mothers, and I won't say it here, and crooks and savages, and let the people know that the sheriff was a liquor runner, a drug runner, a punk, or nothing. And we gonna fight them, and we gonna whoop them. And we created that, and we gonna win. And we took that to the people, and before we know it, we had organizations all over Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, with the local people leading it. Went on plantations and talked to people like Fannie Lou Hamer and told them that you're a slave. You ain't supposed to be working for these white folks and don't get nothing for it. We gotta fight them. And she agreed with it. And she said, okay, I'll go and try to register to vote. She went down and tried to register to vote. And they beat her. She said her body was hard when they beat her, got through beating her. But they thought they were gonna scare her. But she came out of jail saying, go tell it on the mountain, over the hill and everywhere that freedom is coming. So SNCC was able to go to all these different places, and whatever the people felt, what they wanted to start the fight with or what they wanted to fight against, we joined in with them and encouraged them, and SNCC became a voice for all the liberation movements throughout the South. Everybody want to fight white people, everybody want to fight against the system, everybody want to tell how bad these white folks was, everybody want to confirm, we encouraged them, went out there and got with them, marched on the side of them, took the beatings with them, even took death with them like Cheney, Swan, and Goodman, took their bullets like Medgar Evans, and many other people, and we had no other choice. And we just continue to find people and fight. We fought them through voting and that kind of thing, but we used voting. We didn't see it as no end. We saw it as a means to go out and talk to the people, tell the people, and use that. But when we talked about voting, we talked about being a sharecropper, we talked about being a slave, we talked about in and taking the land back that you done worked all these years, and all the other kinds of things. We talked in the cities, we talked about the maids working for these white people, talked about these black people working for these white people, doing the work, but yet you don't make the same amount of money that white folks make. We talked about not having dignity to be able to go into a bathroom, be able to sit down in the street. We told people not to be scratching where you weren't itching, not to be bowing your head to the white man, and to stand up to him.
Yes.
And we had to deal with all those kinds of things, fear people had. And we let people know that we had to be warriors. And our job was to create warriors. But in creating these warriors, they fought. And these people were nonviolent. And we faced everything they had. They brought their dogs out. We faced the dogs. They brought their bombs out. They bombed the churches and killed our people. We faced that. They beat us when we walked down the street. We kept saying, ain't gonna let nobody turn us around, and kept marching. And these people had courage. And as we fought and faced the bombs and jails and forced them to pass voters' rights bill and all that kind of stuff, we come to find out that the civil rights bill didn't have no silver in it. We didn't get a damn thing. They just told us you can come in the bathroom, come in here and sit next to the white man and smell his shit. I'm the first one to sit down next to the white man and smell his doo-doo. And all those kinds of things like that's progress. Then we fought them and got more militant and demanded the right to vote. And they bombed us and killed us and did everything. And now we see that because you get to vote, you still ain't got a damn thing. They the ones set the ballots up. It ain't nothing on the ballot. So when we saw that wasn't nothing on the ballot, we formed our own party now. Let's go back to the Mississippi Democratic Party, Black Panther Party. In Lowndes County, we formed the Black Panther Party. And when we formed the Black Panther Party, we had to pick up guns because these white folks were so much of a terrorist. And we went to the cotton fields with guns in our hands. And when they were out there and started shooting at us, we turned around and started shooting back. But as we went out there and fought them, the movement kept moving. And then after they passed the Civil Rights Bill, James Meredith say, how you gonna pass a voters' rights bill in Mississippi and you done burnt down over 65 churches? You done burnt down schools. You done assassinated a whole lot of people, killed people. And then you gonna tell people not to have no fear? People hanging from trees. And now you say, go register to vote. You done killed them for doing it. He said, I'm gonna walk through Mississippi and tell people to have no fear. He took a few steps and a white man stepped out the bushes and shot him. And when he shot him, we met and said, we're gonna take the march up. And we met with the neo-colonialists in the movement, NAACP, Urban League, and the other Uncle Tom. And we said, we're gonna take the march, we're going to Mississippi, and we ain't taking no shit off the white folks. And they hit us, we hitting back, and all the Uncle Toms, oh hell no, Whitney Young, all of them, they ran away. And Stokely Carmichael and Snick took them down through Mississippi, took Dr. King said he would go, and we brought in the Deacons for Defense from Bogalusa, and we went down through Mississippi, and Dr. King got the education of his life. He saw the work of Snick. He saw the work of the Pelzers. He saw the work of real freedom fighters, the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party. It's out there in the field, and condemning the white man, condemning the farm owners, and saying we ready to fight. And he saw them people out there, and they had whores in their hands, and we introduced them to Black Power. And time Black Power came out the mouth, they began Black Power and got bigger and bigger and bigger. To the Uncle Tom down there, even King, we don't want no Black Power. We don't want no green power. We don't want no yellow power. And then he got ready to say Black Power. We all hit him, Black Power. And Black Power began to grow strong. And the question began, what is this Black Power? And that debate began, but in Detroit, they went out in the streets one day. And the rebellion started. Whatever broke it out, I don't know.
The police.
Police, of course. But when it broke out, people started burning down the city. Yes. And the crowd was Black Power. And then they shot and killed many people. Round up 20, 30,000 people, black men, and put them all in prison. Just like they're doing in Palestine today. But the Black Power movement spread it everywhere. And the cities were burning down. And black militants began to come up, Black Power groups began to rise up. O'Malley saw me on television one day, and I was saying Black Power, and behind me, the whole cities were burning down. And he called me, you gotta come down here. And we began, and we went there to O'Malley. When they put him in jail, we went to O'Malley, and Elder Manor said, go help these fellows. And I looked at it, jumped in the car, drove 100 miles to get to him. Went down there and organized, had to fire his whole staff down there because half of them in there cooking drugs. I said, y'all got to get out of here with that. And we organized, brought in the movement, and we got O'Malley out of jail. And our job was to support him, give him all what he needed to do, encourage him to keep fighting, and serve under him. And I served under the Hooroo movement in St. Petersburg, Florida. And today we got O'Malley and got this movement today. Yeah. Now, when we created the Black Panther Alliance County, O'Malley and the Jomo movement and the Black Power movement and the SNCC movement in St. Pete, and they began to organize and grow. But at the same time, we linked up with other movements, Palestine. When they were killing the Palestinian people and fighting a war with Egypt, we said guns for the Palestinians and the Zionists, run for your life. And we spoke up for them, spoke out against Zionism. Then we looked down in Africa. We protested against what they were doing in Africa. We began to see Africa and began to see that first of all, we had to teach our people they were black. Wasn't nothing wrong with being black. That was a major battle. Then we had to teach our people that were Africans. And when we saw what they were doing in South Africa, we went and we protested that movement, went to the United Nations, me and SNCC, even John Lewis with him, went to the United Nations. We broke in the United Nations South African embassy door, went in there and kicked their ass and said, free the people in South Africa. And then we opened that door, we looked and saw South Africa, Angola, Mozambique, and they were using guerrilla warfare. And we supported that guerrilla warfare. We joined in to help Angola, help Mozambique, liberate their country, never using guerrilla warfare. We identified with revolutionaries in Africa, from Sekou Touré to Mau Mau's in Kenya, Ghana running them out of Ghana, and Lumumba became a hero and a god to us after the United States and the CIA had went there, assassinated him, burned his cut him up in little pieces, put his body in acid. He was the prime minister of the Congo. And they were drafting our young people, putting them in Vietnam War, sending them to Vietnam. We made it clear after they killed one of our workers, Sammy Young Jr., went into a bathroom that said white only, and come out, they blew his brains out. And we said that if a young man, black man, can go into the army, fight for America, and come back and can't piss in a bathroom behind a white man, we opposed the war in Vietnam, and we caused everybody to go out and demonstrate against the war in Vietnam, march against it, fight against it. And at the same time, the city was already burning down, rebellions taking place all over. Thousands of people are being shot down in the streets every day, all over this country. And we added to it, hell no, we won't go. We won't fight imperialism for Africa. And it was Ho Chi Minh that introduced us to imperialism, explained to us what it was, and told us our fight was in Africa because Ho Chi Minh had been influenced by Marcus Garvey. Yeah. And he pointed us toward Africa. And then we told them, well, we're gonna help you fight anyway. And we were burning down these cities, and they had to bring troops back from Vietnam and land them in Detroit, land them in Newark, land them in Ohio, because we were fighting against imperialism. And we said, Ho Chi Minh, you got them over there, and we'll take care of them over here. And that Nick was able to speak for all the black national. I thought it was a bomb. I started going. Nick was able to speak for all the black nationalists, black power groups in this country, and then we began to speak for the liberation movements in Africa. And we joined in with the African movement. We joined in with our brothers in the Caribbean, and all of us began to speak out against imperialism. All of us began to speak out against the United States, and we all saw that we have the same enemy. The same enemy, whether you live in the Caribbean, whether you live on the continent of Africa, whether you live in the United States or anywhere else in the world, we have one enemy: imperialism, colonialism. And Uncle Tom is an Uncle Tom, whether he a preacher, whether he a school teacher, whether he just an old sellout, or whether he a president in Africa somewhere. A neo-colonialist is a neo-colonialist, and a neo-colonialist is a puppet for the enemy, and they're more dangerous than the white man could ever be. And we must fight them until they are dead. Our fight is for the liberation of Africa, and we gotta stop playing with America, stop playing with NATO, stop playing with the United Nations, and all this shit need to be burnt down. All that needs to be burnt down. And just the other day, our brothers in Haiti went down to the prisons, burned them down, and marched out with over 5,000 prisoners. We got to burn the prisons down in the United States. That's the best prison program you could ever have. Burn them down. Ain't no negotiation. Motherfucker, you got my children. You got my babies in them jails. And jails ain't nothing but slave ships. And they must be burnt down. And we don't want no good white man, bad white man. We know what that shit is. Preacher been telling us all our life. If you don't do what I say do, the devil gonna get you. And now the Democrats tell us, if you don't listen to me, Donald Trump gonna get you. And everybody run around talking about Donald Trump gonna get us. Bring on Donald Trump. We want that cracker to win. Well, we can inaugurate him with terrorists, inaugurate him with hand grenades, inaugurate him with war, inaugurate him with the liberation of Africa, inaugurate him with the liberation of Palestine, inaugurate him with the liberation of all the nations in the world. That's what we have to do. We are fighting for Africa. We are fighting for the poor people. We are fighting for the peasants. We are fighting for the workers. And we are fighting against imperialism. And we must organize like never before. The one thing about the Uhuru movement, they are organizers. They are organizers. And they have organized in every city and created leadership everywhere they go. They're an extension of Slick and Marcus Garvey and Paul Robeson and the rest of them. We thank you, Almighty. You're a voice for our African people. And you're a voice for the people that's fighting for liberation all over the world. And we say to the FBI, CIA, you win at Garvey, you win at Paul Robeson, you win at Lumumba, you win at Nkrumah, and you win at thousands of others, our leaders. But we say, hands off the woman. Hands off. We know. All the world that's here today. Get your hand grenades together. Get your rifles together. Get your firearms together. Because if you touch the Uhuru movement, we'll burn this brother down. Africa Africa must unite. We must unite into one fight and make no doubt about it. We're fighting for socialism. Socialism. Take everything that the rich people have stolen, robbed, and took from the people and take it back. Be like China. March forward and take everything that belongs to you, take it back. Because everything they got, they ain't nothing but a bunch of thieves, a bunch of murderers, a bunch of genocide on other people of the world, and they stole everything they got. And you can never be free and liberated until you take your land back. Don't beg for it. Take it. Organize. Organize like never before. Again, thank you very much for allowing me to be here. And I said what I had to say. Omar, you told me to say it. And I thank you very much. And we will tell it, we will fight, and we're going to create thousands of other people that can tell it even better than we can. That's our job. Let's teach the children. Go out on the street, teach the children playing basketball how to say it and how to tell it. Teach them the truth. Let them know that Africans are the smartest people in the world. We gave the world mathematics, science, chemistry, engineering, biochemistry, nuclear physics, law, philosophy, medicine, and science. We gave everything to the world. And now it's time for us to teach it to our children, put it in their head, make freedom fighters out of them, and march forward. Again, Black power. Black power. If I want to say, I ain't scared of nobody, cause I want my freedom. I want my freedom. All right. Black power. I want my freedom. I want my freedom now.
Uhuru, I just wanna just one technical thing, and for the most part, we got everything that Brother Mikasa was saying, but please, speakers, try to always be in the microphone, because if you turn away from it a little bit, it's like a little bit of a void. I don't know what happens exactly, but we can't hear you so well. But we did get the majority of what Brother Mikasa was saying. But just a reminder to please try to, speak directly in the microphone as much as you can. And also, I just want to say, as Brother Mikasa was talking about all these rebellions, the North Rebellion happened 2 weeks before the Detroit Rebellion, but there was another rebellion that happened that we don't hear a lot about, and that was the Plainfield Rebellion that happened 4 days after the Newark Rebellion. And in the Plainfield Rebellion, the people broke into an armory and were armed, and the people didn't get shot. Only one person got shot, and that was a peace officer. So we salute the Plainfield Rebellion as well. Uhuru. Our next presenter.
I'm sorry, sister, let me just say this. I wanted to, there were a couple people whose names escaped me when I was speaking, and I'm especially anxious to include them for a number of reasons. Marimba Ani's name at the time, her slave name was Donna Moses. Yeah. We hear a lot about Bob Moses, because Bob Moses, although he did good work, was an accommodationist. Yeah. Marimba was a revolutionary, is a revolutionary. So, and the fact that women are rarely included in history. So I want to raise up her name. I also want to give credit to our longstanding political prisoner, Imam Jamil Al-Amin, formerly known as H. Rap Brown, who is the person who organized James Brown to do the Black and Proud song. Yeah, he sure did. And who organized the Olympic Black Power Salute. Okay, so and who sits in prison to this day. We need to remember, and we need to organize and campaign for the release of all of our political prisoners, but especially Imam Jamil Al-Amin. I urge you to go to the National Jericho website And all of the various political prisoners are there. There is no reason that you can't send them a postcard, a birthday card, send them some commissary. But there are still the remnants of those who were murdered and imprisoned and exiled. Asada is not the only exiled people, and Mamiya is not our only political prisoner. Let's remember that phase is what slowed our progress down and what you all kept alive. Thank you. Uhuru.
Uhuru, thank you so much for that important reminder. And also, Sister Afia has also worked with the National Jericho Movement as well and done a lot of work on behalf of political prisoners. Our next presenter is Brother Yusef Doucette. He was born and raised in Los Angeles, California, and has been a lifelong Californian, spending his late teens and 20s in the San Francisco Bay Area, attending college at St. Mary's College of California in Moraga, California, and then transferring to San Francisco State University, where he earned a Bachelor's of Arts degree in Black Studies. He is a member of the Joko Collective, which is a grassroots community education project, and you can check him out or check the Joko Collective out on Facebook. Brother Yusef, Uhuru.
Uhuru. And I cannot say what an honor it is to be, sharing a program with these kinds of veterans of our freedom movement. Babu Mukasa and Mama Afia, and of course, the chairman. So, thank you. Thank you for your work, and greetings to the coalition and anyone joining us right now. It was so important to hear that history from folks who lived it and did that work, because part of this capture, right? Part of this capture of our political action, part of this capture of our movement has been the capture of the story of the movement. And I don't know, we could speculate on what makes it necessary now. But these last several years, right, the mainstream culture industry has been putting out these films and mini series, right, streaming series that are proposing to tell the story of our struggle, but they're only going to tell it in a way that makes the Democratic Party the hero and the ultimate goal, as opposed to freedom on our own terms. So I really appreciate hearing from the actual participants in the freedom struggle about all the kinds of details and individuals and organizing that is not shared broadly, and in fact is erased from the record as much as possible. Some of y'all may have read or remember the what was the George Orwell's 1984 and this whole notion of sending things down the memory hole so you can retell the story, right? The and George Orwell himself, I've learned what was a rat fink, right? Was one of the ones telling power that they should watch Paul Robeson, right? So when George Orwell is held up, right, as some kind of exposer of Big Brother and corporate power, that's not really the case, right? He was a tool of empire and a tool of capital, despite his nominal socialism. One of the things I want to, or well, let me say where I want to go next, right, is thinking about the work that has just been described, looking at the work of SNCC and other organizations on the ground at the time. They were pushing the democratic limits of the system. And that's absolutely necessary, because we know that we aren't going to vote ourselves to liberation. We aren't going to vote ourselves to freedom in that way. But the vote and the electoral system is a tool that we can use, one, for organizing, two, to demonstrate the limits of the system. I want to focus, when we're looking at electoral politics, on the local, and really the extremely local, because it's at the local that often we can see the most direct benefits of that electoral organizing. And again, right, we can't underestimate the lesson that we just heard, and the importance of that, of organizing around electoral politics as a way of organizing with the people, understanding what the working class, how they see their issues. Because again, as was pointed out, the people know the contradictions because the people live with the contradictions. Even if they aren't always able to articulate them in a way that that power will respect, they articulate it in a way that they understand and speak in the language that they understand and we understand, because we are the people, right? And that's, we always need to remember that we need to be with the people because we are the people, and not be captured by the elites, as we have seen over and over again, as politicians cosplay as revolutionaries and socialists when they are at every turn accommodating, right? Talking big about curtailing the police, defunding the police, or redistributing funds that go to the police, but then continue to vote for the bills that continue to militarize the police, and that I shouldn't even say it that way because the police are already militarized, but to make sure that they don't run out of the latest weaponry and technology for surveillance and repression. So the local state office is important, federal office is important. We need to put pressure on those folks, but we need to do so from outside of the duopoly party system, where, as has already been mentioned, you feel like you have to be a Democrat, and if you're frustrated with the Democrat, then your only alternative is to become a Republican, and we're seeing some of that, right? But you don't need to be in either one of these parties. You don't. If you aren't in a grassroots party, a revolutionary party, a party like the African People's Socialist Party, you don't have to be in a party. And you don't have to be in the American Independent Party, which isn't independent, right? It's its own party. You can just, what is the thing on the voter registration? I can't remember off the top of my head. It's either like, no party affiliation or something like that, right? Non-committed, something like that. But, I don't want to confuse it with the uncommitted movement that's happening now, right, in this electoral campaign. So we can be independent of the party as voters. And we need to be looking at the kinds of offices that are available in the community, in our local areas, where we may be able to have the most immediate impact, or where our candidates that are raised up by the people to represent the people can have the most impact. I'm thinking about things like, the various water boards that these aren't glamorous, electoral positions, but they're absolutely critical. Things like water board. I'm in Los Angeles, occupied Tongva and Chumash land. It's the second largest school district, in this settler colonial country. And so, the politics of that school board can be kind of big. But there are these, smaller boards, right, that are like advisory boards. Getting engaged in in your local schools PTA, being involved in the kind of recommendations that are sent to the school boards. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't run candidates for, things like city council and the school boards. And I myself worked on a local campaign, a revolutionary African brother running for LA City Council, looking to unseat, Black petty bourgeois, former police officer, former police chief of Los Angeles, city councilman, who did nothing but undermine, right, his council district, and his successors have done the same. So the point is not to ignore those, but to also look at the extremely local, because we can have a real effect there. In Los Angeles, and I believe there are analogs to this in other cities, and so this should be looked into. We have this system that's come up, the neighborhood councils, and it's a much more direct form of democratic practice in the neighborhoods, not professional politicians, but local community members who get elected by the community to these neighborhood councils, who can develop policy for the neighborhood, put pressure on these city council persons and other city agencies, and city offices, and more effectively resist capture, more effectively put pressure on the gentrifiers. And those politicians who are running for the bigger offices, the city council, the state legislature, need to come to these neighborhood councils. And so there's a way, they are a way to hold these captured politicians accountable, and to produce folks who will actually represent the community from the community, to challenge these primarily Democratic Party politicians who may again arise from nominal grassroots organizations, but grassroots organizations that also demonstrate capture, right, by the local Democratic Party, the state Democratic Party, the neoliberal ideologues, and their corporate partners. So it's important to investigate wherever you are. Is there something like a neighborhood council? What other positions? Dog catcher, water board member, oversight committees that have open positions, or take the time to find out what work they do and how that work can be useful to organizing and to our movement for total liberation. And then also the importance of voting down ballot, right? Whether or not people decide to vote for president. And both of these parties have selected their representatives, right? I don't even know I assume there are still primaries going on, right? Because there are other things on ballots, but both Biden and Trump, they've already got enough of whatever they need to represent their parties in the November election. You ain't got to vote for president, right? And I know we're going to be hearing about the uncommitted movement, particularly in response to the Democratic Party. and its failures, and indeed more than fail. I don't even know if I should call it failure, because actually it might see it as their success in undermining Black political life and capturing Black political life, and the muting that revolutionary call. But there's the down ballot, right? The down ballot elections are critically important for the local. And I recall, Chairman O'Malley mentioning this in a previous planning meeting for this electoral school. Whoever knows who these judges are that are on these ballots? And those judges and prosecutors have such a direct impact on our lives, right? The police, the prosecutors, the judges, the legislatures, right? All complicit in this, what is it, 30 years, 40 years of mass incarceration regime. So it matters who these judges are and what do we know about these judges. Are we putting forward revolutionary lawyers to run for these judgeships? Because the revolutionary lawyers do exist, right? Movement lawyers are still out there. They aren't showing up at news conferences when, the latest brother or sister has been shot down in the street, because they are in the movement doing the work. Maybe we need to start thinking about, promoting some of them to run for these judge positions. And if nothing else, just to make people conscious of who these judges are and the impact they're having. One other thing I want to talk about in terms of that democratic, pushing that democratic limit. And that's the proposition process, right? And here in California, we've got this proposition process where you really don't necessarily have to go through the political parties to get things on the ballot that can become law. Now, the proposition process, it isn't perfect. It can be undermined. They will hold things up in court. But again, it is a process that can be used for organizing, for political education, and to demonstrate to the people the limits of the system, the limits of the democratic process as it's been organized and structured in this society. Well, in the tradition of their democratic models, right? Ancient Athens and ancient Rome, this top-down notion of democracy that ends up being anti-democratic instead of the grassroots up people's democracies that they work so hard 24/7 to suppress, and we'll call it undemocratic. If, for example, a country decides it's more democratic not to have political parties and factions, but a direct democracy of the people electing the representatives to the people's councils, different versions of electoral politics. That really brings me to the end of my comments, right? I just, again, want to salute the veterans of our movement. Cannot express the kind of gratitude that you all deserve. And again, encourage us to be thinking down ballot and local in this electoral process. Get on your neighborhood councils. I don't know the politics of New York. Are the borough presidents captured, or is that, do they represent an opportunity for some grassroots bottom-up organizing? And these little unglamorous but critically important positions that folks can run for, again, like being a commissioner on a water board. Think about how important that would be in a place like Benton Harbor or Flint, Michigan, or here in Southern California, really not just Southern California, the state of California, where we are in perpetual threat of drought. And there are many neighborhoods and regions that don't get clean water, right? People who are forced to live in what we call third world conditions, but really those are first world conditions because they are imposed on us wherever we are. So I'm going to end it there. Thank you for giving me the time. Again, I'm honored to share this panel with the revolutionary folks on here. Uhuru.
Uhuru, and thank you so very much, Brother Youssef. And I just want to say, just to give people a little bit of an idea about the rest of the order, we're going to have two more people who are going to be part of this panel discussion, and then we're going to go to Q&A. And people have been putting some excellent questions in the Q&A, so please continue to do that. And also, I just want to remind people who are in the St. Louis area, but we all should know this, as we are talking about the importance of owning our own narrative and knowing our history and telling our stories, please look up the Battle of Island Mound, which was a major battle fought in the Civil War. In the Civil War, African people, we freed ourselves, but our history has been whited out and eliminated. We are the reasons that chattel slavery ended. And a very significant battle happened with soldiers that called themselves Fort Africa in the St. Louis area, called the Battle of Island Mound. So please look that up, Uhuru. Our next presenter is going to be Brother Paul Pumphrey. And hold on one moment as I pull up his bio. Brother Paul Pumphrey has been an organizer and activist for over 40 years. He is the co-founder and member of the board of directors of the Friends of the Congo. Friends of the Congo is a nonprofit advocacy organization based in Washington, D.C. It's a human rights and grassroots institution and was established in 2004 to work to bring about peaceful and lasting change in the Democratic Republic of Congo, formerly known as Zaire. And he does a lot of work in terms of the international community in Haiti, etc. Brother Paul Pumphrey. Uhuru.
When talking about the Congo, you're talking about the second largest country and area in the continent of Africa. It's the country that has the second largest rainforest in the world. It's the country that has the second largest river, most powerful river in the world. And it's by far probably the richest country in the world. Now, what do I mean by that? The Congo has about $22 trillion worth of minerals, and that's in its raw form. If those minerals were refined, you were probably looking at about $200 or $300 trillion worth of minerals. The Congo, with its rainfall, as well as its fertile land, that one country could produce enough food to feed 9 billion people a year. There's only 7 billion people on this earth. The Congolese River is so powerful that if it was hydroelectric dams put on that one river, you could produce enough electricity to address the needs of electricity of the continent of Africa for the next 30 years. Now the question should be asked is, why is this not a reality today? And the answer is that you have imperialist powers led by the United States that decided that that wealth belongs to them. And it has come at a heavy cost to the people of the Congo. Because after all, how could a mining company come in and ask, could they mine a particular area in the eastern part of the Congo if there's a village living on that piece of land? So what is the United States' answer to that? Look for client states like Uganda and Rwanda. supply them with weapons, and use satellite logistics to have them go in and slaughter the people living on the land. And then have the mining companies go to the government, a government that was not elected by the people of the country, and say, well, no one's living here. Can we mine here? And that's what's going on today. The United Nations sent out a report in 2006 that stated that from 1996 to 2006, the Ugandan and Rwandan army killed an estimated 6 million people just in that eastern part of the Congo where those minerals are located.
Hey, criminal.
And that was done with US tax dollars.
Right.
Tax dollars that they tell you they don't have to fix up our schools in the urban centers of this country. Tax dollars that they say they don't have money for affordable housing in our communities. Tax dollars that they say that they do not have. So this situation in the Congo, where it may seem afar, has a direct impact on what's going on in our communities today, because they're taking much needed resources to address the needs of our community here, just to help some greedy corporation rob the people of the Congo. And so this is something that we should keep in mind when we start talking about electoral politics, because we have both Democrats and Republicans aligning themselves with the corporations such as Apple, where they go after the coltan, and Tesla, who goes after the cobalt. And not only that, they use children at the age of 5 years old, using their hands to dig out the cobalt out of the ground. Radioactive and poisonous, because they don't care about the people. Now, let's understand, when the United States recognized that coltan could change the electronic industry, because coltan is the reason why today you have laptops versus these tower computers with the fan in them, because coltan allows electronic components to function without overheating. It allows for flat screen TV screens to take place, because they don't need the big box to allow the heat to leave from the electronic components. When they realized that that was a reality, and that 64% of the coltan in the world happened to be in the Congo, in the eastern part of the Congo, and there was a good size amount of it in Australia, but these industries didn't want to pay Australia the price that Australia would have demanded to buy their coltan. So they said, why not just steal it from the Congo? We've been stealing everything else from the Congo. But then they realized also that the dictator they had put in power for 32 years, Mobutu, was too greedy. If he had any idea how much this mineral was actually worth, they wouldn't get it at the dirt cheap price they have that they wanted it for. So what did they do? They sent an envoy to the Congo and told Mobutu to leave. Of course, Mobutu got insulted and said, how dare you tell me to leave my country? And he didn't say it by the way most people would say my country, meaning that you're from that country. He meant he owned the country. And that's why he didn't want to leave. And so the United States realized they had to use military force to cause that to happen. And they went to Uganda, and of course, Museveni, the president of Uganda, got in power through a military coup with the help of the United States and Great Britain. And they said, yes, sir, boss. And then they went to Rwanda and Burundi and Kenya, and they said, we're not interested. So what did the United States do? This is under George Herbert Walker Bush. They decided to take a gentleman who happened to be the head of intelligence in the Ugandan army by the name of Paul Kagame. Yes, that same Paul Kagame who's now president of Rwanda today. His family left Rwanda in 1953. And from 53 to 94, he lived in Uganda. And they brought him over to Fort Leavenworth, brought him into the CIA, and said, look, we want you to now organize the Rwandans living in Uganda like yourself to start going across the border and attacking government installations. We want you to go after police stations, schools, anything having to do with the government. This was George Herbert Walker Bush tactic. But of course, George Herbert Walker Bush lost the election in 92, and in 1993, you had a different president, the one called Hillbilly Clinton. And he decided to do a different tactic. And his tactic was to go to the different countries involved, Rwanda, Burundi, Kenya, and say, look, let's set up a peace negotiation between these so-called rebels coming from Uganda. And let's see if we can negotiate a peace over here in Tanzania. Well, Kenya said, I'm not interested. Mobutu said he wasn't interested, but the president of Rwanda and the president of Burundi said, okay, let's try this. And the US sent them a plane, they fly over to Tanzania, they have negotiations with the so-called rebel group out of Uganda. They come up with an agreement, and when the plane is flown back to Rwanda with the two presidents in it, it was shot out of the air. More than likely with a US missile. And that's what started the war in 1994 in Rwanda that we know as the Rwandan War. Of course, the news media doesn't spend much time talking about that.
No, that's right.
And the question we should be asking here in the United States is, what is the cost of the military budget? Why is it that the United States can find $100 billion to send, quote unquote, to Ukraine, when in reality, that money is not going to Ukraine. That money is going to Lockheed Martin, and other military contractors. Okay? It's not going to Ukraine. At the same time, they say they don't have money for affordable housing. They don't have money for our cities that are falling apart and our public schools that are falling apart. Tuition for colleges, even in public schools, have gone through the roof. And they don't have money to offset the loans that sometimes people have to pay as many as 30 years to pay off their college loans. This is where we are today in this country, given to us by the politicians of this country. So elections are important, and we need to keep in mind why they are important. Because you're not going to hear CNN or MSNBC or Fox News talking about these points. But these are the real deal, is why, in fact, our out-of-control military expenditures, which has now gotten up to $1 trillion a year, is costing a tremendous amount of hardship in this country, in our communities. Because the country says, oh, well, we can't deal with the rec center for our youth. We can't keep the prices of our universities and our public universities low so they can be affordable. Even though you have countries like India where a lot of the universities are basically free. But the big difference is they're not spending the kind of military money where their tax dollars are going.
That's right.
And yet we still got these politicians saying they're looking out for us when they're voting for these military dollars, our tax dollars to go to these military industries to carry out these unjust wars around the world that we live in. So I say,
we ask for you all to, for those who are interested, and I believe all of us are, in ending this atrocity happening in the Congo, to go to freecongo.org. We have a letter that we would like for you to send to your local congressman, your local US senator, telling them to end the funding for the military of Rwanda. And people sit back and they say, well, Rwanda is an economic miracle. On whose blood and on whose minerals is Rwanda this economic mineral? Why does Rwanda have a coltan refinery plant when they virtually have no coltan? Where's the coltan coming from?
Well,
These are the kind of questions that you won't find Rachel Maddow asking on her show. And so, as we push for a world that is just, as we push for our government addressing the real needs in our communities, and that's not putting up more tents, but decent housing, affordable health care, or free health care for that matter. You know, that's only going to happen if we have politicians willing to say no to the US and military industrial complex, something similar to what President Eisenhower said in his final speech leaving the White House, to beware of the military industrial complex. Because clearly, there's not a war the United States military industrial complex doesn't want to go to, because it puts more money in their pocket and takes more money from ours.
that's right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brother Paul. And also, what is the name of the film again that people can watch for free that you all produced? I will get Brother Paul to answer that question. I do know that Friends of the Congo, they have produced a documentary that people can watch. And I will get that information from Brother Paul and make sure that everybody gets it. I will get that information.
I'll answer your question.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Yes, we have a video on YouTube that's called Justice in the Congo. It's also on our website, which is friendsofthecongo.org. That tells you the story about what's happening in the war inside the Congo. And in that video, we even interviewed members of the US State Department that were located in Rwanda leading up to the time of the war. And they said they didn't understand why, after the war was over in Rwanda, the United States was shipping all these arms. This, you gotta remember, was when Bill Clinton, the Democrat, was president to Rwanda, because the real purpose of the killing of the president of Rwanda in the first place was to get Rwanda to go and push Mobutu out of power inside the Congo. And I'm gonna bring up one other point. In 1995, I helped organize a delegation of people to go to Haiti. And this is right after they had returned President Aristide, who had been taken out of power by a military coup in 1991. And the US ambassador in Haiti at the time, his name was William Swing. Because US troops and French troops kept stopping our vehicles from moving around in Port-au-Prince, the delegation began to insist that we meet with the US ambassador. So we set the meeting up. And I was determined I didn't want to ask this guy any questions. I just wanted to get out of the building. But as I'm listening to him answer questions, I realized this guy was CIA. And so I asked him a question. And the question was, what is his history in the State Department? And I encourage you to go and Google his name. His name was William Swing. This guy told me that he was in Congo Brazzaville. He gave me the year. I said, there was a military coup in Congo Brazzaville. Then he said he went to Liberia. And guess what?
The year he was in Liberia, there was a military coup. Then he left from Liberia, he went to South Africa right before Nelson Mandela was let out of jail to make sure that Mandela would never be in an effective position as president of South Africa. And then from there, he left and went to Nigeria when Abacha had a military coup. And from Nigeria, he went to Haiti after RSC was going to be brought back from a military coup. And in 1998, guess what? He was in the Congo when there was an attempted military coup. And he stayed in the Congo because that wasn't a successful attempt. But then he stayed there until 2001, January 20th, 2001. But the guy who was president in the Congo, there was a coup and he was killed on January 16th, 2001. Again, look his name up, William Swing, like a swing on a tree. That just gives you an idea when one says, oh, well, you know, what does the United States have to do with all these things? I think it speaks for itself. This is what man was. Thank you.
Brother Paul, thank you so very much. And right after Brother Dr. Maximellah's speech, we're going to be going to a Q&A. So, and we can have a little bit further discussion. Our next presenter is Brother Dr. Maximella. I think I read this correct. Brother Dr. Maximella Odom, the international president of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. He writes for the Burning Spear newspaper and co-hosts the Black Power Talks podcast for Black Power 96. He is also a professor in Africana Studies, who has published on a variety of issues pertaining to African liberation and revolutionary culture. Brother Dr. Maximella Odom, Uhuru.
Uhuru. Well, so I really do want to appreciate this panel. I want to appreciate Chairman Omali Shatella, the chair of the Black is Back Coalition, also one of the Uhuru 3, and the Uhuru 3 case is what brings us here today, is what underscores the importance of this today, removing it from any abstraction and sort of giving us a practical political a way forward. This is why we are here today. So I want to salute Chairman Mashatel. I want to salute all of the members of the Black is Back Coalition Steering Committee. I want to salute Mama Thea, Brother Mukasa, who were here as a part of this panel as well. You see, Black Power Matters, right? So, and which matters, right? Because the slogans that we use should give people political direction, right? They should center African self-determination. They do not center white consciousness, right? They center African self-determination. You heard Mukasa say that we brought Dr. King down and gave Dr. King political education. You got to understand, by 1966, with the stuff that Mukasa was talking about, SNCC people have been in them cities for 6 years. 6 years. So that's what we're talking about. We're talking about real political organization, mobilization right here. You know what I'm saying? And so I just want to say that. I want to appreciate Comrade Paul Pumphrey and for speaking on the Congo and speaking on IET, Haiti, because it really does underscore what I'm supposed to be talking about today, the significance of elections in 2024. Because the thing about what Brother Pumphrey spoke of is that it's important for us to understand that 2024 is not just an election year in the United States, right? When we're talking about this is an election year amidst a social system that is in crisis, right? I'm going to go more into that, but so I don't want to go to, but yesterday was April 12, 2024, 60th anniversary of the ballot or the bullet speech by Malcolm X. In this speech, Malcolm famously stated, and just let me know if the sound is okay, because I know we're like double recording. Okay, horrible. Malcolm stated, "I say again, I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican. And he said, I'm not anti-Democrat, I'm not anti-Republican, I'm not anti-anything. I'm questioning their sincerity and some of the strategy that they've been using on our people by promising them promises that they do not intend to keep. When you keep the Democrats in power, you're keeping, when you keep the Democrats in power, you're keeping the Dixiecrats in power. A vote for a Democrat is a vote for a Dixiecrat. That's why in 1964 he said, it's time now for you and me to become more politically mature and realize what the ballot is for. What we're supposed to get when we cast a ballot. And that's the thing, right? I think Mukasa was talking about this. They give us the boogeyman, and we the only people expected to not vote for anything. You know, they have something called Negro Election Day, and this ain't on my script. I'm going rogue, right? And they have this thing called Negro Election Day, created by slave masters. Just give the enslaved Africans the illusion of democracy. And we talk about Africans that died and all this other stuff, and it's still just the illusion of democracy. What the illusion of inclusion? Nah, the inclusion into illusion is what we talking about. So Malcolm goes on to say that if we don't cast a ballot, it's going to end in a situation where we're going to have to cast a bullet. It's either ballot or the bullet. But we know that in 2024, it's the ballot and the bullet. In 2024, nearly half of the world's population, half of the world's adult population are coming to the polls or have already gone to the polls this year. This means that about 2 billion people in the world are involved in the electoral process this year. And it's important to know that that is a part of the crisis. That is not what it is intended to be. That's not how the vote emerged. The vote emerged out of the contest between sectors of the colonizer population. 76 countries will hold elections this year. This includes 8 of 10 of the world's largest countries, and some of the other ones, like the not so United Kingdom, vote early next year. And some have voted last year. An article for Time magazine remarked that 2024 is not just an election year, it's perhaps the election year. It is by most estimates the biggest election year in history. Now, the significance of the election year was summed up in that same article. In Taiwan, for example, who becomes the next president will determine Taiwan's relationship to Beijing. Not surprisingly, however, the darling of President Joseph R. Biden, Ukraine, was supposed to hold elections a couple days ago on March 31st, 2024. They've suspended their election. So do with that as you will. If the U.S. elections were held today, former President Donald J. Trump would defeat current U.S. President Joseph R. Biden. Some polls suggest by a landslide. I mean, like 15%, 16%. And this is remarkable. We must engage seriously with this question of elections because we must refuse to give up any democratic space to the colonizers.
That's right.
We must force the colonizers to deal with this question of democracy. Chairman Monticello teaches. As you say, that's right. That ain't me talking. That's Chairman Monticello talking through me. So I just want to say that. In his address to the 2008 Impediment Convention, Chairman Monticello identified the importance of electoral politics to our struggle for revolution and African independence. And I'm happy that I forwarded this at the beginning of my talk, just in case I'm not able to go through all the other stuff I have later on in the talk, because I am trying to be disciplined about my time. I wanted to say this because the truth is that the period that we are right now, in 2024 is not disconnected from the period in 2008. 2008, if I'm correct, was another one of these sort of super election years. There were elections going on all around the world, and that's where the African People's Socialist Party, through its mass organization, the International People's Democratic Movement, got good old the guy used to be known as Barry to stutter in front of the African community by simply asking him one simple question. What was that question? What about the black community? I mean, hey, if I got $5 in my pocket and you ask me how you gonna help Africans with that $5, I got a list of things I know I can do with that $5. You know, I would, so trust me, you know. So and like Chairman says, you can't say he lied to you because he never promised you nothing. That's right. Not a damn thing. So so Chairman says we understand that we have to use every available means of struggle to attain this power, and that to refuse to utilize the electoral process when it advances the revolution is to betray the revolution. We would never want to concede invaluable democratic space to the ruling class and raise the possibility of being prematurely forced out of effective above ground political activity. And you heard Mama Fia speaking of that, you know, the importance of this, and showing that so many of the things that we've seen the other revolutionary organizations do have their groundings in the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. Excellent book to read, Making of Black Revolutionaries, James Foreman, right? Shows that. So Chairman says, we, the African People's Socialist Party, believe it's absolutely important, absolutely appropriate to utilize the electoral process on our own terms when it advances the struggle. And this is when we talk about the attack on the Uhuru 3, it's precisely because of our engagement, right? In the electoral process. So I mean, you know, sometimes you can judge politics based off of like what you do. You can also judge politics based off of the response that you get from what you do. That's right. I mean, it's important to say this because this ain't come for anybody. You can get back, talk all this other stuff to this corner right here. You know what I mean? Some white folks come to me, I'm gonna do X, Y, and Z, you know, and nobody hear it. Nothing happened to you, you know. But what does it mean for us to do exactly, to engage in the democratic process? Something that they tell you you're supposed to do, and what do we get in response? Battering rams, grenades, armored vehicles, right? That proves the correctness of the political strategy Chairman O'Malley Stella has laid out. That proves the correctness of the Black is Back Coalition electoral campaign school. That's what it does. So this year, I just want to say that this year is a year of elections and a year of colonial crisis. Yeah. The global crisis of colonialism has heightened the significance of the elections this year. Chairman Omali Shatella lays this down in his call for today, noting two significant challenges. One challenge is the fact that the Democratic Party is losing their grip on African people. The second challenge is one that is inside the colonial ruling class with the warring sectors of the ruling class. And this is important for us to understand because as Chairman has shown us, right? Elections are meant to be a nonviolent contest of the ruling class. The conflict in occupied Palestine has impacted the electoral process. In the United Kingdom, there has been an astounding 66% drop in Muslim support for the Labour Party. This is, I mean, like I thought they were talking about 66%, like like 6%, 66% of that number? No. 77% of Muslims said that they had supported the Labour Party, which is basically the British version of the Democrats.
That's right. Come on.
Now, so 71% has said that. Now, 5%. 5% of Muslims said that they will support the Labour Party, and 40% say they're not going to vote at all. Right? This is not unconnected to the uncommitted voter campaign that the Palestinians waged, in which they were expecting only 10,000 votes, and they got 100,000 votes of uncommitted. This is also not unconnected from what you'll hear about today or tomorrow with our uncommitted voter campaign. So in that call, Chairman Omar Shatella notes that the electoral process, like we said, is generally a nonviolent contest. And I'll just say this for the sake of time, that we've seen throughout the history of African struggle these flare-ups of colonial crisis, right? Whether you're talking about IET, in which warring sectors of the ruling class creates a crisis through which Africans take control of, whether you talk about 1856, in which John C. Calhoun viciously beat Charles Sumner on the floor of the Senate. But they like to say, because Sumner was an abolitionist. No, he beat him because Africans was beating white people in South Carolina. That's why he beat him. Let's be clear. Sumner was the avatar for African resistance. And that's why he was beaten. Right? So that's the context we have to do, and to pull that out of the hands, like Sister Lisa's talking about, out of the hands of the white people who love us. And to understand, no, because there's these groups called vigilance committees, and the vigilance committees were formed in response to the Fugitive Slave Act, and the vigilance committees were led by people like William Steele, Harriet Tubman. Like, they had organization that led to the overturn of colonial slavery. But what I would like to say is that this is the most significant crisis right now, and what we have now is we have in our hands a revolutionary vanguard party of the African working class. They had bravery and militancy. They did not have the objective of African independence and the party to lead the way. That is important to understand, right? As well as the anti-colonial coalition to do that work as well, the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. So, like I said, there's so much more to speak on. You know, when you talk about this crisis of colonialism, at the moments of crisis, it's actually the colonial violence waged against African people, which colonial powers use to stabilize the system in crisis. But no level of violence can stabilize what's going on, and that's what can stabilize and take the United States back to, and the West back to a period of hegemony and global hegemony and moral authority over the world. In fact, we see this. Not a single person on October 7th, well, we would have, but not a single person in the State Department on October 7th would have thought that Israel would still be dealing with what they had to deal with almost 7 months later. Yeah. That's a reflection of the will for people to fight, but the will for people to fight is a reflection of the crisis of imperialism, but also the organization that happens amidst that crisis, right? So I just want to say that because I'm nearing the end of my time. I just say that the colonizers have interest in the outcome of the elections, clearly placing their finger on the scale. The colonial mode of protection is dismantling. This entire world system is based on colonialism, including the electoral system. But we see things like the Silk Road Project, BRICS, all these other formations. Of course, these are not revolutionary organizations, but they're anti-imperialist organizations. They are organizations which challenge Western colonial hegemony over the world. Coming in 2020 into 2024, there have already been some significant elections, I would argue. Lula returning to power. Lula in Brazil has used his power to speak out against the genocide in Gaza. Over in Slovakia, a guy by the name of Peter Pellegrini was elected. A pro-Russian candidate was elected. And Putin was also reelected with 87% of the vote. Which I think is sort of just a remarkable thing for us to understand. And like, Ukraine has canceled their elections for the unforeseeable future. Right, but you know, so I just want to say that. So I'll just say this and then we'll end. Africa can now speak with one voice. We must study the international significance of this electoral year, not just in the US. This allows for us to see our own significance right here. It's important to understand. Yeah. This is just as significant as any Niagara conference or those summits that people had in the 1850s in Canada and upstate and Western New York and things like that, because this is Africa planning for itself, the future of Africa, but also the world. Right on. So as I've noted, there have been moments of serious colonial crisis. These crises have historically impacted the electoral process in the past. In those previous periods, the colonial state has been able to regain control, but they're not going to regain control. Right. So we gotta put our foot on the gas and mash. So Uhuru, everybody, like I said, hopefully this really sort of added to it. Black Power Matters, Vanguard up, Black is back, relentless.
Uhuru, Black is back, Black Power. Sister Kenge, I just want to get a time check. How are we doing on time? We've come to the portion of the agenda for Q&A. So can I just get a check from you on that, Sister Kenge?
Uhuru. Open it up for about 20 minutes here for Q&A.
Oh, okay.
We're going to move the agenda. There is a mic here that people can use. Chairman want to come up, and Paul and Matsamela, Mukasa, Efia, if I could have you to the front, to the stage. There's one here. Chairman Mukasa Efia, to the stage, please. Sister Lisa, go ahead and start. Are there any questions?
Yes.
Are there any questions?
Yes, there are. What I'm going to do is just kind of read. We got 4 powerful questions. I'm just going to read them, and that way you all can think and just can maybe address some of them. But one person asked Gregory Jones, he says, what is it about governance on the continent of Africa that enables continued parasitic colonial and neo-colonial influence? And Brother Cam Howard has mentioned, he said there's a brother named Hill Harper running for U.S. Senator. Might he be a person to recruit? And then Brother Cesar, who also works very much with the Hands Off Uhuru, he says Black Cubans were crucial to Cuba's initial independence and the relative freedom that they had achieved, helped bring down Jim Crow in the United States, reinforcing radical politics within the Black communities of both nations. This in turn helped to create the conditions that gave rise to the Cuban Revolution. He goes on to ask, question, as we see many U.S. Black politicians and upper class populations, whether within the two-tier political parties or entrepreneurs, do we feel that they are doing enough for the Black communities throughout the nation? For me, I'm going to answer that in one word, no, but I wanted to put that question out there so other people can answer it. And then did have Brother Franklin Perez, who was asking if the chat has been what he said the chat was disabled, but I hear that we have the chat back up. So if people who are in the Zoom room, if they could test that and let us know if the chat is working for them. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Yeah.
Both of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to say something before we move forward with this discussion, particularly as it relates to the role of Africans in revolution in Cuba. Because the reality is that goes back a long time. In fact, Cuba was a creature of the slave trade. Just like most of what we call South America, in terms of they are a consequence of the kidnapping of African people, the forcible movement and dispersal of African people around the world. As part of the construction of a colonial mode of production, which I think is really important for us to understand. When the first, so when you look at the Haitian Revolution, which was crucial and set up a spark throughout the world, and particularly in the Americas, where the first successful slave revolt in history happened by African people there in what is called Haiti. The first workers' revolution in history happened in Haiti. And I think it's really important for us to understand that. And then when and part of what we don't have a lot of information about generally is the movement of African people and the relationship we have to the indigenous people in this country and how many of us got into Mexico. And how, as a part of that process, Africans, forced the United States government to even capture Florida. The United States government deal with the indigenous people, and that included African people who were related to that. Jackson, the campaign by Jackson, the Indian killer, etc., the so-called Indian War was part of that to try to recapture African people who had gone and united with the so-called Seminoles and what have you, became a part of it, and even leaders among them. Ultimately, many of those Africans also, after having been encircled and denied for long, many of those Africans traveled all the way from Florida all the way into Mexico, and got into Mexico and signed an agreement with the Mexican government that allowed us to have, what do you call it when countries let you come into countries? Anyway, we came in as military sort of refugees, and our responsibility was to protect that border from the gringos. And that's what Africans were doing there. When the first African indigenous president of Mexico, Guerrero was his name, was empowered, and then there is now a province in Mexico called Guerrero that many people who live there, even Africans, don't know where it came from. But if you see dark-skinned Africans, dark-skinned people in Mexico, ask them where they're from. And generally speaking, they're going to have come from Guerrero. When Guerrero came to power, what he did was he got in touch with Haitian revolutionaries. And he said that he wanted to fund expeditions by Africans from Haiti to go where? Cuba, to free the African people who were enslaved there. So there's a whole history of resistance going throughout these Americas, and we can make these imaginary borders evaporate from our minds that they've created subsequent to. There was a whole fluid movement of Black people, indigenous people, and one of the big struggles that they were always engaged in was trying to break up the unity between the African and the indigenous people, because and part of I'm going to quit. Part of a tactic that they utilized was the indigenous people, because the Americans at some juncture said that their property was being they wanted to use the Africans in these territories, and especially in Florida, as an excuse, a legal excuse to attack, to capture their enslaved property. So indigenous people say, no, they're our property, right? And it was a really interesting kind of situation, because you can read some of the transcript. There's a book called, I think, The Black Indians or something like that, and that talks about how they have these reports from these military forces who are meeting with the Seminoles, and they said they were meeting. They may have not been. They may have been Cherokee, as they're characterized, or something like this, because there were a whole bunch of indigenous people and whole mixtures, and we were on that was what they call that long march from Trail of Tears. We were part of that Trail of Tears, right? So they said, he said, we went to meet with them, and we were trying to come to some agreement. He said, but the slaves was running everything. And that was us, because they had come to this arrangement because they couldn't justify legally going in to attack the indigenous people because of their property, because the indigenous said we were their property. And so, but when they got there, the property was running everything. And so that was just a really kind of an interesting. So there's an interesting history. And if you don't get locked into these borders, that's the consequence of the false narrative, right, that they've created to justify their oppression, exploitation of everybody, it becomes easier to understand that. Right. We've always fought. We've always had these relationships with each other. They've always had to work to try to destroy the unity between the colonized and oppressed peoples of the world. And that's what's going on right now. When I talk about Leonard Peltier, I say my relative, like they say my relative. It is a reality that we have to. I don't know how many Africans in here got a so-called grandmama or somebody who was Indian. That's what I'm talking. That's what I'm talking about. That's how it works out. Yes, that's that. So one Africa, one nation, right? Uhuru. Yeah.
Hey, just one point on what you just said. Yeah. When the United States was fighting the Seminoles, and when they went for that negotiation, they realized for the first time they was in full war with Africa.
That's right. That's right. Where did Africans go? Many of the Africans who were there when Jackson attacked in Florida, we went into Cuba. We left Florida going into Cuba. That's right. Yeah.
I'm sorry, y'all gotta use the mic. We got people on.
Oh, okay. Well, we're not using the mic?
Yes, but you're away from it.
Yeah, I want to point out, I want two things. One is that actually there was a buildup to the Haitian Revolution. Right. And that buildup to the Haitian Revolution began in this country. You have to go back to the Stone Oak Rebellion. You have to go back to Denmark, BC. You have to go back to Gullah Jack. All of which preceded the Haitian Revolution and which contributed to the spirit that generated the Haitian Revolution. So when we stop thinking about the borders, we also stop thinking about the history, especially the vacuums, the silos that have been given to us that serve specific purposes. Yes. As Chokwe Lumumba used to say, the battle has been going on since they snatched the first African off the continent. And ain't ended. It ain't ended, and it's manifesting itself and being revitalized in the COP cities, plural, that are emerging. We've discovered 69 of them around this country, which are linked internationally and faculty by the Israeli occupation forces.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think also when we start talking about even the COP cities, we must ask ourselves the question, where is our tax dollars going? And how are our tax dollars being used? Because in fact, they claim they don't have money for affordable housing. Every city gets more and more tents put up every year where you see people out in the snow trying to survive. You ask where our tax dollars are going, and then you must then ask about these politicians' decisions they're making as to how they're using our tax dollars, both domestically in this country and around the world. That it's clear this government is designed to serve the interests of the super rich imperialists.
No doubt, no question.
And that we are just a commodity that because of technology, they don't feel they need anymore. And so you hear people like Bill Gates saying that the world would be much better off if we had 3 billion less people in it. Wow. Now think about that.
I agree.
And what
You know, we just got a different opinion about where it come from.
The mic sound weird. It doesn't sound as clear as it did.
Good, what's the next question?
But actually, I just want to say that they're still saying that the chat is not enabled. So if the tech people could make sure that's enabled. And then Sister, you can go on with the question in the room, and then we'll come for Sister Betty who has her hand raised online.
Sister Betty.
Lisa, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. All right. What is, you said Sister Betty has her hand raised?
Yes, but I thought there was somebody in the room who had a question.
Is there someone in the room with a question? Here's a mic right here. Got expert. Now you can.
Go to Sister Bessie. Yeah,
Go on and ask the question, Sister.
Hold on 1 second, Sister Lisa.
Okay.
And my ask is that they broke Africa up into a bunch of pieces where they can bomb and destroy all of Africa. But if Africa come together, nobody in the world would touch Africa. We need to unite Africa, erase all the lines, put together one military under one command, and then we will be strong. And when the Haitian Revolution took power, the first thing they did was train them Indians that was on their land, gave them guns, and sent them throughout Central and South America, said, go down there and free your people. And all we ask is that when you free your people, free the Africans that's on the land. And so we have to understand that, and understand that Africans are some fighting folks all over the world, and we influence and fights all over the world, and we even in fights that we ain't supposed to be in, but we fight.
Let me say, I think that's really important. Even when we talk about borders, we have to recognize that Africa is not the only thing that was carved up by Europeans. We look at Palestine now, we look at Syria. They're talking about attacking an embassy in Syria. You look at this artificial entity, this military outpost, this white nationalist military outpost, settler state called Israel. You're looking at an agreement that was made by Europeans. Right. You're looking at Pitt's, the Sykes-Picot agreement that was, and all of this stuff are coming around the same time. Sykes-Picot, the Balfour Declaration where the white people gave the white people parts of Palestine as a national homeland, right? Didn't give them Berlin, didn't give them Frankfurt, they gave them parts of Palestine, right, as a national homeland. And these borders, when you look at the borders of what is now called Lebanon, Saudi Arabia, Palestine, and Syria, they made those. I mean, two white people representing two different countries, like Sykes and Picot, they came to an agreement. They had their own interests at heart. This is part of what led to the first imperialist world war that destroyed everything, and we still fighting those battles. So the Palestinians, we are part of a same struggle against a colonial mode of production. And even if you talk about the Russian Revolution, because I'm tired of people trying to use 1917 Russian Revolution as the template of the great revolutionary movement, Russia Revolution became significant and possible because of the struggle against colonialism that was happening all around the world, and because the first imperialist world war was fought what? To redivide the world. And what made a difference in how that thing was fought was the Russians under Lenin the Lenin and the Bolsheviks refused to participate in the war to redivide the world. And that was the colonial platform that everything rested on. And because of that, it was the struggle against colonialism. What else was happening during this period? Marcus Garvey, it was black people and the struggle against colonialism that thrust Russia into motion. And that's why you haven't seen a revolutionary movement of any significance, a revolutionary outcome in any place in Europe, except that, and that was called a semi-feudal state. I mean, you look at Russia, and that was forced upon them by the struggle against colonialism. I think it's really important for us to understand.
And we have Sister Betty. Sister Betty, want to ask you a question?
I'm sorry, Sister Betty. Please forgive me.
No,
I'm
there's
sorry,
nothing.
Sister Betty. Yeah.
There's never anything wrong with history. Can you hear me?
Yes.
But my question really deals with I think it's Brother Yusuf's statement where he is saying, he's talking about if we're not voting in the presidential election, how are we going to impact the other local elections? And he mentioned a few. I can't, recall all of them right now, but I think it's important to talk about that. Someone else also gave this band of soldiers, I'm going to call you, if you excuse me for using that right-wing term, a great compliment of saying Uhuru organizes on the ground. So I guess what I'm saying is if Uhuru organizes on the ground, then we really do have to have a correct assessment of the difference of what SNCC came out of. I mean, we all saw the video when, as much as he loved him, Stokely Carmichael, as he was called at that time, felt it was time to go away from the philosophy of Dr. Martin Luther King. And that room shows that you see his face, the frustration of the young people, which later became SNCC, with the leadership of Martin Luther King. One of the advantages that it seems to me this organization has is the way you can organize people. And I think you need to look at that now, especially because I defy anyone to go to what we call our community board meetings. Every aspect of our colony is listed as the community board having control over it. But what is absolutely, totally clear is that it's the Democratic Party that's running it. And I want to link this to what this panel has just said about Cop City. I haven't been there in a couple of years, first because of COVID and then because of my comrade Nate's battle with cancer. But when I walked in, what really, really disturbed me was right on the board was someone sitting in an army fatigue outfit with a cap, and it was a woman. I'm sorry, sisters, I hated to be so outraged by that.
Tell us.
And she was recruiting for the ROTC in the public school system, which I have fought against for 20 years.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is the connection between Cop City is very real. We're not talking about it enough. And I want to commend Brother Yusuf for his discussion about if we're not going to be afraid of Trump, you better be afraid, and I'll use Dickens, these two, ignorance and want. And what we have is both on these local community school boards, ignorance and want. And we cannot afford to be afraid or frustrated. I hadn't been in a meeting in a long time, but thank God they knew my history, because every time I raised my hand to correct some fascist propaganda, they couldn't do anything but accept it. It is serious ignorance going on. And they join the Democratic Party because they want these little pitty-anny jobs, and they'll do anything to keep them. And so the only thing we have between us and ignorance is a group like Uhuru, the Black is Back, and the African People's Socialist Party. And again, when I get ready for my presentation, I want to remind you of this discussion, and I want to salute all of you for the peace that you bring to it. But let's not forget, there were people like me. I said, I'll be goddamn if I'm going to let anybody slap me and turn the other goddamn cheek. I couldn't stand Martin Luther King. I'm apologizing now. He was more than that. He was more than that. And with all due respect to my dear sister, maybe some of those guns were not armed, but the guns the people in my organization had, and the political prisoners that I gave refuge to, so they have a safe house to come to, they had guns. And if we don't unite with our political prisoners who had guns that really shot real bullets, we're going to go down, and we're going to go down like Gaza. And don't you kid yourself. Gaza's about real estate. That's why Sister Lisa deserves to be commended, because the minute they started selling off property and homes for the Gaza, she was out there calling attention to it. The minute the high school students protested in favor of the revolution, she was there to defend them. Local politics is where to go, you know, and you don't have to fear Trump. They will fear you.
We are at time, Sister Kenge. If you could just guide me on this. I know the chairman, you're going to come up next and talk about the national Black agenda for self-determination. And then we have another Q&A schedule.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So, Chairman?
Yeah. Uhuru. First of all, what I would like to do is appreciate the discussion that we've had up to now on this panel. And I really appreciate the fact that Comrade Yusuf and Comrade Sister Betty raised the issue of these local elections, because they are important. There is a man whose name is Steve Bannon. He is the one who organized for Donald John Trump, when Trump didn't even understand what the hell he was doing. He was stumbling out there. Bannon gave coherence and direction and organization to the project that he represents. And he is the one who now commands an army of forces that's nearly subterranean, running around throughout this country right now. Around the world. And they, around the world, but specifically as it relates to what's happening in this country. What Bannon has done is initiated a movement that's capturing small seats throughout the country. And they are running for office, and their objective is to capture the seats where to determine where the polling is going to be in different countries, who controls it, who counts the votes, who counts the votes, secretaries of states, and local, even more local than that. You know, polling precincts and what have you. That's what he's working, and the objective is to make a decision on the ground who's going to get elected. You know, Trump is out there and Biden's out there, but they want to control that turf so that when an election happens, it happens on the terms that they have been able to establish on the ground, right there in that small city where you live, right in that precinct that you live in. They're the ones who say that you can't bring drinking water to somebody who's standing in a line. They're the ones who say where the precinct, where the polling is going to happen, and how many are there going to vote. Exactly. So that's happening right now. That's happening. This is not some mysterious thing. And also they're the ones who tell whose registration qualifies as legitimate. This is happening on the ground right now. And that's being which ID is legitimate. Yeah, that's what what I mean. Yeah, what's legitimate? What's ID? What's your registration good or not good? And those are determinations being made right now as we have these discussions. So I just think it's really important for us to understand that. And I wanted to go back to Comrade Yusuf, who quoted from George Orwell. People may be familiar with Orwell. He's an interesting character. As Yusuf was saying, that he was somebody who worked against Paul Robeson, right? Yeah. So that makes sense to me because he was called a socialist. We just coming out of a war with socialists. We had whole PSL, whole, what's that other entity called, that the mass organization of PSL, what's it called? Yeah, we had this whole answer war with them around the Black question. And they wanted to make it around the Palestine question, but it was the Black question that they fought against. So that's not unusual. And once you really get a grip on the colonial mode of production, it becomes easier to understand what Marx says. He says that what he characterized as wage slavery in Europe, which is an interesting characterization of somebody got a job.
Right, exactly.
Wage slavery in Europe requires as a pedestal slavery pure and simple in the New World. That's us, right? And so he's saying that even the white working class rest upon the foundation of the exploitation of Black people and colonized people, et cetera. And so you have a situation where Europeans come to political consciousness and begin to recognize what their interests are, but they're on Indian land when they recognize that.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're on land where economy was built by African people when they recognize that. And so what they're fighting for are the consequences of being on somebody else's land, the benefit of somebody else's labor and what have you. And they are not talking about rights for the indigenous people, and they ain't talking about rights for those of us who are enslaved. That's just built into the whole process. That's why it's necessary to understand a colonial mode of production. It's not good enough to understand capitalism because you can't destroy capitalism that rests upon the foundation of colonialism. And that's why we have these problems with white leftists and Marxists and everything, because they can't unite under the leadership of the African Revolution. We say the road to socialism is painted black, you understand? And that's just an objective reality. And I'm not even talking about how nasty white people are. That's not even the discussion. I'm talking now objectively in terms of a scientific relationship that we have to a social system. And if the Marxists could say that the center of revolutionary activity is in the working class, why is it all right to say that and not be able to recognize, on the other hand, that the center of revolutionary activity is the struggle against colonialism? That's where it is. And so we say the class question in the real world is concentrated in the colonial struggle. Anyway, that's another story.
Yes, sir.
That's why the police is different in your community and their community. The police is an organ of the state. It's there to maintain the status quo. It maintains the status quo in their community, it maintains the status quo in your community. Why does it maintain the status quo differently in your community? Why is that, as Malcolm X said, that here you are, they're lynching you, pulling you up, and they're praying to God while they do it, and you praying to God while they do it too. Anyway, so but my man Orwell, he made an interesting statement in the book 1984, and I like that book. And there's a couple of movies been made from it, and one was made in 1985, I think, that I look at every now and then. But he made the statement: who controls the past controls the future, but who controls the present controls the past. And that's what they're doing now to determine. That's why we're here now. They're not going to control the past. You understand? We're not conceding that the control of the past. This is the discussion of the past, and because our intention, of course, is to control the future too. So I just wanted to say that. And even when we look at African neo-colonial sellout Negroes, and some of them not absolutely sellout, some of them just waver, some of them get some benefits and they hang out. But what we've discovered is that the revolutionary movement on the ground will change their minds, will change them, can change how they will act anyway. Not all of them. I'm not talking about those, who are absolutely connected with it, but we know people, and I've seen people who are wavering, and they go this way, that way, etc. But when we build a movement on the damn ground, we've seen them have to do something different. We know people who we work with who were like that, who became flaming revolutionaries after a while. So that's part of what it is. And I just want to say finally that you should go to blackisblackcoalition.org. Take a look at the Revolutionary National, at the at the national, how's it characterized? National Black Political Agenda for Self-Determination. We went through a years-long process, and we traveled to 11 different states throughout this country and had conventions. And these conventions is how we forged this political agenda. It was something that was also a part of a coalition. So it wasn't just any one organization, but there were, there were different forces participating in that agenda. And we had a national convention in Washington, D.C., and everybody voted on that. And so this is and it was significant because the movement was rudderless. It was not tethered to anything. It had this process that we had gone through, where at least you knew you was fighting for civil rights, at least you knew you were fighting for Black power, or something. At least there was a 10-point program. But now, even though you had really courageous people sometimes working really hard, it was about nothing. It was about people over here doing something, people over there doing something, and there was no coherence. So we felt like it was extremely important to give greater coherence to the movement, to make the Black liberations concrete. What does it mean to have Black liberation? And then we did this thing all around the country, people voted on it, and then we put it in the form of 19 points, et cetera. And that's the thing that's been guiding the work of the coalition more or less. And that gets tweaked from time to time, but it informs us and it gives us a coherent movement. And there are 17 different organizations who united around that, who participate, who are responsible for what we're doing now, who are responsible for the kind of discussions that we're having now, et cetera. And this is a remarkable breakthrough. If you look at where we were just several years ago, just people just out there, and they may have good intentions, maybe doing good stuff, but it was not coherent. Now it has coherence. Now that's why they want to shut us up. Now that's why they want to control the past, right? Make sure that they control the past and that we don't break free from them and from their interpretation of reality. Now we participated in these elections working. We work. We're the ones who made it possible. Even, we talking about they're charging us with being criminals, right? For fighting for basic democratic rights. But when Mukasa and Kamat Afia were out there fighting for voting rights, fighting for made the civil rights bill necessary, Biden was opposed to it. Right. He was in office and he fought against it. He bragged about he worked with Stennis. You know who Stennis was, you understand? He worked with him. And Biden got elected, whatever you say, because he, as from the Democratic Party, as the person who was going to run for president, because he convinced the Democrats that he could be a better white man than Trump was. He said, I can get them white people who Trump's got. He reminds me of George Wallace. I'll never be out niggered again. Remember when George Wallace ran and lost an election? And he said, I'll never be out niggered again. And Biden was not going to be out niggered by Trump. And so he convinced these white people that you can trust me. I can contend with Trump. That's what he did. And so Biden, at minimum, is Trump light.
Right.
You understand? And that's the kind of thing that we are dealing with. But we ain't doing that no more. We are not doing that no more. How's that?
And he helped blow up Libya.
Yes, he helped blow up Libya. And so did that other, Biden and this Negro,
Hillary, that was supposed to be her passport.
Yeah, yeah. And Hillary is a wonderful feminist. And
$200 billion from the Haitians.
Yes, they stole all that money from the Haitians, the Clinton Foundation. You understand? Yes. We saw, and he's there. Yeah, that was them. So we ain't doing that no more. And all this stuff about the lesser of two evils is the evil of two lessers. That's what we're looking at. We're not doing that anymore.
Two writers.
Yeah. What's it? Two writers. Yeah. We're not going to do that anymore. And so we take our chances. You take yours. You take your chances without us. We damn sure determined to take our chances that we have all along. And if you look at the history, you see the struggle of Black people was more rigorous, more consistent, more significant before we got the right to vote. If we didn't vote our way into the vote, we didn't vote our way for the vote. We fought that vote to that. And then we got the vote, and then we stopped fighting. You understand? Of course, they destroyed our organizations and things like that as a part of that process. I want to thank you. I know I've overtalked.
One point.
Yes.
And one of the things that SNCC did, we organized Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party. That was a state organization.
Yeah.
But we went into Lowndes County.
Yes.
That was local organized, and we went in what we call black belt area.
Yeah.
Majority black people, and we know we could win. And we could go in black district and black wards with the revolutionary truth that we have, that the people would love to hear. And we know that them Afrikaners ain't got nothing to say, and we can take them easy.
Yeah.
And secondly, I would like to say that Paul Robeson was branded by the FBI.
Yeah.
Martin Luther King.
Yeah.
They hung pictures up.
Yeah.
Of Martin Luther King calling him a communist.
Yeah.
All over the South.
That's right. Yeah. Billboards.
And SNCC was under attack by HUAC, House on Un-American Activities, as investigating us as communists. And so they used communism. Anybody that speak out against capitalism, imperialism, anybody that demand their rights, then they consider you to be something extreme, communism or whatever, but they use all that to jail you and kill you, assassinate you. And that's the behavior of the United States government. They're criminals, and anybody that stand up for freedom, they're prepared to do you like they do in Palestine or like they did Lumumba in the Congo. Thank you, Africans.
Yeah, I think it's really important to recognize that the FBI and the Justice Department of this country recognize Black people to be a problem, always. And that they said that the thing that made us, we were most susceptible, Marcus Garvey, susceptible to the communism, to the whole question of liberation and what have you. And that was part of the basis that they used to justify the attack on us. I just think it's really important for us to understand that. We've been in this for a long time, and that when they kill off the various revolutionaries, they jail masses of people. We don't even know how many people they jailed during this whole period of the 1960s. We don't know how many people they jailed, and we don't know how many people they killed. We just know some of them, right? And some of them, like, how many people in here even know of Carl Hampton? That's what I'm talking about. They're people whose name you don't even know they killed.
But they killed thousands of people during the rebellion.
Yes. And then they
killed Martin Luther King. Yeah. The night after they killed King, the people went out and started burning all these cities. The United States president gave the order to the police, shoot to kill. Yeah. And dead bodies was laying everywhere. They might have killed 10,000 people during that week or two that people fought in the streets.
I think it's important to remember that there's a 500% increase in the prison population. That's where the mass incarceration really, got its impulse from. And that was Clinton brought it there. Well, Clinton and Biden, because it was Biden's program, that Clinton was implementing, and Clinton, who promised to put 100,000 pigs in the streets of this country, Clinton did that. And we're looking at people who have been murdered. We're looking at Mike Brown here. We're looking at the comrades who were killed. Biden did it. Clinton did it. The Democratic Party were part of what made that happen. You look at Lumumba. You're looking at you got Clinton, and you're looking at Eisenhower. Eisenhower was going out of power, and Clinton was coming into power. They participated in killing Lumumba. Kennedy was coming. I said Clinton. Yeah, Clinton. Yeah. Yeah. All of them. And these are institutions. This is what I'm talking about. I haven't won this yet. I haven't the whole understanding of a colonial mode of production. It's a colonial mode of production, that all of the production, when we talk about how people go about achieving what's necessary to survive, food, clothing, housing, and everything subsequent to that, that happens under colonialism. And people understood at one time as Marxists, that various modes of production. They talked about capitalist mode of production. Yeah. But you can't get to capitalism.
You can't get the capitalism without slavery. Can you imagine the existence of capitalism without having stolen this land from the indigenous people, the enslavement of African people all around the world? Would be no capitalism. It's colonialism that upon which all of this stuff rests, and then white people have been able to achieve something that approximates freedom and progress as a consequence of the benefits of colonialism. And this is the significance of the work that we've done too that makes it such a problem, is because there is an African People's Solidarity Committee. It means because we've opened up a front behind enemy lines, because we've opened up a new front of struggle in the homes, neighborhoods, workplaces of white people, of the colonizers themselves, and who betrayed colonialism and who work on the side of the colonized. This is the fundamental strategic thrust that we've made that made it necessary for them to try to get us, because this is the first time in history when they came to get us on July 29, 2022. You didn't see no white people who were rising when they killed Malcolm X. That's right. How many white people rose up when they killed, even when they killed Martin Luther King? That's right. When they killed Fred Hampton, we're talking about they almost thought they were going to have a revolution after Kent State. They killed them white kids. But you talk about Orangeburg. How many white people rose up behind that? None. None. No black people rose up. No, we were all in jail. Shit. I mean, the guns were pointed at us all the time. I mean, that's the fundamental question I wanted to raise. And I just think it's really important for us to understand this colonial question. This colonial question. And because we are in, and when I say colonial mode of production, I'm not talking about something absent of white people. White people are locked in the colonial mode of production as well. Everybody gets their existence as a consequence of this parasitic relationship that benefits the white population who are the colonizers. They get piece of it, but the vast majority of what's taken is taken from those of us who are colonized. Well, you call them Palestinians, Negroes, Mexicans, and Indians, etc. That's the wealth that feeds all of them. And when you see movement among white people, why is it? Because the colonizer has not been able to deliver the same thing they've been delivering most of the time. The economy gets bad. Why is the economy bad? Because people in Nigeria went on strike and the oil prices go up. Right. Because people in Nigeria now are struggling, and the electricity becomes more complicated for people in France. That's because right. These are the things that cause the contradictions for them. This is where you get your white leftists, your white mobilization, when colonialism is not feeding them the same way, and their children cannot rely on being able to eat the bread that usually comes from black babies, when their refrigerators, that the resources they take from my refrigerator is no longer getting to their refrigerator. That's when you see that happening. That's what's necessary for us to understand.
Palestine. Yes. They were rich and happy one day, nothing about the Palestinians. And then the Palestinians rose up, and now they got a shortage of food, and they got some hostages, and the families getting mad at the government. And for the first time, they're rising up against the right-wing reactionary Zionist power.
One of the points I think needs to also be brought up about Palestine is that many of the Jews who left Europe were European. They had never lived in the Middle East.
Yeah.
Judaism is a religion, which means just like Baptist or Catholic, anybody can become a member of that religion. And there are a lot of Europeans who became Jews inside of Europe. The main reason I believe that Great Britain wanted the Jews to move to Palestine was because they were forced to bring their troops back home to rebuild Britain after World War II had destroyed Britain. World War II.
Oh, okay.
World War II had destroyed Europe. And because of that, they needed an armed force there to check the oil that was controlled by the Arabs living in that region. And so that's why they put the white Jews into Israel and then fortified them to keep in check the Arab communities.
We're going to have to go, but Balfour Declaration that gave Palestine to them white people was in 1917. So,
Uganda was their first job.
I'm going to have to get into these really serious conversations, and then it's like, oh, we got a break for whatever. But I'm going to just ask people to please hold on to that thought, because we could probably get into that even more later on when we have other Q&A. But right now, we're going to go for the call for resources. And I'm going to need somebody to help me out on this. Do we have the tech people? Could you put up the slide for the call for resources? Yes. I'm going to need some help for this. So please, if you're in the room, you can help me out on this one, or even if you're online. But brothers and sisters, our goal for today is $2,500 for the pledge total. And if somebody has $2,500 that they just want to pledge right off the bat, we will welcome that. So
save a lot of time.
On the ground. So I want to provide some instruction for people really quickly. Again, our goal, yes, is to raise $2,500, and if somebody got it, all you got to do is hold your hand up and go ahead, cash, check, money order. What's the other thing called? Cash App, Zelle, Venmo, however you want to give it to us. Inside of each of your packets, Sister Nyla, where you at? Just in case they don't have one, inside of your packet, you have a donor card. I want you to take it out. You need a pen, Nyla. Come on, Nyla, stand up, please. That's right. Somebody might need a pen at least. Anybody need a pen to fill it out? You go ahead and start writing, making your donation of whatever you're gonna do now. Because I want to make sure that we do not keep our caterer waiting too long. I know everybody would prefer to have hot food, so we're going to do this quickly.
You don't want hot food?
Oh, you don't? Go to the next slide, please.
Yeah, next slide. The giving.
Okay, we have several different giving levels. Next slide. The first is, okay, that's enlarged just a little too big, is Queen Mother Ya Asantewaa, and that's $1,000 or more. If you got it, give it, we'll take it. Please be filling out your pledge cards as I am speaking. Next slide. Is the Chokwe Lumumba level, which is $500 or more. Next slide. The Marcus Garvey level, $365 or $1 a day. I'm sure that there is somebody in this room that can do that. While I'm talking, if you need a pen, hold your hand up so that Nyla can see you, and she will make sure that you get a pen. Please fill out your donor card. Next slide, please. Is the Amiri Baraka level, which is $120 or more. Fill out your pledge card, and then I'm gonna give you some other instructions after that. Next slide, please, is the Fannie Lou Hamer. Next slide. How you can do this. You can go online right now and go to www.blackisbackcoalition.org/donate and make your donation there. If you're gonna do it online, write it on your pledge card so that when we pick that up, we will know that you made it online. Or if not, put a check in that envelope. You can also make checks payable to the BIBC and mail it to care of Black is Back at 4101 West Florissant, St. Louis, Missouri 63115. In the memo line, put Black is Back. Next slide. You can also become a member today. That helps add to our fundraising goal. An individual membership is $25. An organizational membership, if you are an international organization, is $200. If you are a national organization, it's $150. If you're a state, local, or provincial organization, it's $50. Next slide. When you fill out the membership section, somebody's phone has been ringing for like about an hour. you want to make sure that you join a working group, and you're going to learn more about the working groups later on in this program. There's political prisoners, healthcare outreach, political action, reparations, and student or youth. Please, 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 if you're joining, make sure you designate which working group you want to participate in. Next slide. Again, how you can join is, okay, wait a minute. Oh, that's something else. I can see the notes. Is go to www.blackisbackcoalition.org/join. You're going to join either as an individual or you're going to join as an organization. You're mailing a check or making out a check, you make it payable to BIBC. If you're mailing it, you mail it to BIBC, care of myself, Ikinge Maele, to 4101 West Florissant, St. Louis, Missouri, 63115. In the memo line, make sure you put membership. And again, designate which working group you want to participate in.
And I'm gonna start this pledge out because I know people just shy. They're just waiting to unload. I'm gonna start it out with an Amiri Baraka membership pledge, $120. All right, come on,
All
people.
right, $120. All right, 120. Hold on one second for me, Brother Charles. I'm trying to get somebody, but nobody's moving. Where is Bakari?
I know we got people also.
Right. I'm gonna call out, right. So we got 120 from Lisa. I see people filled out their pledge card. Did you pick them up too now? Yeah, I got them. Okay, and so we know we got some pledges in there too. Brother Charles.
I heard Brother Saeed say something about Jersey. And Brother Sister Lisa about Jersey.
Right.
And they talk about Jersey. You just say Brooklyn.
Okay, Brooklyn.
On behalf of Inez and myself.
Yes.
$1,000.
We're gonna start to do these pledges like.
Okay, so that means we only got 800, what?
We got a little bit over 1,000 to raise.
Over 1,000 to raise. I know that people are filling out their pledge cards, so continue to fill out your pledge cards. So we got $1,000 from representative from Brooklyn, 120 from Lisa. Anybody else, raise your hand right now in the room. Tell me what you're doing so I can count. Bakari, 25.
All right.
Kitty, 50. Allie, 100. Ruby, 200. All right, Ruby. Brennan, 50. Okay, who's that? Brother Cam, 100.
And Brother Yusuf said he just.
Amanda, 50.
Brother Yusuf just did 120.
How much?
120.
120. I see 50.
In ways.
MQ.
Yep. MQ.
Betty Davis. Go ahead. Sister Betty said on behalf of Ralph Pointer Memorial. I can't see all the notes. Can you read that? Look in the chat.
Hold on. No, I'm not seeing what.
In the chat.
I'm looking in the chat.
Okay. We'll get it. Say, are you fair? You can unmute yourself, Sister Betty, and just say. You got a total for me right now?
I just said on behalf of the Ralph Pointer Memorial Celebration, $500.
Oh,
$500. So
yeah, but I also
okay,
want to say that the last pledge was sent to you for one of your Uhuru webinars.
Okay.
The message came back that it didn't go through. So this incorporates that which didn't go through. I've never had that happen with a donation to your organizations before, but I got a message back I thought it was a spam, so I didn't
Yeah, it
respond
may
to
have
it.
been to the HOU. I'll have Sister Comrade Mwezi get a hold of you to be able to get that resolved.
Okay.
Sister
Okay, but
Ephia,
it's on behalf of
did you
Mount
get
Pointer
something
Memorial,
to somebody get
$500.
her a bowl because she's getting ready to go? Get her something to eat. All right, Sister Ephia, much love, safe travels.
Oh, yes, safe.
So glad you were here.
I just,
Trophy, Bakari, can you give her some of those hands-off brochures?
I also just want to, I want to recognize this strong comrade that's been in the chat and all of that, Franklin Perez. And he said that he contributed on Thursday $100 to the Hands Off Uhuru Legal Defense Fund. And yes, we work together.
Great.
Saying we want to
Fantastic.
acknowledge that. And he's
yes, thank you. Great.
Florida.
Great. All right, fantastic, Brother Frank. That is fantastic.
And he's been lighting the chat up.
It's leaving now. We're getting ready to. You got your hand up, Brother Zaid. What? So you gonna let Brother Barron?
Well, I know. Wait. I hear Brother Zaid there. Oh, come on, Brother Zaid. Come on.
Okay.
What's he saying?
I see a Queen Mother Asantuma. I see a Chokwe. I see a Marcus Garvey. I didn't see a Malcolm.
Okay.
And I see a Fannie Lou Hamer, so I got to come somewhere in the middle.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go with Mr. Garvey to the Garvey contribution.
Fantastic. Thank you. Uhuru Garvey. That's 365.
Let me just say this.
Please make sure you fill out that pledge card for me. Please make sure that you fill that pledge card out for me. I need you to make sure that everyone fills out the pledge card. Stephanie, 60. Woo! Hey, get the house all the way to Oakland. All right. Timmy, Gerald, BS, the African Foundation Committee. All right, yes, go ahead. 100. All right, yes. Okay, now I wanted to do this quickly. Everybody's trying to see Ephia off, and I know she probably can't hear me, but I just think it's been fantastic to have her here. We've been a fantastic conference so far, filled with so much history. It's just almost, it's unbelievable. And it's not over yet. So we're going to be preparing for lunch. Please make sure if you are online, I want you to go to www.blackisbackcoalition.org/donate to make your donation. Go to www.blackisbackcoalition.org/donate to make your donation. We want to make sure that we count everybody and put it in the chat. We're going to go back how much you donated so that we can go back and make sure that we collect that information. If you're going to be making a pledge, because you need to pay it at a later date, please indicate that in the chat as well. And send it to info@blackisbackcoalition.org. Say I made a pledge, and this is my pledge amount. But that way we make sure that we follow up with everything. For those that are 2,000 right now, just an FYI, everybody. So we're gonna keep going. That we have raised $2,765. So we're gonna keep this going. The real thing that I want to make sure we got a lot of activity going on right there in the back. So for those of you that can hear me, we are about to go to lunch. Our fabulous caterer, Sister Tupe, who were here in person yesterday, got the opportunity to sample our orange d'orange and our get together that we had yesterday and experience the tour, but she's back again today. And today we are having what I call the infamous soul bowl. There's a vegan option and there's also a meat option. And for Africans, if I don't have to tell you what a soul bowl probably will consist of, but it's your greens, macaroni, cheese, cornbread, potato salad, yams, and these may have beans today. We got an assortment there. And in terms of your protein, it's either tofu or for the vegans and chicken for us carnivores. Lunch is going to be $11. $11. You can either Cash App or I'll take cash. The Cash App is $BIBCOA. I know this is mostly applicable. I mean, people online, if you're making donations, you can make your donations through Cash App as well through $BIBCOA. I prefer that you go to www.blackisbackcoalition.org/donate. However, if necessary, you can make it through Cash App. Again, lunch is $11, whether it's vegan or whether it's meat, and we'll do Cash App and we'll do cash. $11. Cash App is $BIBCOA, or if you prefer to go to the website, you can do it on the website or whatever there too at www.blackisbackcoalition.org/donate. And obviously, if you do $11, I'm gonna know that it's food. So I don't think that's gonna be a big deal. But go ahead, Lisa. Lunch is going to be, we're still gonna take 1 hour.
Okay.
Just to allow people time to not to have to rush. So what time is it right now, please? It's 2:30, so well, that means we're gonna be about 15 minutes off, everybody. We're gonna take lunch now at 2:30. We will come back, we'll reconvene at 3:30, and we'll go on with the rest of our program.
Also, we just have a question in the chat where somebody, Aminia is saying, what phone number or email address received Zelle payments for membership or pledge?
What the membership is www.blackisbackcoalition.org/join.
But she was, do we take Zelle?
No, we don't take Zelle, I'm sorry.
Right.
Is that it?
Right, so that was the question in the chat. So, Aminia, we don't.
Yes, you can go to, if she wants to do a membership, she can do Cash App at $BIBCOA, or go to blackisbackcoalition.org/join, and you either join as an individual or you join as an organization. However, it's important that you join a working group.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Join a working group. And come back in 1 hour. Okay, there, Amina, I got you. I said, okay, I can see her in the chat.
Who is that?
Sister Amina asking about, yep, $BIBCOA. Thank you, Brother Sayero.
Yeah, and also I just want to say, give a shout out to Brother Zaid Muhammad, who's in the room there. I was supposed to be in the room, but there was problems with my plane, but he is such.
You're missing all the action, Lisa.
He is I just want to say he's such an I mean, he's the one who told me about the Plainfield Rebellion. So and ask him all them questions. He knows everything.
All right, well, we'll see everybody back in an hour.
Yes.
Thank you. 3:30 Central Standard Time. It's 2:30 now. 2:35.
That would be East Coast time. That's 4:30. East Coast 4:30 East Coast.
East Coast time. We'll be back at 4:30. Pacific Standard Time. We'll be back at 1:30.
Yes.
Black is back is bad.
Black is
Woo!
Uhuru.
Mr. Moderator, Reverend Cleage, brothers and sisters, and friends, and I see some enemies. In fact, I think we'd be fooling ourselves if we had an audience this large and didn't realize that there were some enemies present. This afternoon, we want to talk about the ballot or the bullet. The ballot or the bullet explains itself. But before we get into it, since this is the year of the ballot or the bullet, I would like to clarify some things that refer to me personally concerning my own personal position. I'm still a Muslim. That is, my religion is still Islam. My religion is still Islam. I still credit Mr. Muhammad for what I know and what I am. He's the one who opened my eyes.
Thinking I'm gonna start cutting carbs, I need to drop my belly fat.
If you want to drop this.
At present, I'm the minister of the newly founded Muslim Mosque Incorporated, which has its offices in the Teresa Hotel right in the heart of Harlem. That's the Black Belt in New York City. And when we realize that Adam Clayton Powell is a Christian minister, he has the Abyssinia Baptist Church, but at the same time he's more famous for his political struggling. And Dr. King is a Christian minister from Atlanta, Georgia, or in Atlanta, Georgia, but he's become more famous for being involved in the civil rights struggle. There's another in New York, Reverend Galamison. I don't know if you've heard of him out here. He's a Christian minister from Brooklyn, but has become famous for his fight against the segregated school system in Brooklyn. Reverend Cleave, right here, is a Christian minister here in Detroit. He's the head of the Freedom Now Party. All of these are Christian ministers. All of these are Christian ministers, but they don't come to us as Christian ministers. They come to us as fighters in some other category. I'm a Muslim minister. The same as they are Christian ministers, I'm a Muslim minister. And I don't believe in fighting today in any one front, but on all fronts. In fact, I'm a black nationalist freedom fighter. Islam is my religion, but I believe my religion is my personal business. It governs my personal life, my personal morals, and my religious philosophy is personal between me and the God in whom I believe, just as the religious philosophy of these others is between them and the God in whom they believe. And this is best this way. Were we to come out here discussing religion, we'd have too many differences from the outstart, and we could never get together. So today, though Islam is my religious philosophy, my political, economic, and social philosophy is black nationalism. You and as I say, if we bring up religion, we'll have differences, we'll have arguments, we'll never be able to get together. But if we keep our religion at home, keep our religion in the closet, keep our religion between ourselves and our God, but when we come out here, we have a fight that's common to all of us against the enemy who is common to all of us.
For anyone struggling with high blood sugar, do not drink cold water. Did you know that you can?
The political philosophy of black nationalism only means that the black man should control the politics and the politicians in his own community. The time when white people can come in our community and get us to vote for them so that they can be our political leaders and tell us what to do and what not to do is long gone. By the same token, the time when that same white man, knowing that your eyes are too far open, can send another Negro into the community, get you and me to support him so he can use him to lead us astray, those days are long gone. The political philosophy of black nationalism only means that if you and I are going to live in a black community, and that's where we're going to live, because as soon as you move into as soon as you move out of the black community into their community, it's mixed for a period of time, but they're gone, and you're right there all by yourself. We must understand the politics of our community. And we must know what politics is supposed to produce. We must know what part politics play in our lives. And until we become politically mature, we will always be misled, led astray, or deceived or maneuvered into supporting someone politically who doesn't have the good of our community at heart. So the political philosophy of black nationalism only means that we will have to carry on a political program of re-education, to open our people's eyes, make us become more politically conscious, politically mature. And then we will, whenever we get ready to cast our ballot, that ballot will be cast for a man of the community who has the good of the community at heart. And the economic philosophy of black nationalism only means that we should own and operate and control the economy of our community. You would never find, you can't open up a black store in a white community. White man won't even patronize you. And he's not wrong. He got sense enough to look out for himself. And it's you who don't have sense enough to look out for yourself. The white man is too intelligent to let someone else come and gain control of the economy of his community. But you will let anybody come in and control the economy of your community. Control the housing, control the education, control the jobs, control the businesses under the pretext that you want to integrate. No, you're out of your mind. The economic philosophy of black nationalism only means that we have to become involved in a program of re-education to educate our people into the importance of knowing that when you spend your dollar out of the community in which you live, the community in which you spend your money becomes richer and richer. The community out of which you take your money becomes poorer and poorer. And because these Negroes who have been misled and misguided are breaking their necks to take their money and spend it with the man. The man is becoming richer and richer, and you're becoming poorer and poorer. And then what happens? The community in which you live becomes a slum. It becomes a ghetto. The conditions become run down. And then you have the audacity to complain about poor housing in a run-down community. Why, you run it down yourself when you take your dollar out. And you and I are in a double trap, because not only do we lose by taking our money someplace else and spending it, when we try and spend it in our own community, we're trapped because we haven't had sense enough to set up stores and control the businesses of our community. The man who's controlling the stores in our community is a man who doesn't look like we do. He's a man who doesn't even live in the community. So you and I, even when we try and spend our money in the block where we live or the area where we live, we're spending it with a man who, when the sun goes down, takes that basket full of money in another part of the town. So we're trapped, double trapped, triple trapped. Anywhere we go, we find that we're trapped. And every kind of solution that someone comes up with is just another trap. But the political and economic philosophy of black nationalism, the economic philosophy of black nationalism shows our people the importance of setting up these little stores and developing them and expanding them into larger operations. Woolworth didn't start out big like they are today. They started out with a dime store and expanded and expanded and expanded until today they're all over the country and all over the world, and they're getting some of everybody's money. Now this, what you and I in General Motors, the same way, didn't start out like it is. It started out just a little rat race type operation, and it expanded and expanded until today is where it is right now. And you and I have to make a start. And the best place to start is right in the community where we live. So our people not only have to be re-educated to the importance of supporting black business, but the black man himself has to be made aware of the importance of going into business. And once you and I go into business, we own and operate at least the businesses in our community. What we will be doing is developing a situation wherein we will actually be able to create employment for the people in the community. And once you can create some employment in the community where you live, it will eliminate the necessity of you and me having to act ignorantly and disgracefully, boycotting and picketing some cracker someplace else, trying to beg him for a job. Anytime you have to rely upon your enemy for a job, you're in bad shape.
This lighter will give you fire no matter what Mother Nature throws at you. This new incredible electric dual arc.
And he is your enemy. Anytime, you wouldn't be in this country if some enemy hadn't kidnapped you and brought you here. On the other hand, some of you think you came here on the Mayflower. So as you can see, brothers and sisters, today, this afternoon, it's not our intention to discuss religion. We're going to forget religion. If we bring up religion, we'll be in an argument. And the best way to keep away from arguments and differences, as I said earlier, put your religion at home, in the closet. Keep it between you and your God. Because if it hasn't done anything more for you than it has, you need to forget it anyway. Whether you are a Christian or a Muslim or a nationalist, we all have the same problem. They don't hang you because you're a Baptist, they hang you because you're black. They don't attack me because I'm a Muslim, they attack me because I'm black. They attack all of us for the same reason. All of us catch hell from the same enemy. We're all in the same bag, in the same boat. We suffer political oppression, economic exploitation, and social degradation. All of them from the same enemy. The government has failed us. You can't deny that. Anytime you live in the 20th century, 1964, and you walking around here singing, "We shall overcome," the government has failed us. This is part of what's wrong with you. You do too much singing. Today it's time to stop singing and start swinging. You can't sing up on freedom, but you can swing up on some freedom. Cassius Clay can sing, but singing didn't help him to become the heavyweight champion of the world. Swinging helped him become the heavyweight. So this government has failed us. The government itself has failed us. And the white liberals who have been posing as our friends have failed us. And once we see that all these other sources to which we've turned have failed, we stop turning to them and turn to ourselves. We need a self-help program, a do-it-yourself philosophy, a do-it-right-now philosophy, it's already too late philosophy. This is what you and I need to get with. And the only way we're going to solve our problem is with a self-help program. Before we can get a self-help program started, we have to have a self-help philosophy. Black nationalism is a self-help philosophy. What's so good about it, you can stay right in the church where you are and still take black nationalism as your philosophy. You can stay in any kind of civic organization that you belong to and still take black nationalism as your philosophy. You can be an atheist and still take black nationalism as your philosophy. This is a philosophy that eliminates the necessity for division and argument. Because if you're black, you should be thinking black. And if you're black and you're not thinking black at this late date, well, I'm sorry for you. Once you change your philosophy, you change your thought pattern. Once you change your thought pattern, you change your attitude. Once you change your attitude, it changes your behavior pattern. And then you go on into some action. As long as you got a sit-down philosophy, you'll have a sit-down thought pattern. And as long as you think that old sit-down thought, you'll be in some kind of sit-down action. They'll have you sitting in everywhere. It's not so good to refer to what you're going to do as a sit-in. That right there castrates you. Right there it brings you down. What goes with it? Think of the image of someone sitting. An old woman can sit. An old man can sit. A chump can sit.
I saw war. I saw bombing. I saw...
A coward can sit. Anything can sit. Well, you and I have been sitting long enough, and it's time today for us to start doing some standing and some fighting to back that up. When we look at other parts of this earth upon which we live, we find that black, brown, red, and yellow people in Africa and Asia are getting their independence. They're not getting it by singing, "We shall overcome." No, they're getting it through nationalism. It is nationalism that brought about the independence of the people in Asia. Every nation in Asia gained its independence through the philosophy of nationalism. Every nation on the African continent that has gotten its independence brought it about through the philosophy of nationalism. And it will take black nationalism that to bring about the freedom of 22 million Afro-Americans here in this country where we have suffered colonialism for the past 400 years. America is just as much a colonial power as England ever was. America is just as much a colonial power as France ever was. In fact, America is more so a colonial power than they, because she's a hypocritical colonial power behind it. What do you call second-class citizenship? Why, that's colonization. Second-class citizenship is nothing but 20th century slavery. How are you going to tell me you're a second-class citizen? They don't have second-class citizenship in any other government on this earth. They just have slaves and people who are free. Well, this country is a hypocrite. They try and make you think they set you free by calling you a second-class citizen. No, you're nothing but a 20th century slave. Just as it took nationalism to remove colonialism from Asia and Africa, it'll take black nationalism today to remove colonialism from the backs and the minds of 22 million Afro-Americans here in this country. And 1964 looks like it might be the year of the ballot or the bullet. Why does it look like it might be the year of the ballot or the bullet? Because Negroes have listened to the trickery and the lies and the false promises of the white man now for too long. And they're fed up. They've become disenchanted. They've become disillusioned. They've become dissatisfied. And all of this has built up frustrations in the black community that makes the black community throughout America today more explosive than all of the atomic bombs the Russians can ever invent. Whenever you got a racial powder keg sitting in your lap, you're in more trouble than if you had an atomic powder keg sitting in your lap. When a racial powder keg goes off, it doesn't care who it knocks out the way. Understand this, it's dangerous. And in 1964, this seems to be the year. Because what can the white man use now to fool us? After he put down that march on Washington, and you see all through that now, he tricked you, had you marching down to Washington. Yes, had you marching back and forth between the feet of a dead man named Lincoln and another dead man named George Washington, singing "We Shall Overcome." He made a chump out of you. He made a fool out of you. He made you think you were going somewhere, and you end up going nowhere but between Lincoln and Washington. So today our people are disillusioned. They've become disenchanted. They've become dissatisfied. And in their frustrations, they want action. You'll see this young black man, this new generation, asking for the ballot or the bullet. That old Uncle Tom action is outdated. The young generation don't want to hear anything about the odds are against us. What do we care about odds? When this country here was first being founded, there were 13 colonies. The whites were colonized. They were fed up with this taxation without representation.
So some of them stood up and said, liberty or death. Though I went to a white school over here in Mason, Michigan. The white man made the mistake of letting me read his history books. He made the mistake of teaching me that Patrick Henry was a patriot and George Washington wasn't nothing nonviolent about old Pat or George Washington. Liberty or death was what brought about the freedom of whites in this country from the English. They didn't care about the arts. Why, they faced the wrath of the entire British Empire. And in those days, they used to say that the British Empire was so vast and so powerful when the sun would never set on it. This is how big it was. Yet these 13 little scrawny states, tired of taxation without representation, tired of being exploited and oppressed and degraded, told that big British Empire, liberty or death. And here you have 22 million Afro-Americans, black people today, catching more hell than Patrick Henry ever saw. And I'm here to tell you, in case you don't know it, that you got a new generation of black people in this country who don't care anything whatsoever about ours. They don't want to hear you old Uncle Tom handkerchief heads talking about the ours. No. This is a new generation. If they're going to draft these young black men and send them over to Korea or South Vietnam to face 800 million Chinese. If you're not afraid of those odds, you shouldn't be afraid of these odds. Why does this loom to be such an explosive political year? Because this is the year of politics. This is the year when all of the white politicians are going to come into the Negro community. You never see them until election time. You can't blame them until election time. They're going to come in with false promises. And as they make these false promises, they're going to feed our frustrations. And this will only serve to make matters worse. I'm no politician. I'm not even a student of politics. I'm not a Republican, nor a Democrat, nor an American, and got sense enough to know it. I'm one of the 22 million black victims of the Democrats. One of the 22 million black victims of the Republicans, and one of the 22 million black victims of Americanism.
All over the earth, God is raising up a new breed of wealth builders who will use their money to shape the course of world history.
And when I speak, I don't speak as a Democrat or a Republican. I speak as a victim of America's so-called democracy. You and I have never seen democracy. All we've seen is hypocrisy. When we open our eyes today and look around America, we see America not through the eyes of someone who has enjoyed the fruits of Americanism. We see America through the eyes of someone who has been the victim of Americanism. We don't see any American dream. We've experienced only the American nightmare. We haven't benefited from America's democracy. We've only suffered from America's hypocrisy. And the generation that's coming up now can see it and are not afraid to say it. If you go to jail, so what? If you're black, you were born in jail. If you black, you were born in jail. In the North as well as the South. Stop talking about the South. Long as you're south of the Canadian border, you're South. Don't call Governor Wallace a Dixie governor. Romney is a Dixie governor. $22 million black victims of Americanism are waking up, and they're gaining a new political consciousness, becoming politically mature. And as they develop this political maturity, they're able to see the recent trends in these political elections. They see that the whites are so evenly divided that every time they vote, the race is so close, they have to go back and count the votes all over again. And which means that any block, any minority that has a block of votes that stick together is in a strategic position. Either way you go, that's who gets it. You're in a position to determine who'll go to the White House and who'll stay in the doghouse. You're the one who has that power. You can keep Johnson in Washington, D.C., or you can send him back to his Texas cotton patch. You're the one who sent Kennedy to Washington. You're the one who put the present Democratic administration in Washington, D.C. The whites were evenly divided. It was the fact that you threw 80% of your votes behind the Democrats that put the Democrats in the White House. When you see this, you can see that the Negro vote is the key factor. And despite the fact that you are in a position to be the determining factor, what do you get out of it? The Democrats have been in Washington, D.C. only because of the Negro vote. They've been down there 4 years. And all other legislation they wanted to bring up, they brought it up and gotten it out of the way, and now they bring up you.
Imagine this. You've been framed and sent to prison with the most violent and hardened criminals in the world. On your first day.
And now they bring up you. You put them first and they put you last. Because you're a chump. A political chump. In Washington, D.C., in the House of Representatives, there are 257 who are Democrats. Only 177 are Republicans. In the Senate, there are 67 Democrats. Only 33 are Republicans. The party that you bash controls 2/3 of the House of Representatives and the Senate, and still they can't keep their promise to you, because you're a chump. Anytime you throw your weight behind a political party that controls 2/3 of the government, and that party can't keep the promise that it made to you during election time, and you're dumb enough to walk around continuing to identify yourself with that party, you're not only a chump, but you're a traitor to your race. And what kind of alibi do they come up with? They try and pass the buck to the Dixiecrats. Now, back during the days when you were blind, deaf, and dumb, ignorant, politically immature, naturally you went along with that. But today, as your eyes come open and you develop political maturity, you're able to see and think for yourself. And you can see that a Dixiecrat is nothing but a Democrat in disguise. You look at the structure of the government that controls this country. It's controlled by 16 senatorial committees and 20 congressional committees. Of the 16 senatorial committees that run the government, 10 of them are in the hands of Southern segregationists. Of the 20 congressional committees that run the government, 12 of them are in the hands of Southern segregationists. And they're going to tell you and me that the South lost the war. Today are in the hands of a government of segregationists, racists, white supremacists, who belong to the Democratic Party but disguise themselves as Dixiecrats. A Dixiecrat is nothing but a Democrat. Whoever runs the Democrats is also the father of the Dixiecrats, and the father of all of them is sitting in the White House. I say it again. You got a president who's nothing but a Southern segregationist. from the state of Texas. They'll lynch you in Texas as quick as they'll lynch you in Mississippi. Only in Texas, they lynch you with a Texas accent. In Mississippi, they lynch you with a Mississippi accent. And the first thing the cracker does when he comes in power, he takes all the Negro leaders and invites them for coffee.
We had hundreds of people join the USCCA yesterday. So I'm here in our fulfillment center
to show that he's all right. And those Uncle Toms can't pass up the coffee. They come away from the coffee table telling you and me that this man is all right. Because he's from the South. And since he's from the South, he can deal with the South. And look at the logic that they're using. What about Eastland? He's from the South. Make him the president. If Johnson is a good man because he's from Texas, and being from Texas will enable, if Johnson is a good man because he's from Texas, and being from Texas will enable him to deal with the South, Eastland can deal with the South better than Johnson. You've been misled. You've been had. You've been took. I was in Washington a couple of weeks ago while the senators were filibustering. And I noticed in the back of the Senate a huge map. And on this map, it showed the distribution of Negroes in America. And surprisingly, the same senators that were involved in the filibuster were from the states where there were the most Negroes. Why were they filibustering the civil rights legislation? Because the civil rights legislation is supposed to guarantee voting rights to Negroes in those states. And those senators from those states know that if the Negroes in those states can vote, those senators are down the drain. The representatives of those states go down the drain. And in the Constitution of this country, it has a stipulation wherein whenever the rights, the voting rights of people in a certain district are violated, then the representative who's from that particular district, according to the Constitution, is supposed to be expelled from the Congress. Now, if this particular aspect of the Constitution was enforced, why, you wouldn't have a cracker in Washington, D.C. When you expel the Dixiecrat, you're expelling the Democrat. When you destroy the power of the Dixiecrat, you're destroying the power of the Democratic Party. So how in the world can the Democratic Party in the South actually side with you in sincerity when all of its power is based in the South? These Northern Democrats are in cahoots with the Southern Democrats. They're playing a giant con game, a political con game. You know how it goes. One of them comes to you and make believe he's for you. And he's in cahoots with the other one that's not for you.
What's happening in my homeland, Sudan, needs our attention, and more so, our urgent action. Ongoing.
Why? Because neither one of them is for you. But they got to make you go with one of them or the other. So this is a con game. And this is what they've been doing with you and me all these years. First thing Johnson got off the plane when he became president, he asked, "Where's Dickie?" You know who Dickie is? Dickie is old Southern cracker Richard Russell. Look here. Yes. Lyndon B. Johnson's best friend is the one who is who's heading the forces that are filibustering civil rights legislation. You tell me, how in the hell is he going to be Johnson's best friend? Can Johnson be his friend and your friend too? No, that man is too tricky. Especially if his friend is still old Dickie. Whenever the Negroes keep the Democrats in power, they're keeping the Dixiecrats in power. This is true. A vote for a Democrat is nothing but a vote for a Dixiecrat. I know you don't like me saying that, but I'm not the kind of person who come here to say what you like. I'm going to tell you the truth whether you like it or not. Up here in the North, you have the same thing. The Democratic Party don't do it. They don't do it that way. They got a thing that they call gerrymandering. They maneuver you out of power. Even though you can vote, they fix it so you're voting for nobody. They got you going and coming. In the South, they're outright political wolves. In the North, they're political foxes. A fox and a wolf are both canine. Both belong to the dog family. You take your choice. You're going to choose a northern dog or a southern dog. Because either dog you choose, I guarantee you, you'll still be in the doghouse. This is why I say it's the ballot or the bullet. It's liberty or it's death. It's freedom for everybody or freedom for nobody. America today finds herself in a unique situation. Historically, revolutions are bloody. Oh, yes, they are. They have never had a bloodless revolution or a nonviolent revolution. That don't happen even in Hollywood. You don't have a revolution in which you love your enemy. And you don't have a revolution in which you are begging the system of exploitation to integrate you into it. Revolutions overturn systems. Revolutions destroy systems. A revolution is bloody. But America is in a unique position. She's the only country in history in a position actually to become involved in a bloodless revolution. The Russian Revolution was bloody. Chinese Revolution was bloody. French Revolution was bloody. Cuban Revolution was bloody. And there was nothing more bloody than the American Revolution. But today, this country can become involved in a revolution that won't take bloodshed. All she's got to do is give the black man in this country everything that's doing. Everything. I hope that the white man can see this. Because if you don't see it, you're finished. If you don't see it, you're going to become involved in some action in which you don't have a chance. And we don't care anything about your atomic bomb. It's useless. Because other countries have atomic bombs. When 2 or 3 different countries have atomic bombs, nobody can use it. So it means that the white man today is without a weapon. If you want some action, you got to come on down to earth. And there's more black people on earth than there are white people on earth. I only got a couple more minutes. The white man can never win another war on the ground. His days of war victory, his days of ground victory are over. Can I prove it? Yes. Take all the action that's going on this earth right now that he's involved in. Tell me where he's winning. Nowhere. Why, some rice farmers, some rice eaters ran him out of Korea. Yes, they ran him out of Korea. Rice eaters with nothing but gym shoes and a rifle and a bowl of rice. Took him and his tanks and his napalm and all that other action he's supposed to have and ran him across the Yalu. Why? Because the day that he can win on the ground is past.
Hello, my name is Kevin Rogers. I'm one of the sock designers here at Grip 6. I'd like to take a minute to tell you about our sock line.
Up in French Indochina, those little peasants, rice growers, took on the might of the French army and ran all the Frenchmen. You remember Dien Bien Phu? No. The same thing happened in Algeria, in Africa. They didn't have anything but a rifle. The French had all these highly mechanized instruments of warfare, but they put some guerrilla action on. And a white man can't fight a guerrilla warfare. Guerrilla action takes heart, takes nerve, and he doesn't have that. He's brave when he's got tanks. He's brave when he's got planes. He's brave when he's got bombs. He's brave when he got a whole lot of company along with him. But you take that little man from Africa and Asia, turn him loose in the woods with a blade. That's all he needs. All he needs is a blade. And when the sun comes down, goes down, and it's dark, it's even Steven. It's the ballot or the bullet. Today our people can see that we're faced with a government conspiracy. This government has failed us. The senators who are filibustering concerning your and my rights, that's the government. Don't say it's Southern senators, this is the government. This is a government filibuster. It's not a segregationist filibuster. It's a government filibuster. Any kind of activity that takes place on the floor of the Congress or the Senate, that's the government. Any kind of dilly-dallying, that's the government. Any kind of pussyfooting, that's the government. Any kind of act that's designed to delay or deprive you and me right now of getting full rights, that's the government that's responsible. And anytime you find the government involved in a conspiracy to violate the citizenship or the civil rights of a people, then you are wasting your time going to that government expecting redress. Instead, you have to take that government to the world court and accuse it of genocide and all of the other crimes that it is guilty of today. So those of us whose political and economic and social philosophy is black nationalism have become involved in the civil rights struggle. We have injected ourselves into the civil rights struggle, and we intend to expand it from the level of civil rights to the level of human rights. As long as you fight it on the level of civil rights, you're under Uncle Sam's jurisdiction. You're going to his court expecting him to correct the problem. He created the problem. He's the criminal. You don't take your case to the criminal, you take your criminal to court. When the government of South Africa began to trample upon the human rights of the people of South Africa, they were taken to the UN. When the government of Portugal began to trample upon the rights of our brothers and sisters in Angola, it was taken before the UN. Why, even the white man took the Hungarian question to the UN, and just this week, Chief Justice Goldberg was crying over 3 million Jews in Russia about their human rights, charging Russia with violating the UN Charter because of its mistreatment of the human rights of Jews in Russia. Now you tell me, how can the plight of everybody on this earth reach the halls of the United Nations and you have 22 million Afro-Americans whose churches are being bombed, whose little girls are being murdered, whose leaders are being shot down in broad daylight? Now you tell me why the leaders of this struggle have never taken it before the United Nations. So our next move is to take the entire civil rights struggle problem into the United Nations. and let the world see that Uncle Sam is guilty of violating the human rights of 22 million Afro and still has the audacity or the nerve to stand up and represent himself as the leader of the free world. Not only is he a crook, he's a hypocrite. Here he is standing up in front of other people, Uncle Sam, with the blood of your and my mothers and fathers on his hands, with the blood dripping down his jaws like a bloody-jawed wolf, and still got the nerve to point his finger at other countries. You can't even get civil rights legislation. And this man has got the nerve to stand up and talk about South Africa, or talk about Nazi Germany, or talk about Portugal. No more days like those. So I say in my conclusion, the only way we're going to solve it, we got to unite in unity and harmony. And black nationalism is the key. How are we going to overcome the tendency to be at each other's throats that always exists in our neighborhood? And the reason this tendency exists, the strategy of the white man has always been divide and conquer. He keeps us divided in order to conquer us. He tells you I'm for separation and you for integration and keep us fighting with each other. No, I'm not for separation and you're not for integration. What you and I are for is freedom. Only you think that integration will get you freedom. I think separation will get me freedom. We both got the same objective. We just got different ways of getting at it. So I studied this man, Billy Graham, who preaches white nationalism. That's what he preaches. I say that's what he preaches. The whole church structure in this country is white nationalism. You go inside a white church, that's what they're preaching, white nationalism. They got Jesus white, Mary white, God white, everybody white. That's white nationalism. So what he does, the way he circumvents the jealousy and envy that he ordinarily would incur among the heads of the church. Whenever you go into an area where the church already is, you're going to run into trouble. Because they got that thing, what you call it, syndicated. So they got a syndicate, just like the racketeers have. I'm going to say what's on my mind, because the preachers already proved to you that they got a syndicate.
Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
People are reversing their type 2 diabetes by adding this to their coffee. It might seem strange, but when you take this one...
And when you're out in the rackets, whenever you're getting in another man's territory, you know, they gang up on you. And that's the same way with you. You run into the same thing. So how Billy Graham gets around that, instead of going into somebody else's territory like he's going to start a new church, he doesn't try and start a church. He just goes in preaching Christ. And he says, everybody who believes in him, you go wherever you find him. So this helps all the churches, and so since it helps all the churches, they don't find him. Well, we're going to do the same thing, only our gospel is black nationalism. His gospel is white nationalism, our gospel is black nationalism. And the gospel of black nationalism, as I told you, means you should control the politics of your community, the economy of your community, and all of the society in which you live should be under your control. And once you feel that this philosophy will solve your problem, go join any church where that's preached. Don't join a church where white nationalism is preached. Now you can go to a Negro church and be exposed to white nationalism. Because when you walk in a Negro church and a white Mary and some white angels, that Negro church is preaching white nationalism. When you go to a church and you see the pastor of that church with a philosophy and a program that's designed to bring black people together and elevate black people, join that church. Join that church. If you see where the NAACP is preaching and practicing that which is designed to make black nationalism materialize, join NAACP. Join any kind of organization, civic, religious, fraternal, political, or otherwise, that's based on lifting the black man up and making him master of his own community. It'll be the ballot, or it'll be the bullet. It'll be liberty, or it'll be death. And if you're not ready to pay that price, don't use the word freedom in your vocabulary. One more thing. I was on a program in Illinois recently with Senator Paul Douglas, a so-called liberal, so-called Democrat, so-called white man. At which time he told me that our African brothers were not interested in us in Africa. He says the Africans aren't interested in the American Negro. I knew he was lying. But during the next 2 or 3 weeks, it's my intention and plan to make a tour of our African homeland. And I hope that when I come back, I'll be able to come back and let you know how our African brothers and sisters feel toward us. And I know before I go there that they love us. We're one. We're the same. The same man who has colonized them all these years colonized you and me too, all these years. And all we have to do now is wake up and work in unity and harmony, and the battle will be over. I want to thank the Freedom Now Party and the Goal. I want to thank Milton and Richard Henry for inviting me here this afternoon, and also Reverend Clegg. And I want them to know that anything that I can ever do at any time to work with anybody in any kind of program that is sincerely designed to eliminate the political, the economic, and the social evils that confront all of our people in Detroit and elsewhere, all they got to do is give me a telephone call and I'll be on the next jet right on into the city.
Yeah, give us just a few minutes and I'll get started again, okay? Can you hear me, Lisa?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so give me just a few minutes and I'll get us started back up, okay? Just a few minutes. Okay, now, I'm not gonna do that again.
Uhuru, everyone. Coming back from our much needed lunch break to get some refreshments for the revolution to nourish our souls as well as our minds. So that is so important to us. And we ready. Are you all ready in St. Louis?
Give us just a minute, we get there.
They almost there.
Almost there.
They're almost there.
Back on, coming back into the room.
I mean, I love the electoral campaign schools, all of them, but this one had something even more. I'm telling you. They were just like, Just let me know when.
We are going to resume our program. Hope everybody got full. If not, make sure you stop and see Sister Tupe before she leaves.
When I heard what you all were having there, I tried to do something in my kitchen.
Well, you really missed it, Lisa. I'm just telling you, you really missed it. We're not gonna let you forget this one.
I'm not gonna forget it either.
I'm warning you. This is a warning.
But I tried to do a little something in my kitchen too. So
okay. All right. Well, we're gonna resume our program now. And next up, I think we're gonna have, not I think, I know that we're gonna have, Comrade, Chimaranga Bao. And he is going to share with us just a snippet of the uncommitted voter campaign.
Uhuru. Yeah, I want to thank the Blacks is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations for taking on this campaign. So the Black is Back has created an organization called Make Our Votes Count. And we have a slogan to make Black votes count. And part of the inspiration for this was the Michigan Democratic presidential primary, where some Palestinians got together with 11 other organizations, and they set a goal to change the policies of the Biden administration around the genocide of the Palestinian people. And their goal was to get 10,000 votes, and those votes would come through people voting uncommitted on their ballot. And although they had a goal of 10,000 people, President Montemela mentioned earlier, they actually got 110,000 votes. They did 500,000 text messages, 500,000 calls through phone banking. They contacted more than 1 million voters in this process. By the way, it was done in a matter of a week or so. So it was an amazing thing that they pulled off. And you may have noticed that the Biden administration went from saying it should be a temporary ceasefire to an immediate ceasefire. That might not be a big move of the needle, but they're definitely having an impact even on the international struggle around the Palestinian people. So the chairman called me one day, Chairman Omali Stella, and he said, what do you think about posing questions around the African community, not to disunite with the Palestinians, but make a demand like the Palestinian, we want the genocide to end against the Palestinians and stop funding the settler colonial state of Israel and redirect those funds to pay for reparations to African people. That was one of the things that he raised. And I thought it was a great idea to create an uncommitted voter campaign around African issues. And that was just one of the issues. So hence was born in a very quick manner, the Make Our Votes Count campaign. So we're hoping to have our first press conference around the Pennsylvania primary next Thursday. Pennsylvania primary is April the 23rd. And when I say primary, I mean Democratic Party presidential primary. It'll be April 23rd, and we'll be asking people to vote uncommitted. But before I leave, I wanted to give you a couple of other of the issues that we want to raise for people to vote uncommitted about, that they will be uniting with as they vote uncommitted. By the way, every state doesn't have uncommitted or no preference on their ballot. So we're asking people to write it in. Write it in if it's not there. So one, we want to drop the charges against the Uhuru 3.
Yes, sir.
That is at the top of our agenda. We cannot allow the state to frame up Chairman O'Malley and Penny Hess and Jesse Neville, who've been fighting for the liberation of African people. The chairman has been in this fight for more than 60 years. Now, all of a sudden, they say it's the Russians that put him up to it. So we say we must demand dropping the charge against the Uhuru 3, stop the genocide of the Palestinian people, stop funding Israel, and redirect those funds to pay for reparations to African people, free Leonard Peltier and all political prisoners. in gentrification that's forcing African people out of our communities, along with other colonized people, and creating white enclaves with luxury apartments and luxury condominiums all over this country. And we want to end the public policy of police containment in the African community and replace it with a public policy of economic development. So that's just some of the issues that we wanted to raise. And we believe that this is a campaign that can really increase what the chairman says, the agency of African people. It will really increase the number of people that we're in touch with. Thousands of people who never been in a demonstration in their life will now have the opportunity to join forces along with the African community to make these demands on behalf of the African community through voting uncommitted. And they don't have to get in a picket line. All they got to do is what they've been doing, voting. So we want to really ask people to, if you know people in Pennsylvania, hey, call them up, tell them to vote uncommitted. But we believe this can be a really great campaign. If you want to volunteer, you can call us at 727-506-0012, or you can email us at makeourvotescount@gmail.com. We also have a website, makeblackvotescount.com/now. Make Black Votes Count /now. So we really want people to get on board. We need people to do phone banking, sending out text messages, raising resources. But we think it's going to be a great campaign to increase the influence, the number of people for recruitment into the Black is Back. We think it's going to be a great campaign. So again, I want to appreciate the Black is Back for inviting me up to speak. I think it's going to be a great campaign. Tomorrow I'll be doing a presentation, PowerPoint, and you'll see more of the details of the campaign and what you can do. Uhuru. Uhuru.
Brother Chimarenga, and thank you so very, very much for your brief summation of the uncommitted vote. And I just want to just really emphasize that the Black is Back Coalition, so many of the issues that we're talking about now, we have always talked about. And we began to build this school and implemented the 19-point platform in which the issues of Palestine and what was going on internationally, and on the continent of Africa, all those issues were raised. And we were saying, do not support anyone who does not support these issues. So again, Brother Chimarenga, thank you so very much. Next, we're going to hear from some of the working groups. Because the working groups, well, in addition also to the member coalition, to the member organizations of the coalition, but the working groups help to also define the work and the character of the coalition as well. So our first presenter is going to be none other than our brilliant, strong, revolutionary sister, Sister Betty Davis. I'm sure we got blood that we share together. I'm sure that we do. We got the same last name, so that means something. But Sister Betty Davis is a former adjunct professor at Medgar Evers College and co-founder of the New Abolitionist Movement and a longtime activist for community control of education since the New York City school strike in 1967. She is also the chair of the Education Working Group of the Coalition, and she also produces the Blog Talk Radio and What's Happening on WBAI. Sister Betty Davis, Uhuru.
Uhuru, and I want to give a shout out to everyone that is joining this webinar this afternoon, this Saturday afternoon. You could be someplace else and probably you are sacrificing a struggle somewhere else to be with us. And I salute you for evaluating us that much. I want to thank all the presenters that helped enlighten me on this journey through this particular program. I especially want to give a shout out to our comrade. I think I have a senior moment here. I believe it was Brother Youssef, who was speaking on what are the alternatives if we're not going to support the police. Excuse me, psychological slip there. If we're not going to support the struggle, the two-party struggle, then what are we going to support? And one of the PowerPoint screens I have comes from an article written by Nicole Hannah-Jones, who's a staff member of the magazine, and this is the New York Times. And she's the creator of the 1619 Project, and she teaches at journalism at Howard University. And part of her article said, conservative groups have spent the 9 months since the affirmative action ruling launching an assault on programs designed to explicitly address racial inequality across American life. They have filed a flurry of legal challenges and threatened lawsuits against race-conscious programs outside the realm of education, including diversity, keyword, fellowships at law firms. A federal program to aid disadvantaged small businesses, and a program to keep Black women from dying in childbirth. I want to say that again. A program that addresses the high infant mortality rate of Black women are targets in this new campaign they have. These conservative groups, whose names often evoke fairness and freedom and rights, are using civil rights laws, i.e. legislation, to claim that the Constitution requires colorblindness, and that efforts targeted at ameliorating the suffering of the descendants of slavery illegal discriminated against white people. In other words, they have co-opted the rhetoric of colorblindness and the legal legacy of Black activism to destroy racial progress, not to encourage it. And those are my words on the topic. I urge everybody to read this article. It's called Civil Rights. From my point of view, it should have been entitled Civil Rights versus Human Rights, but it's called The Colorblind Campaign to Undo Civil Rights Progress. And the minute you hear it's trying to undo the progress of civil rights, you know what the problem is. The problem is it's not about civil rights, as our ancestor Malcolm X told us. It's about human rights. When you define it as human rights, all bets are off. The struggle by any means necessary is what comes to mind. And I want to address this from the point of view of what we mean by community control of education. As you heard our wonderful warriors of the 60s who spoke with you earlier today, they described the struggle to you. They told you what they did. They told you who they had to fight. They especially addressed the issue of the Black bourgeoisie reigning our struggle in the form of civil rights. And as Malcolm has told you, that's never going to work. What I'm trying to say to you is that the minute we started framing the struggle for education in the form of civil rights, in the form of little girls needing to be escorted by the Attorney General of the United States into an all-white school, we were on the wrong trail. We were on the wrong train. The minute you define it as give us back our money we are entitled to as citizens in this goddamn colony, the whole picture changes. How do we know that? And at this point, I want to step outside the role as the chairperson for the Educational Working Group. And I want to salute Sister Lisa for the amazing presentation she gave on the history of the struggle of our warrior, Ralph Pointer Presente, and the concept of community control of education. And the first photo she shows is how we got control temporarily of the school system in New York City. We took it. The picture showing all those cops surrounding Ralph Pointer was just the tip of the iceberg. What the photos didn't show was the 5th grade class that he taught climbing over the fence and taking the school. Yes, the community was inside. The janitor, who was new, who had been appointed because we struggled for him to get that appointment, somehow lost the key and we found it. So that morning we opened up the school. But it wouldn't have done any good for us to open up the school with the cops surrounding the school if the community hadn't decided we were right. They jumped over the fence again and again and again. In all of the public schools that demanded community control of education in New York City, all you heard about was Ocean Hill, Brownsville. Black people are kicking the white teachers out. That was the script. And I want to emphasize script. That was the script that the whole movement got. The Black militants are kicking white people who are qualified for their jobs out of the system in their neighborhoods. No, we were fighting against colonialism. And our city was one of the first to put the first Black principal in. And I know there's some people in the audience who are laughing. I know Zaki Baruti went through the same thing where he was. We took the schools. We did not ask their permission. We took them. We did put in Black principals. But more than that, we hired custodians. More than that, we demanded the contracts. And one of the statements we made is, we're not interested in civil rights, which means integrating with the white colonial power. You control your schools. You control the institutions where you live. We will do the same. The minute we change the script to talk about controlling the colonial institutions and converting them to institutions that represent and serve the people based on the tax structure established by capitalism in this country, which everybody had, they flipped the script again. And so all of a sudden, we were incompetent. Our schools were failing. It was all our fault. We didn't know how to control money. We kept electing all these corrupt politicians. It sounds like the Haitian argument, yeah? It sounds like the argument for why Africans on the colonial, I should say the continent of Mother Africa can't control their countries. These people, they just don't know how to do that. No, that's their script. The truth is, the Africans never controlled their country unless they took it. And that's what South Africa represents. They got a lot of work to do. They still got a Negro philosophy working there. They still got political parties there that are corrupt that they should get rid of. However, the community control issue in New York City was never community control. And I am interested in the fact that there's so many people that are talking about these heroes we had who fought for education. Most of them voted for decentralization. You cannot decentralize the colony. You have to control. You have to take control of it. And so because they gave us decentralization under the control of the Democratic Party, of course you had corruption, because the Democratic Party, like true colonials, as Queen Mother Moore used to say, they never make a mistake. They know what Negroes to put in power over control of us. Just look at the United States government now, and you know she was right. So we got these corrupt Democratic Party people. And of course, they set up the corrupt colonial structures that did siphon off the money. They pointed their friends in pivotal places, didn't have a clue. They couldn't have made a cat drink milk. That's what the colonials do. They flip the script. And our job is to change the script. Our job is to go in and educate people. If you look at the mayoral controls of schools in select cities in the United States, it starts off with Boston. Then it was Chicago. Chicago finally got rid of them. Detroit, District of Columbia. Los Angeles is still fighting the script. They don't have as much decentralization issues as we do in New York. Philadelphia, Yonkers, and of course, New York City. If you go beneath the discussion about community control of schools, you inevitably hit the big issue. What does mayoral control mean? It means the mayor controls the budget. What does that mean? It means when Bloomberg came in, the billions of dollars, yes, the New York City school budget, city, mind you, was 33 billion. I think it went up to 34 billion. Just for New York City, 23rd largest budget in the world. That includes many countries. All right, with almost 2/3 of that constituency, that the money should be coming back to us in the form of what our tax dollars are putting into the government. That budget is now being given to corporations by their colonial puppet, the mayor. And so when we talk about mayoral control, you're talking about the disenfranchisement of the Black community over the public school institution, which is one of the largest colonial federally funded institutions in every community in this country. When you talk about budget and you talk about jobs, if you take down all of the different contracts that are involved in one city public school system, you will understand why the mayor wants it. If the mayor wants it, you will understand they have to put a puppet there to control. And that puppet answers in most large cities where there is mayoral control, where there is a large Black population, i.e. colony, it's controlled by the Democratic Party. That's part of their war chest. So what we're saying, and I want to second what my comrade Youssef was saying, you have no time to waste. Doesn't matter if Trump or Biden. Am I the only one that remembers the cowardly caucus of coloreds voted for the crack cocaine legislation, which enabled Biden to put us in the prisons to such a large extent? Am I the only one who remembers that he came back in the 1990s and encouraged more legislation that incarcerated us? That was deliberate. They put the ones in prison who were the ones that caused the revolution of the 60s. Strategic. They took away our army. They kept the public school budgets because where you have slavery, you don't have freedom. Education and slavery are incompatible. They know that better than we do. You don't see the Israelis allowing the Palestinians to control their public school system. So I think I'm out of time here, but what I am trying to say to you is that miseducation is ethnic cleansing. When you go to these local meetings, be it the community board that controls all the elements, housing, education, safety, senior citizens, and transportation, the 5 institutions in your colony that you're supposed to control, you find, and please forgive me, those of you who are Black nationalists, you find the dumbest niggas on the planet running things. Queen Mother Moore said it. They don't make mistakes. They know who to choose to put in place of those funds that are coming down from the feds to the state, to the city, to the local communities. So if you got nothing better to do, since you're not going to be out there campaigning for Biden, get into those local communities. I hate to say it this way, but hold your nose, dive in, and teach, teach, teach. Remember to use the language that they can understand. You cannot have somebody from the Army and an ROTC going in to teach your children history. Listen to what the chairman said about who controls history. Right now, you've got people in these local community boards encouraging the Army, the ROTC, to go into your public schools. Last point, for those of you who want cultural charter schools, you can have them and you can make the government fund them as part of the public school system. You want a charter school? Run it after school immediately after the public school shuts down in the public school building. But don't give up the education public school funds. That's just suicide. Majority of the charter schools in New York City do not want children who they classify as special ed, do not want children who may have autistic issues, do not want children who will not sit down and look at the board and obey the teacher with miseducation. Our rebels are being killed and chartered into the slavery system with the public school system because we allow it. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak. Remember, miseducation equals ethnic cleansing. Community control of education is a blow against slavery. And it's one of the institutions that you will now have time to help organize. Run for the PTA, volunteer your services in an after-school program, go to your community board meetings. Thank you.
Uhuru, and thank you so very much, Sister Betty, for your presentation about the importance of Black community control of the schools. And yes, there's quite a history there that we need to really learn about. We're going to help you learn about that too, with various things that we will be publishing. Our next presenter is our brother Jihad Abdulmomet, who is with the political prisoners, Free All Political Prisoners Working Group. Hold on one second, a moment, please, Brother Jihad. I just had your bio pulled up. Brother Jihad Abdulmomet, he is a community activist, a motivational speaker, author, and playwright. He is also from New Jersey. New Jersey is in the House representing. He grew up in Plainfield, New Jersey, and he was intensely involved in the Black Liberation Movement and the Vietnam War protests. He joined the Black Panther Party at 16 and eventually went underground in the ranks of the Black Liberation Army in the mid-70s. He was a domestic political prisoner and a prisoner of war and served 23 years of his life in prison for the Black liberation struggle and for advocating for our people. He currently is with the Jericho movement, as well as the Black is Back coalition. And dear brother Jihad Abdulmomet, the floor is now yours.
I thank you, comrade, sister Lisa. Uhuru, everybody. Assalamu alaikum. Alhamdulillah. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. I want to make an explanation of the noise you hear in the background. It's the Eid celebrations post Ramadan, and that's where I'm at the Eid ground. And there are thousands of Muslims here. We just, myself and my Amir here, Yusuf Cortez, we found a quiet spot the best we could on the side of a building. So if we can only, I will say, if we can only collect the thousands of people here right here now, we would be 10 meters up the road. I can tell you that in our movement. And so we just have to develop that organizability amongst ourselves. There are thousands of people here believing in the exact same thing that are basically unorganized, but the potential is there, for a mighty strong movement. So just giving props to my Muslim sisters and brothers. So that's where I am. So I caught Comrade Chimarango's wonderful presentation. I missed Comrade Yusuf's, and I was glad to catch Comrade Sister Betty's presentations. So yes, the political prisoner working group, since slavery, since we were brought here, there's always been political prisoners. Not so much names such, using that relatively new terminology to recognize it, but any slave that's running away, any slave that's been rebellious, any slave that's taken the life of his slave master and got captured, those are political prisoners and prisoners of war. Those forms of resistance have always been the case. This is nothing new, modern day phenomenon. So, but I would like to segue into the support of political prisoners from the comments that Chimarango made when I first tuned in. And it's connected. It's connected in terms of how we can build a network strong enough to free our comrades and our sisters and brothers, our warriors, our freedom fighters in prison. How can we do that? How can we effectuate and make real the slogan, the decade-old slogan of power to the people? And power to the people. When you say power to the people, inshallah, you're not talking about a small group of people. That's a numerical equation, not just qualitative. It's numerical. In a place of 334 plus million people, there has to be numerical strength in that. So the question is, how can we build that strength in this day and age? Because we haven't been able to as such. Matter of fact, we slipped a lot of ground since the heyday of the Black liberation movements. I was in prison during the 80s and such, and see how the crack cocaine epidemic and the drugs ravaged our community, the counterintelligence onslaught that drove so many of us to our graves or to the walls of prisons for decades and decades and decades. And the gross materialism and the use of the media to brainwash and drive that wedge into our hearts and gut us out, gut out our manhood, gut out our sisterhood, and make us weak cowards. Because the saying goes that it's hard to liberate a slave that's comfortable with their oppression. And the United States can make your oppression very comfortable, and it can individualize it so that you won't see the suffering of a homeless person on the street when you're driving down the street in a Mercedes Benz. All right, so there you go. That's where we're at. So I want to pick up a little bit in the brief time that I have, inshallah, to build on what Chairman Rango said and what perhaps other comrades have said before I actually got on to here. And that is on the connecting us struggle at this particular time with the genocide of our sisters and brothers in Gaza, in the West Bank, and Palestine itself, and the whole initiative to vote uncommitted, opt out, whatever the case may be, whatever your ballot says to do, but not to vote in any way, fashion, or form for anyone, any candidate that supports genocide in any way, fashion, or form. That means it probably includes most of all Democrats and all Republicans, I'm quite sure. So politics is local, so it starts local with the primaries, but the general notion is, number one, we have to join in some way, fashion, and form with a meaningful way in the protest to stop the genocide in Gaza. We have to do that. And there's only so many coals in the fire at this point in time that we can utilize. Leveraging the vote, opt out, no vote for genocide, all these initiatives, no vote, non-committed is one way. May not be the only way. If you got another way, then I hope you have the microphone on this platform. If you haven't already, you can explain it. But this is very significant. So a lot of sisters and brothers, I don't vote out for this, but no, this is a strategy. So just try to be objective enough to see how we can stop, this genocide. Gil Scott-Heron said the revolution won't be televised. Well, the genocide is being televised. You can watch it every day of children being dug out the rubble. And so the comfort that we think we have in this country is the same comfort that a lot of these Muslim nations around Palestine and these African nations in the continent of Africa and nations around the world, while they're reticent, while they're hesitant, while they're cowardly, while they're holding on to their self-vested interests in their country because they have been bedfellows with the Zionists, they've been bedfellows with the United States government and the European powers for so long, sucking off that nipple of support that doesn't trickle down to their people. And now the slave master is doing just too much. And now they're in a quandary as far as how do they speak out against the slave master that they have been in bed with for so long. It's the same thing with the people in the United States, about what if we don't vote for the Democrats? What if we get Trump in? And like Betty, one of the comments just said, it doesn't really matter. We still have to face our own struggle. But here's the connection that I want to make, sisters and brothers, as it leads to political prisoners in these types of protests. The leveraging in the vote, regardless if you normally vote or not, if you don't vote or not, and the electoral school here is teaching us a lot about how to utilize our vote. And I hope we are embracing that. But it's just a tactic. It doesn't mean you're selling your soul. It doesn't mean that you're supporting the United States government system. Is meaning that we are working with what we have to get to another level, to get to another space where we can have more power. So when we say we demand the freedom of a political prisoner, we're not just talking about a group of 20, 30, 40 people. You understand what I'm saying? If you think that's how far it goes, if you think it goes further than that, then you need to look at the record and see what's happening. All right. Why Leonard Peltier doesn't have that type of support. Why Mumia Abu Jamal's support is faltering, and why he has so many ailments, and we have to almost literally beg for support amongst the people for these freedom fighters. So now we have to figure out how we can leverage that. So number one, we need to, as human beings, as victims of genocide ourselves, a slow genocide for 400 years, we need to support people of color around the world that are victims of genocide and what's happening now in Gaza. We have to make a stand. These protests just cannot be led by Palestinian sisters and brothers who we do have solidarity with, but they just can't always be led by that, because our protests have to lead into organizing. We have to lead to organizing our own infrastructure on the ground. So it just can't be a protest. It has to be a protest that's directly connected to what we're doing. And what we're doing is leveraging our voting. What we're doing is building a network. I propose to the Uhuru movement and to the Black is Back Coalition. And as you may have been hearing, and I know I don't have the time to flush it out totally, that we have an initiative called Building the People's Senate. And all that is to network the local groups, the local organizations across the United States of America into a viable, functioning network where we have representatives from different areas and we have our own Senate. So for lack of a better way for you to visually understand this, we have the United States Senate for what it's worth for us. You have the House of Representatives, namely the Congress, for what it's worth for us. We want to have our own People's Senate. We want to have it pervasive enough and powerful enough that when we say we demand the release of a political prisoner, that we would have those organizations that network into this body, that we have their voice from California to New York, from North Dakota to Texas. We have integrated a system of representation where we can prioritize issues. We can prioritize and delegate resources the best we can based upon our capacity. This is a new type of strategy, new in the sense that it's led by revolutionaries. It's led by people of color, and so that's what we're attempting to do. And I'll send that information. And so may not be this year, may not be next year, because this is a long race that we're in. The revolution, as far as we're concerned, won't happen by the end of the year on November the 5th. I can guarantee you that. And when this genocide is over with, and when they decimate Gaza, and the United States pumps up billions of dollars into that area to colonize it, to form some puppet neo-colonial government there, and while we all watch and move on our way to the next genocide that happens somewhere else, Congo, Sudan, Haiti, wherever it is, where we're reacting in protest, we have to build a different type of structure and movement that's going to even wrap around the Black is Back Coalition, is going to wrap around the Black Alliance for Peace, is going to wrap around the Jericho movement, is going to wrap around the Spirit of Mandela, is going to wrap around any organization that's on this platform right now and build us in a network that's not necessarily based upon our Blackness. And I can tell you that right now. And if you think that's working, then you need to pinch yourself on your ass and look around you, because it's hard to liberate a slave that's comfortable for their reality. And like I said, Harriet Tubman is professed to have said, even though it's fact-checked that she didn't say it, but it doesn't matter because the message is true. I freed 300 slaves. I could have freed 1,000 more if they only knew they were slaves. If we in the United States only knew that we were slave and oppressed, while we have running water, flushing toilets. When I leave here, when you leave off this call, you'll go to your home, your toilet works, you have heat and air conditioning, you have this. In the United States, we can make statements and comments against this fascist government. Some of us may get arrested. You see what they're doing to our chairman, but that's not happening to all of us. As long as they can isolate it and individualize it, they can make us not concerned about the next person and the next person. They can just individually pick off our leaders and let the other people go on with that protest. That protest is necessary for the function of the United States government, because they can always boast and brag. I'm done in a minute. They can always boast and brag that it's a democratic society. And look what, because in another country, you can't do that. You can't do that in Haiti. You can't do that in the Sudan. You can't do that in the Congo. You can't do that in any African country. You can't even say anything about their government in criticism. So the United States can boast and brag about our democratic rights here, and it makes it very difficult for people to see that we're even oppressed. And what political prisons we have. So I'll close on this. We want to build a People's Senate. We want to break out. We want to, like a Kung Fu master, you want to scrap everything you did, take off your black belt, put on a white belt, and learn how to fight again. And maybe then we'll come up with something new and innovative enough that will take us out of the dogma of having 20 and 30 people on a doggone webinar and think we're making progress. That's my position. And I don't want to die fooling myself that we're making progress without realizing that something else has to be done in 2024. So I top salute to our chairman. Jericho has your back, when it comes to the trial and any finances that you need. I may not be on every call, but I'm there. I'm there to provide material assistance, and that's real. That's what's needed when we have to pay for lawyers and things of this nature. I'm there. We're there to represent political prisoners. We're there to support the Black is Back Coalition, the Uhuru Movement, and the African People's Socialist Party. I end as I begin with Assalamu Alaikum. All praise be to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and peace and blessings upon the Prophet Muhammad. Assalamu Alaikum.
Uhuru, Brother Jihad, and thank you so much again for all of your work and your very powerful presentation and your words, which we all need to hear repeatedly. We must do more. We must do more. Uhuru. Our next presenter is going to be Brother Dr. Maximella Odom. I've read his bio earlier, and he happens to be he is the chair of the Political Prisoners Working Group, Brother Dr. Maximella. I'm sorry, he is the chair of the Black Community Control of the Police Working Group. Uhuru.
Uhuru. So I appreciate being up here again, especially speaking to Black Community Control of the Police. Point 3 of the National Black Political Agenda, 19-point agenda, is Black Community Control of the Police. And when we talk about what we can take out into the world with us, we have to understand that the National Black Political Agenda places our movement on the offensive, right? Not simply the defensive. The National Black Political Agenda was something that was won amongst the masses of the people all around the United States. And that's why Black Community Control of the Police is so important, because we've heard it today, the police not gonna stop killing Africans, especially as the crisis of imperialism advances. The way through which they have tried to shore up themselves over the centuries is through increased violence against Africans. We know that. If we need to arm our people with the democratic demand of Black community control of the police. Black community control is Black power, right? So it says, we demand the withdrawal of all domestic military occupation forces from Black communities. This democratic demand assumes the ability of Black people to mobilize for our own security and to redefine the role of the police so that it no longer functions as an agency imposed on us from the outside. And this is absolutely important. So we're talking about preparing to govern. We're talking about taking up all the democratic space as possible. We're talking about, as we take up that democratic space, it exposes the colonialism for what it is, and that's important. But at this moment, it's also important to note that the immediate response to the FBI raids on the African People's Socialist Party, this colonial assault, these colonial trials on the trumped up bogus charges, the response should have been by the masses of African people all throughout the United States, all throughout the world, Black community control of the police, right? But what that does is that underscores the necessity for us to go out there and make it a demand, to place this into the hands of African people. We have the goal is to place this into the hands of African people by building local working groups, by people who who can go and plaster the cities with posters, with signs, with Know Your Rights cards, and things like that. So this year we have done some work to build around Black community controlled police. We have the ability to we are the goal of the working group is to hold people's law schools in which we hold Know Your Rights trainings. We have a resolution that is readily available to be taken to local city governments. The goal is to organize the families and organize people who are wrongfully convicted, wrongfully arrested, and things to that extent. As a part of this, we've had discussion of building Black People's Courts working groups. Now the role of these Black People's Courts working groups would be to simultaneously place the African community on the offense against the colonial containment of the African community by police forces, but also to engender African people to solve their own problems. I think that is important for us to underscore when we speak of this. This year, April and May of last year, actually following the electoral campaign school, we were able to, through the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, organize a series of hearings around the question of police containment and also political prosecutions and things like that of the Uhuru movement. So we participated in something called the United Nations International Independent Expert Mechanism to Advance Racial Justice and Equality, in short, referred to in the context of law enforcement. And in short, that's referred to as EMLER, EMLER. From April 24th to May 5th, 2023, the EMLER was organized following the George Floyd uprisings. The express purpose of EMLER was to visit, to gain firsthand experience of the systematic racism as it caused in the U.S. Now, EMLER had visited 6 cities. They visited Washington, D.C., Atlanta, Los Angeles, Chicago, and New York City and Minneapolis. EMLER met with community grassroots organizations that they call civil society organizations, as well as elected officials or something like that. And PETM had the ability to organize 2 separate panels. So in California and Los Angeles, we organized a panel around mass imprisonment of African people and the conditions in the jails. We on April 30th, the very next day in Chicago, one of our members, Kabula, testified in front of this panel on the FBI attacks against the Uhuru movement from July 22nd. We also submitted 2 reports. We submitted a report to EMLER. We also submitted a report on the attacks to the Permanent Forum on People of African Descent, which is being held in Geneva next week. Now, the important thing about this is that we don't expect, of course, the United Nations to come and intervene or anything like that, but it does place this into the historical record. But what we have to do is turn this into a public campaign. That could include even creating a new propaganda that's needed for Black community control of the police. You can go to the PETM website, impedum.bigcartel.com, and purchase Black Community Control of Police T-shirts as well. We have Know Your Rights cards, Know Your Rights trainings, and other petitioning to be done. The truth is that it's a democratic demand, but it's also a universal demand, which overlaps into so much of the work that the Black is Back Coalition is doing, that this is the time for us to really expand the work of the Black Control Police Working Group. So for information on how to get involved with the Black Community Control Police Working Group, you're going to email us directly at info@impdum.org. All right, Uhuru, everybody. Thank you.
Uhuru. And thank you so much, dear brother Matt Shamala, for your presentation. And next, it's moi. I'll just tell you a little bit about myself. My name is Lisa Davis, and I am the vice chair of the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. And I'm also the chair of its healthcare working group. And I had no idea that when I started upon this journey some years ago, because my skin was breaking out, that the knowledge for trying to live a better way to eat healthier would lead me to the Black liberation struggle. It just naturally converged. Okay, so I'm going to start my time now. I need somebody to time me. I get 10 minutes. Who can watch the clock for me? Anyone? I need a timekeeper for myself.
I got you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Uhuru.
Uhuru. As I said, I am the chair of the healthcare working group, which is point number 14 of the 19-point platform that the Black is Back Coalition developed, is calling for free, universal, quality healthcare for all by a public system that serves the health needs of entire communities as well as individuals. Given that group health outcomes are closely linked to group political and economic status, past and present, a universal healthcare policy must provide both equal care to all, regardless of social and financial circumstances, and restorative care to historically oppressed communities, which require political self-determination to achieve social and biological wellness. And I thought it was really important to just read what the call was in terms of healthcare, because we need to redefine how we define healthcare and our relationship to this system. Healthcare, as so much of everything described in this society, is it takes a very individualistic approach. A very individualistic approach. Many times we go into the hospitals and we might have people coming to visit us, and but in terms of developing a team of people that can come around you, that can help to be there, that can help you carry this load, or can help you navigate through various waters when dealing with the healthcare system, is something that we tend not to look at it in the way that I think that we should. I want to encourage us to develop that approach much more, because that is what we are going to need. We also need to understand that, and I think that we are, I think through so much pain, our eyes are starting to be opened more and more to this healthcare system and to how colonizers define what health is. That is a point. That is a point of power and control that we certainly must be challenging. One of the things that the colonizer does is it's not just about controlling our spaces, controlling the borders, and controlling our bodies, but it's even about controlling how you even define what knowledge is. And they do that all the time with what they call healthcare. When we look at this pandemic, Africa, hands down, the continent of Africa had the best stats, period, the best stats of any region on earth. They really did. Now, there were other regions that were comparable, and I would say that would be the regions from people of the East, the regions where they tended to rely a lot on their traditional medicines, and they had a different definition in terms of how you even define medicines. But Africa certainly had the best stats. We need to understand that Africa, as being that the first humans, the first life forms on Earth, that started on the continent of Africa. We have the longest uninterrupted lifespan lineage on Earth, and that is not because that's just not by happenstance, because there have been other peoples on Earth that at some point their heritage did not necessarily survive, or their lineage did not necessarily survive, but ours did. And I want us to understand it's not by happenstance. I want us to understand this, that they call medicine, that they call the pharmaceutical industry. What undergirds that is traditional medicines and the knowledge of Africa. We're not the only ones, but we need to understand that our way of doing things, our way of relating to this earth, our way of defining things is very, very powerful. And as people in the United States living under this colonialist system, or in people who live anywhere in the world under the influence of colonialism, we need to understand that we have the right to access our ways of doing things. In the United States, we should be able to go into any hospital in this country if we have to and say, I want to work with an African practitioner or a practitioner who believes in traditional African medicines or believes in naturopathic medicines or believes in this or believes in that. We should have the right to do that. And that is called medical pluralism, which I think within the United States, that's a concept that we must develop. We must also understand many times when we talk about our revolutionaries, we tend to think, as we and of course we should, all our revolutionaries should be included, but we tend to think more or less about those who were maybe on the front lines of helping to, helping people to get to freedom, quote unquote freedom, through the Underground Railroad, or who maybe took up arms at some point. But oftentimes we don't think of the healers, those who knew about our natural medicines, those who understood the relationship of us as human beings to this earth. We are earthlings. And that's a concept we got to really understand. We have to really understand this, and this is undisputed, that the first life forms on earth, I can assure you, were not doctors. They were not, the pharmaceutical industry is a relatively new construct, about 150 years old or whatever, and yet that is what tends to have so much control and influence over what we, over our bodies in the United States. And also they're trying to expand their influence throughout the world, whether people want it or not. But we have to understand that relationship, that long before the pharmaceutical industry ever appeared, that somehow life appeared on this earth and this earth sustained life. That's a very strong relationship that we really need to understand. And we also need to understand, and we should be fighting for this no matter what. And the healthcare working group, we're about choice. We really are about choice. So, but we want our people to have choice. We want them to have knowledge. We're not going to put down other ways of healing. We're not going to do that. There is room for anybody who just cares, who wants to be a part of this healthcare working group. There is room for that. And we need to also be advocating against healthcare systems for profit. That is just outrageous. The majority of the healthcare systems in this country, hospitals and everything, they are for-profit entities, which means that they're going to base everything they do for you based on how much money they can extract from you.
45 seconds. 45 seconds.
45 seconds. Okay. They're going to that's what this is based upon. That's what this system is based upon. We need to get rid of the profit motive. It just needs to go, period. Period. Everything that they do, everything that they're going to recommend for you is often going to be based on profit. It's not going to be necessarily based on, is this something that you really need? It's going to be based on profit. And I have also seen, because the insurance industry made so many decisions about healthcare, I have had the chance to work with people. I've had to fight. I've had to literally fight. The healthcare working group has had to fight these hospitals from throwing people out of them, from putting people out, literally, because we would get told at the last minute, oh, they're not going to pay for them any longer, and they've got to go. And they would just be thrown out. They don't get discharged from these so-called rehabilitation centers. They get thrown out of them, and we've had to fight to stop that. So these are just some of the thoughts, some of the struggles I wanted to share with you, but it is certainly, and we are never gonna be liberated if we have to rely on the oppressor, the one who practiced genocide, who has killed us, experimented on us like anything, if we have to rely on them and allow them to define how we take care of ourselves. Uhuru. Okay, now I'm going to introduce Brother Dawood Khalik, who is with the Reparations Working Group. He is the chair of the Reparations Working Group. Please just bear with me one moment while I pull up his bio. I have it in front of me. Just bear with me, please. Brother Dawood Khalik, another Jersey, and Jersey is all over the place. Jersey is in the house this time. Brother Dawood Khalik was born and raised in Jersey City, New Jersey. He graduated from Henry Snyder High School, Soul Class of 1969, where he worked with the Black Student Union, and he was a part of the Black Freedom Society. He has worked as a guest teacher with the Jersey City Board of Education and held that position until May of 1983 when he moved to California. He has been on the activist scene of California. He has worked in the school system, and since living in California, he has also worked with Unity in Action, SWAPO Support Committee, and the Malcolm X Grassroots Movement. In the year 2000, he became a charter member of the Reparations Platform Coalition, now part of the Reparations United Front. And he currently is now the chair of the Black is Back Coalition's Reparations Working Group. Brother Dawood, Uhuru.
Uhuru. Uhuru. Reparations now.
Reparations now.
In memory of our ancestors. There's only two things left. That's the truth and reparations. I want to read point number 6 of the BIBC platform, just to introduce the subject. But, you know, reparations is like our, I guess this is going to be the next segment of the civil rights movement, human rights movement, and the Black liberation movement all together. Because like all those issues like an impact on reparations. We demand reparations consistent with international norms regarding redress for crimes against humanity. This includes the enslavement, colonialism, and apartheid from which we suffer up to today. The totality of repair, according to international law, must include policies, programs, and projects that cease ongoing racial crimes, offer restitution and return us to wholeness, provide compensation that allows for a quality standard of life, as well as individual and collective wealth creation, ensure satisfaction that returns our dignity, and achieve rehabilitation for the heart, mind, body, and spirit injuries resulting from centuries of trauma and abuse. Now that's point number 6 of the BIBC 19-point platform. And I just wanted to acknowledge African People's Socialist Party and BIBC as like being, I think, maybe the only organizations working today that have carried on the mission that was established back in the late 50s, early 60s, and through the 70s and so on. You know, we are covering like a lot of different issues that need to be covered, and I don't see that coming from many other organizations who are active or inactive today. Oh, so just to set it off, I just want to give you a little bit of history on 3 documents that have, like, you know, I would say, originated the idea of slavery or enslavement of African people and other peoples of color of the world. And they are the doctrine of discovery, which is the Pope Nicholas document, Pope Nicholas V of the Vatican. The Dred Scott case, where the final writing of the decision that went against Dred Scott, that said, like, no white people have any rights. Black people don't have any rights that white people are bound to respect, right? And he also added that, like, you know, as enslaved people and whatnot, we don't have, like, you know, any rights and whatnot to bring this case, you know, against, like, you know, the farmers that he worked for, trying to get his freedom. And then there's the 10 precepts of American slavery jurisprudence, which was written by Leon Higginbottom. And that's like a list of 10 points that, like, they are designed to, like, you know, how you should, as a slave or enslavement master, to handle, you know, the people or the enslaved captives that you know, work for you on your farm and things like that. You can look all of those up. You can find the 10 precepts of slavery jurisprudence on this website called racism.com. All right. Okay, so moving on. I've been in the reparations movement since about the year 2000. And I worked initially with a group called Reparations Platform Coalition, which later on became the Reparations United Front. We have, you know, advocated for this issue for 24 years, going on 24 years. And we have, you know, seen a lot of things come and go, a lot of, like, opinions and, I don't know, a lot of mis and disinformation around the idea come and go. And, you know, there have been some victories along the way and some not so victorious, because there's, like, a lot of confusion in the way, as far as, like, having, like, a clear definition of what reparations is. So we have worked to try to define what reparations is all along, and we are still looking for a definition that most people would agree to, or everybody should be agreeing to. Also, to add to our research, currently the Reparations United Front is now researching questions on who owes us reparations. In coming months, we will research railroads, cotton, tobacco, sugar, insurance industries, along with American colleges and universities and insurance companies. Currently you can find on YouTube a series called Who Owes Us Reparations by Professor Black Truth, the B1 website. And this series is really good because it covers, like, the all the players in the particular industries that have employed enslaved, kidnapped Africans, and the slave trade itself. The purpose of this is to allay any fears of the average Caucasians, fears that they would somehow be responsible for reparations, for paying reparations. And that's like a big thing, because anytime, you mention reparations around, like, all of a sudden white people get all up in arms and about, oh, we ain't got to pay no reparations. I didn't have no slaves. These are my ancestors. Well, maybe yours didn't, but there's others that have. Okay. This is like an issue of what I would call, and what we call, unjust enrichment. For years, all these industries use slave labor to build and maintain their fortunes and legacies. Research will look to identify individuals and families involved with these industries to identify how many kidnapped, enslaved Africans they use for how long. All the research will be done to concretely ID who owes us reparations. So to try to, further build the movement, I think that at this time, enough time has gone by where we have, like, had, some progress. Here lately, we've had, like, a lot more than has been in the last 10 years. But we have the states and cities and counties. States, cities, and counties taking on the reparations issue and putting legislation on their books and city charters and things like that. And there are those who are composing, like, panels of people to look into the reparations issue, so that, like, they can, like, try to bring some kind of justice to Black people. As I see it, the reparations movement has come a long way since the year 2000, when I first became involved with RUF. In 2023, more cities have taken on the reparations issue. However, we still have a long way to go. Latest is the state of New York. Governor Hochul put together a reparations panel for the state of New York about maybe a month ago. So if the movement is to become more successful, there are a few things that must happen. I'm not even halfway done. I need more time. Can I get a few more minutes?
Well, everybody has had 10 minutes. I mean, you can take another minute or two, but.
Okay. It may take a while, but it must be done. We have to continue to build the movement org by one, we must become more unified. All reparations org must unify into one national reparations org with various locations across the nation. A commonly used, agreed upon definition of what reparations is must be adopted, and said national reparations organizations are promoted as such. Develop a reparations education and information arm to further educate and inform general public, so that mis and disinformation become non-existent and can no longer confuse the issue. Reparations movement must develop a legal arm. There must be a clear definition as to who will be paying reparations and who will receive them. Legal research team is necessary because The main battle for reparations will be fought in the courts. The plaintiffs are the American-born Afro-descendants, and the defendants are the American government and their historical and present-day business partners. After it's researched and solidified, we will have a legal standing to push our case forward. It must be made clear that the two defendants are only the ones to be held for paying reparations, the two above offenders. More important, it must be clearly understood by all parties that reparations cannot and will not be done a one and done payment to any person or group. Going forward, reparations must be established as payments lasting for succeeding generations to at least as long as the enslavement experience, the civil rights movement, Reconstruction, and the present day movement is in effect. Reparations must be made to community organizations to rebuild them, rebuild their communities. Finally, to start the reparation organization unification process, we must develop and hold what I call the National Reparations Congress, which would be the NRC #2. The first one was in 2004, which we held out at Compton College in Compton, California. All reparations groups must have dialogue, organize, and push the movement forward in a more unified manner. All petty differences must be set aside. Plans as to how we advance the movement must be decided and acted upon in unity. UNITY. There are projects I will work with a reparations working group in 2024 to bring the reparations working group back together. And we have some plans, that we've been working on, but it's only, for lack of people volunteering, for the working group to, get any of those plans moved forward. So I'm gonna ask, like right here now, for anybody watching online and here to try to get in touch with me, and I will, try to make a way to get my email address out there, and I can collect yours and whatnot, and then we can start a dialogue as to how we get the reparations working group going again. I took this position because I thought that I could really put together a program that would advocate for the reparations working group and for reparations itself. Time is moving on, and we need to see some forward movement in this progress that we want to make. So I just start end where I started. Reparations now in memory of our ancestors, and there's only two things left. That's the truth and reparations.
And I just want to remind people, I hate calling time, but that's just how it is. We know we have to work within time, but I hate calling time on people. So that's not me calling it, but that's just reality that we work with. So just want to clear that up. Anyway, our next presenter is going to be this young, dynamic person whom I'm getting to know, and it's just been very wonderful working with him. I know I've met him in Washington, D.C. He has worked with me and try as much as I can, try as hard as I can to make sure I have everybody's files. Sometimes something like this happens, but he is Brother Emmanuel Maku. He is with the African People's Socialist Party. He is with NPDOM, and he is just a very strong revolutionary young brother who I have just had the wonderful opportunity to get to know and to work with. He is working with the youth and student working group to help mobilize a lot of the young people, the Zoomers, and the millennials. Brother Emmanuel Maku. Uhuru.
Thank you so much, comrade sister Lisa Davis, for that introduction, a very warm introduction. And I'd like to show my appreciation to the steering committee of the Black is Back Coalition, as well as Chairman Amali Jatela, who chairs the Black is Back Coalition. So my name is Emmanuel, and I had united with taking on the role of chairing the youth and student working group under the leadership of the Black is Back Coalition. And I think that it is important that we are speaking on the question of youth and students at this present moment. This is coming from a period when Africa and her children were forcibly separated and scattered throughout the world, at a time since when a barbaric and arrogant foreign and alien state power thought it could claim the verdict that Africa and her children would be slaves for a system of colonialism from one generation to the next, until the completion of time, producing life for this alien entity from the cradle of one foreign generation to another, from one stage of social development to another. There is an infestation that plagues our lives and our communities since the beginning of when Africans and the indigenous people were kidnapped at gunpoint and forcibly dispersed and forced into the mines to bring up the gold and the silver, the bauxite and the coltan and other minerals that the colonizers still today deem more precious than human life. It is the foundation of the importance of these resources, both human and material, the labor of Africans and other colonized people, and the land upon which material resources are extracted. It is this foundation and the strategic interest to separate us from our resources and our total productive capacity that we should all know should go towards the production of African life, but is instead going towards producing and reproducing European life, bourgeois life, the life of the colonizer. This is the foundation of the existence of the state, the police, the FBI, the CIA, the courts, the Army, the Navy, etc. And it is the schools which teaches African youth and African students on how to sustain the existence of the state and the continuance of a system of colonialism. And the question of colonialism is not one that gets taught to youth and students. We get taught on the principles, for example, of a good work ethic. But colonialism is not about hard work. Colonialism is the domination of an entire people by a foreign and alien state power for economic and political gain. It is a mode of production which started some 600 years ago with the initial attack on Africa, first by Portugal, that would initiate a process of creating a world economy for the very first time in history. It is from this pedestal that is the reason for the constant encirclement of the African community by the police, constantly keeping the masses of African and other colonized people away from our resources, the expropriation of our labor and limiting and redirecting our productive capacity. This is something I've had to learn, but it took an entire coup and the events of the state executions of Mike Brown and George Floyd in order to push this question to the forefront. This system makes it hard for young Africans to learn about our liberation struggle, such as the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee and our brave warriors and fighters of freedom, such as Chairman Amalia Jatela, such as Mukasa Willie Ricks, such as Afia Mungazi, Ella Baker, Queen Mother Moore, Kwame Ture, H. Rap Brown, now known as Jamil Al-Amin, whom we must say free Jamil Al-Amin, free all political prisoners. From Mumia Abu Jamal to Leonard Peltier. free them all, for the only crimes they have committed was to refuse to continue to be a victim of colonialism any longer. As Chairman Amalia Shatella once said, the police in the African community has nothing to do with crime, unless it is recognized that anything that challenges the monopoly of power and resources in the hands of the white ruling class is the essential definition of crime. But African youth today are saying that our future must be in our hands. We say not one generation more.
Not one generation more.
We will outlive colonialism. We will outlive you. And we recognize that there is indeed a national bond between Africans who have been kidnapped and enslaved in the US and elsewhere. We are Africans. Yeah. We are one African people. Yeah, we are one African nation fighting against this barbaric colonial enslavement. Malcolm X once said that young people are the ones who most quickly identify with the struggle and the necessity to eliminate the evil conditions that exist. I like to tell a story. I don't know how much time I got, but 4 minutes. All right. I think the situation of the resistance going on in Gaza, definitely is of significance. My first time meeting a Palestinian was not very long ago, and we had conversations, and this was really an extraordinary force who had told me, Emmanuel, when we were little, we were never afraid of the IDF. We knew that there were cowards. We would call them by names. We would throw rocks at them. They would run away, and it wouldn't take a whole lot of us. I mean, we were little kids. It wouldn't take a whole lot of us. They were, big guys with guns. They may be tall, but they had them. and that's something that connected with me, because I replied, it's the same thing in this country. Yeah. We know we can defeat the police. We know that we can defeat the state. Right. All the elements of the state. It's not just the police that constantly encircles our communities. Right. The most significant piece about that story that the Palestinian had told me was that all they needed to do, all the Palestinian youth needed to do was to grow old, was to get older, was to mature. In the 60s, this system in the 60s, many of the previous period, many leaders from the previous period were assassinated before they matured as revolutionary thinkers and practitioners. Right. Since the events of 2020, that has propelled myself and a whole number of youth around this country to take a huge leap forward. And I didn't know anything about, a SNCC or a lot of the different African liberation struggles that I should know of, but I do now. And it didn't take me 60 years, it only less than a handful of years. And that's the thing about, that's the thing that I like to say to the youth. It's really important that you come into this working group. Right on. It's really important that we teach each other about our struggle, because we are the only ones who can, we as African people can only teach, are the only ones who can teach us about our struggle. That's how the theory of African internationalism gets developed and so forth. It doesn't require Russians in order for that to happen. Yeah, I don't have much to say. Thank you so much for giving this space. And yeah, please do join this youth and student working group. This is an incredible social force. Even though the youth and students they're not a class, they are an incredible social force that's necessary for who else inherits the revolution. And that's what's really important. it's not enough just to have faith in us as the youth. You have to teach us. Yeah. And that's the intent of this working group, that we teach ourselves and that we resolve the prominent problems that are defined in this period. Not one generation more. And we say our future in our hands, Africa, the Africa plan. That is our promise.
Uhuru, Brother Emmanuel, thank you so very much for your powerful presentation. Let me just say this much. The youth are crucial, critical. Nothing goes on without them. You have the most at stake at this point. Uhuru. Our next presenter is Brother Sayaro. It's like I have all these bios in front of me until I absolutely need them. Hold on 1 second, moment, please. Brother Sayaro. Brother Sayaro came to us through Louisiana United, which is a bipartisan social justice organization whose mission is to champion the protection of human rights, including the civil, constitutional, and societal rights that are all too commonly trampled on in today's world. The LUI speaks for the person or group that cannot speak for themselves and has a proven track record all across the state of Louisiana. He, like I said, he came to us through Belinda Parker Brown, and we are so grateful for him and his contributions that he has consistently made to the Uhuru movement. And now he is going to be working on the political education. And we are going to hear his presentation about helping to build these working groups and the political education of the Black is Back Coalition and the Uhuru movement. Uhuru, Brother Sayaro.
Uhuru. Give me some Geritol. Uhuru. It's funny that you mentioned youth. And it's funny that youth came up because that's all in the plan. In terms of expansion on the working group, we already have political prisoners working group. We've got reparations working group. We've got political action working group. We got media working group, outreach working group, research working group. We have those groups. We need to expand. I believe that it's just the thing that used to got me involved. And I just heard the young brother, who I am just so elated. You gave me my Geritol. I remember being young and then being enticed by the movement, as we all were young and enticed by the movement. But it took the elders who brought us in, just as it would be with the Black is Back Coalition or any other parts of the organization itself, the structure, to entice the youth to get involved. And then you found out when you got the youth involved, you had invigorating spirits, you had minds that were fresh, and you had minds and bodies that were ready to do the battle, to do the war. And so with expansion on this, I thought about it. We do need the youth involvement working group. We do. We need a court watch group. It's just something I'm throwing in there, which is local and political watching of courts. We need to have those groups go and watch. I used to do court watch as well with Reverend Pinckney, as a matter of fact, and come out and give reports on what we saw in the courtroom. Political education working groups. Those are groups that would go into the commission meetings and the other meetings, coming back out and giving reports on what they saw, the adversity, the struggles, the limitations for the masses. We need a propaganda working group. As you well know, and these are all youthful groups. These are youth at work. Let's face facts. We're in some of us, reclining years, done a lot of walking and burned out a lot of kneecaps along the way. It is time for the youth. The youth do have ideas. The youth do have the energy. They have the genius. So we have youth that are strictly, solely geniuses today. Very quick, well-read youth who are hungry. And I'm mentioning youth throughout this whole presentations because that's the next generation that we're looking at. This is who we should be honing in on. These are the ones that are going to pick up the battle and the wars the young brother just mentioned. We need, again, a propaganda working group, a group that would go out constantly giving out propaganda, keeping it flowing. That when we speak of the door to door with the Black is Back Coalition, we know that Sister Lisa has been going out to many events as it relates to Palestine. But we need even more younger people to get involved, come back giving reports and giving ideas within the restraints and within the confines of the process that's been laid out through Chairman Omali Yeshitela along the way. We need technological experience. We need youth. Youth out here today, they're so fast, I can't even blink. They didn't show me another app. Okay, and I don't even know what that app's all about. So I thought I would bring those suggestions in with regards to moving forward. We are in definitely a war, and these young people know that we're in a war. And we, just like it used to be with me as a youth, we cherish elders taking the time out with us. This is what has been missing in the community. The missing link is the elder to the youth. The missing link is taking that time out, listening to the youth, and then adding on the life experience that we've carried on through the years. I thought I'd bring that in as a presentation. I don't know if that's a fresh start, a good way to look at it. I believe it is a good way to look at that. Something to think about, because we must keep this revolution going. We must keep African internationalism on the front burner. And who better can do that than our youth? In their song, in their ways, in their means, with good guidance and good study and good practice. I believe that the next generation is forthcoming. I'll say that. I know that I wrapped it up in less than 10 minutes. I'm going to say, uhuru, think about it.
Uhuru, Brother Sayaro, uhuru. Brother Sayaro, he's just a wonderful comrade. And in terms of all of the study that he puts into things, in terms of all of the information that he shares with people, in terms of all of the things that he's constantly keeping us abreast of, I really can't think of anyone stronger to head the working group in terms of political education and things of that nature. So I just want to thank Brother Sayaro very, very much for his contribution and his presentation as well.
No, don't make me cry up here now. Don't do that.
We don't do that,
comrades. I really do.
We don't do that.
The Black is Back this time around has been on fire.
Yeah. Uhuru. Sister Kenge, just please help to guide me. I know that we have another call for membership, but yeah, Sister Kenge, she helps. Oh.
Uhuru, we're gonna go to our last panel now.
Okay.
And that is the anti-colonial free speech panel.
Yes. And
we should have Paulette from the Leonard Peltier Ad Hoc Committee.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just.
Yeah, I just want to remind us that today, generally speaking, what we've been doing is going over a lot of things that in this electoral campaign school, because it's easy to come here, and as some people have argued we should do, and just teach people how to run for office. But the Democratic Party does that. And they work very hard to get African people to come into these schools where they teach people how to run for office. But the question is, what are the ideas? What are the issues? What are the theories? What's the philosophy that Black people should take into the campaign? How can we contribute to arming people who are going to run for office about what it is that we should be dealing with? So we have a national Black political agenda. That's one thing, and some people have spoken to different aspects of that. And then there are these other questions: education. There's a question, political prisoners, various other kinds of issues that people, reparations. and they're Palestine. There's not going to be an election in 2024 that does not deal with Palestine. There's not going to be an election in 2000 and people are going to be required to be able to speak to those questions, political prisoners, all of these things. So we want candidates, we want people to run. We want people to demand that people who are running address these questions that we're talking about now. So that's one of the reasons we're going through this kind of discussion right here. We still have a lot of work to do in terms of training ourselves, how to actually function as working groups. We talk about the working group here, working group there, but how's the best way for them to function? What kind of training do we have to do to facilitate that, to make that even better? So that's one of the things we'll be doing. Commerciero is talking about political education. We're talking about having now somebody who's responsible on a regular, consistent basis of providing political education to all the members of the more than 100 members or so of the coalition. So on a regular basis, at least once or twice a month, there's going to be political education that's dealing with, if only the whole issue that the coalition is dealing with on a regular basis, issues the coalition is dealing with. We've got people like Joko Collective who do regular kinds of forums, webinars, etc. And these become instruments also of putting forth the ideas of the coalition. So it becomes even more dynamic. So the most progressive, most outstanding part of the work of the coalition should be coming from the working groups. The fact is the working groups are doing it all the time. So we have a school once a year, we have a mobilization November once a year, we have April a conference once a year, we have various other August conference, we have various other things that happen occasionally. I mean, they happen on a consistent, regular basis, but the working groups are doing stuff all the time. That's the objective. They're all the time working around reparation, all the time working around the kinds of things like health, all the time working around political control of education. So this is an ongoing process that the working groups keeps the coalition out there and engaged in struggle all the time. I just wanted to say that so people can contextualize what it is that's happening right now, because there have been arguments that no, we spend too much time doing this, or we should wait until do this on the second day, because there are not going to be as many people here on the second day as there are on the first day. So let's get the thing over about how to run for office. Well, I think we had enough of how to run for office. Enough people who run for office. That's what we're talking about. All these sellouts, neo-colonial forces that exist now, they do that pretty well. What we have to do is equip our people so we have a new generation of forces who are running for office who can challenge the monopoly that these sellouts got in the electoral process. I just want to say that.
Uhuru. And I just wanted to say, because as Sister Ikenge was saying, we're going to be going into the anti-colonial free speech panel discussion. And the first person that we have will be speaking on behalf of the Leonard Peltier Ad Hoc Committee, and she is Sister Paulette. Sister Paulette, she is an anti-imperialist. She's an anti-imperialist. She's been an activist for over 50 years in the movement for the people, and she's a comrade of Leonard Peltier since the Trail of Broken Treaties. And she's also the former co-chair of the Jericho movement and is now a member of the National Advisory Board, Sister Paulette. And she also works with Hands Off Uhuru, the Hands Off Uhuru Coalition and social media group. Uhuru.
Uhuru. So nice to be here. Thank you so much. And I was just listening to what the chairman had to say. And part of what I was going to talk about was that when you train these candidates to run for office, that part of their training should be working with different blocks, different voting blocks, the indigenous people, the Indigenous Alliance, the Lakota Law Project are both in the process of organizing an indigenous bloc. So if we have somebody that's going to run, they should go meet them or figure out a way to talk with them about what they want, and so that the bloc itself would have an understanding and support these new candidates that you are training. I work with the Leonard Peltier Official Ad Hoc Committee. I've known Leonard since 1972. And right now it's crucial. It's a crucial time for Leonard. He is locked down. They have turned Coleman 1 into a complete lockdown prison, very similar to the one in Colorado. And we are working desperately hard around his medical and legal care. Also, we're asking people to write letters to Attorney General Garland, and all of this information is available on the freeleonardpeltiernow.org website. And this Leonard's case, of course, I've heard people talking about COINTELPRO. Well, Leonard was a target of COINTELPRO, as was the American Indian movement. They put out, the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the government put out all kinds of false information as to what was AIM's philosophy. AIM's philosophy was to work for the people, to maintain a spirituality, to walk on the red road, to abstain from alcohol and drugs. And the FBI tried to turn them into a bunch of terrorists, which they were not. Leonard, Bob Robidoux, Dino Butler were all invited to come to the Jumping Bulls property in Ogallala, which is a settlement on the Pine Ridge Reservation. They were invited by the elders, by Grandma and Grandpa Jumping Bull, who said, "We are being targeted by the goons," which were the guardians of the Ogallala Nation, which were the police, which were backed by the FBI. And so Bob, Leonard, Dino, Neelock, and a group of young people went there, built a camp, built a garden, took Grandma and Grandpa wherever they needed to go, and worked in the community around sweats and different ceremonies. So when the FBI rolled up on them, they did not know who these two white men who jumped out of their cars were, and they responded with gunfire. It was, in fact, a war. The Indian War is not over. It is continuing, and it is being led by the FBI in the attempt to keep Leonard Peltier in prison. And so Bob and Dino and Leonard all took part. And then Bob and Dino went on trial and were allowed to present the evidence that showed that they were, in fact, legally there, not just legally, but spiritually and culturally part of the Jumping Bulls. And they showed that reign of terror by the FBI is why they were there. And they were found not guilty on the grounds of self-defense. Who has a right to come onto the property, bring out their guns, and not expect anybody to respond? Now, when Leonard went on trial, first thing they did was move him from Cedar Rapids and the judge there to Fargo, North Dakota. In fact, the FBI went out farming Leonard's case to see what judge they could get to take it on. In Leonard's trial, he was not allowed to produce any evidence that Bob and Dino had done to show why he was there. The judge said, "I will hear nothing against the FBI." Anybody that worked against them had to have been in the wrong. And Leonard was, of course, sentenced to 2 life sentences. Leonard has started his 49th year. He is in Coleman 1 in Florida. He is, his eyesight is very bad. And he has to use a walker. And young people, younger prisoners will go and stand in line for him on the phone so that when he gets there, he doesn't have to go to the end of the line. He has been told by a doctor that in fact he should have a wheelchair, not a walker, because a walker is very dangerous in the prison. There's all kind of people that would bump into him, not on purpose, but when there's a group moving in the hallway, it's not always easy for them to get around somebody on a walker, and that he should have a wheelchair, which will take some of the pressure off of his back and off the arthritis that he has in his shoulders. So we're very, very concerned for his safety and his health. And if you go on Free Leonard Peltier now, there's all the information. There's a GoFundMe, letters, information on who to write to. If you have any questions, you could go to info@freeleonardpeltiernow.org. You can get in touch with me at Paulette@freeleonardpeltiernow.org. And one of the other hats I wear, of course, is the Jericho movement. And Leonard has been our political prisoner from when Jericho was built. And so I am very glad to say that we have a representative on the political prisoner working group. And anything that we in Jericho can do to assist that working group, we are more than willing to do that. So please do not hesitate. You can reach Jihad at the National Jericho at gmail.com or Jihad Abdul Mumit at gmail.com.
Fine.
We are totally committed, and I have to thank the chairman. In fact, I knew the chairman many years ago when I was working with a white anti-imperialist group called Prairie Fire. And so it's wonderful to see us come full circle and work together again to bring a revolution to this country that will allow for the people to be making decisions and not this fascist government that we are living under now. We have to pay attention to Gaza. We cannot allow Israel to annihilate them. They are looking at Gaza as a place where they can have settlers, where they will have access to the Mediterranean. And so their whole intention is not just to wipe out Gaza, but to actually take that land and claim it for themselves. So we have to be diligent. We have to be diligent in our work to make sure that from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Please work to bring Leonard Peltier home. And I thank you and miigwech.
Uhuru. Thank you so much.
Uhuru.
Free Leonard Peltier, free him now. And I just want to emphasize that.
Not one more year.
Exactly.
Not one more year.
Not one more year. And I just want to emphasize for everybody that it's freeleonardpeltiernow.org. Right. So make sure you go to the website that says now. I think there might be a couple of them, but it's freeleonardpeltiernow.org. Uhuru. And thank you so much, Sister Paulette. And we have been putting it down on the Hands Off Uhuru social media working groups.
Right.
Uhuru.
I love it. I follow you, and we use you and follow all your social media. So it's very wonderful to work with you. Uhuru.
Uhuru, great. And I think people should be following our social media. I really do. Uhuru. Our next presenter, speaking of Hands Off Uhuru, the Hands Off Uhuru Coalition or campaign, our next presenter is Mwezi Odom. She is a leading member and organizer in the Uhuru movement. In January 2020, she joined the African People's Socialist Party-led mass organizations of NPDOM, AFDEP, and ANWO, the African National Women's Organization, to return her skills and to contribute to the African liberation struggle. Using her skills and training as a counselor and educator, Mwezi unites with the principles that her skills do not belong to herself as an individual, but rather to the whole African nation and its development. With this, Nwezi established the APDEP Mental Health Committee and built dual and contending power programs and events in the interest of offering genuine support to African people suffering from mental and physical health problems caused by colonialism. In 2021, she joined the African People's Socialist Party, and she is currently the chair of the Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa Defense Campaign. She's a proud African woman, a lover of African internationalism. She believes in Africa and her people will be once again free and self-governing. And she is also the mother to two of Africa's best daughters. And I can vouch for that. Yes, no lies spoken there. Sister Nwezi. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Uhuru, Sister Lisa, Vice Chair Lisa Davis, want to appreciate that introduction and just really want to salute the 8th Electoral Campaign School and just all the speakers who spoke before me, just such a powerful, really powerful, 8th Electoral School. And as was mentioned, just the veterans of the movement to see, the organizers from SNCC Chairman, Sister Afia and Brother Mukasa Ricks, just really powerful, and just really want to say it's an honor to be here. And I want to salute the steering committee of the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. So without further ado, I know we are pressed for time, and I will go as fast as I can through our presentation. And so that'll be pulled up shortly. But as has been mentioned, my name is Nwezi Odom, and I'm the Secretary General for the African People's Socialist Party, and leading under the leadership of Chairman Amalia Shatella, the Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa counteroffensive. And so thank you, comrade, for having the slides up. So we can go to the next slide. Part of what I'll be calling on people to do during this quick presentation is to, right now, if you have not, go to handsoffuhuru.org and sign up to be at the trial in September, on September 3rd, 2024 of this year. We are calling on everybody to stay all out for the trial, to put the state on trial. So I just wanted to put that out now so that by the end of this presentation, I can see that more people have signed up to commit to coming to the trial. So the Hands Off Uhuru, Hands Off Africa Defense Campaign, next slide, please, thank you, was initiated following the July 29 attacks on the African People's Socialist Party. This campaign has been taken around the world to expose, as has been mentioned throughout this entire, weekend, the FBI and the U.S. government's centuries-long attacks on the African people, on African people's, resistance, to be free. And as has been said, it started when the first African was snatched from Africa. And so this is nothing new. And the tactics of the state, continue to change and take on different names. But we are clear that this has always been an attack on freedom, and this is an attack on Africa. So we say hands off Uhuru, hands off Africa, and stop the attacks on the African People's Socialist Party. So we are calling on the U.S. government to drop the charges on the Uhuru 3. This is Chairman Amalia Shatella, Penny Hess, and Jesse Neville, who I will, talk about a little bit more. But if you have not been following this campaign and this fight back, we encourage you to go to our website to learn more. I do want to, before I continue, salute my relentless leadership, Chairman Amalia Shatella, who is the chairman of the African People's Socialist Party, also the chair of the Black is Back Coalition, as well as Deputy Chair Ona Zaneya Shatella, who leads the economic development institutions, over 50 of them, of the African People's Socialist Party. And many of you who were there on the ground yesterday got a chance to see just the amazing work being done on the ground in St. Louis. So, as well, I want to salute the National Central Committee of the African People's Socialist Party. So, Uhuru. So again, on July 29th, the military FBI raids on 7 homes and properties of the Uhuru movement. 4, of them we could see here in St. Louis, Missouri. This was, initiated. So this campaign was initiated following these attacks where, the FBI used flashbang grenades, battering rams, assault rifles. They stole property. They, no search warrant, held the chairman and our leaders at gunpoint. We understand that this was an assassination attempt on the chairman's life, an assassination attempt on the African liberation struggle as it reflects itself in the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party. And, they labeled 4 members of our movement as unindicted co-conspirators. This was Chairman Penny Hess, Jesse Neville, as well as Akile Anayi, who, leads our media our media communications. And it wasn't until April 13th when the U.S. government decided that they wanted to indict Chairman Amalia Shatella, Penny Hess, and Jesse Neville. So this is a long, as we said, well, and just to say that these three are known as the Uhuru Three, and this is who we are, rallying behind to say drop the charges. And to say that since the attacks, happened in July 2022, I won't go through everything, but it is important to note that, there were, numerous attacks on the African People's Socialist Party, on the Uhuru movement from the attacks on July 2nd, actually, when a military armed, thug came with a flamethrower and torched the red, black, and green flag hanging in St. Petersburg, Florida. And this was a precursor to the raids on July 29th. And led by, a series of economic warfare against the African community. And throughout all this time, we continue to push back with, taking the chairman and the Uhuru Three on tours, launching a very important legal defense campaign, calling on people to donate, pulling together a badass legal team, media interviews, getting the petition signed, global days of actions, calling on volunteers, as we just heard from comrades Lisa and comrades, Paulette, really, phenomenal, volunteers, and taking this case around the world. And it's clear that we can do this, and we can do this with full confidence, because the African People's Socialist Party has had a successful history of campaigns fighting for the African working class, and this one is just no different. Just some photos of in 1975 when Freddie Pitts and Wilbert Lee, who were death sentenced by an all-white jury for a murder that they did not commit. The African People's Socialist Party, fought back, and they were pardoned in 1975. And again in 1975, the party's campaign to free Desi Woods, smashed colonial violence, an African woman who was sentenced to 22 years in prison for killing a white man with his own gun when he tried to rape her. And again, she was freed in 1982. So these are just some examples of the work of the African People's Socialist Party. And I just wanted to say that as we can go in full confidence, as supporters, as volunteers, we love you and we appreciate you, because this is what has helped bring this campaign out in the world. Sister Lisa Davis never misses the beat without saying you have to follow us on social media if you have not already. That's Hands Off Uhuru on all the social media platforms. We want to make sure that people can stay connected as we build for the trial. This campaign has, put the anti-colonial free speech movement out in the world. We are, what you see in red is who we have touched around the world in terms of, social media and our ability to communicate, virtually. And we just that, this is no small matter, and we want to continue to expand and just paint the red, paint the map red with, with supporters of anti-colonial free speech. And all of your work, and we just really want to say that part of this, fight back has been to break out of this encirclement. And we have to really continue to acknowledge how this came throughout the relentless work under the leadership of Chairman Amalia Shatella, and this, amazing fight back and volunteers has really pushed to get this media, to get this story out in the world. And, part of that has been the work that we can see with even members of the Black is Back coalition, such as our comrades with Joko Collective, who have committed to, bring the campaign on and give brief updates and interview members of the movement, monthly, as well as we want to salute Brother Ralph Pointer and Sister Betty Davis with, the What's Happening Blog Talk Radio, as well as Comrade Sayero, who was also, always in the mix, everywhere you look, as has been said. And this, has been part of this fight back has allowed us to be able to take the news and analysis of African internationalism, of what it means when we say Black power, out into the world, into areas and, platforms that we would, and audiences that normally would not hear anything, about, what it means when we say, Black power or things like that. So I just really want to salute the chairman, who has been on, several really big platforms, such as the Tucker Carlson, Glenn Greenwald, as well as even mentions by other supporters, like on Judge Napolitano, Anya Prampil, made a mention of it. So these are just some ways in which we are breaking out of this encirclement and taking this campaign, continue to, push this around the world. And a recent interview with the chairman, I invite you to look it up, Mabali Makasi, who speaks to a very wide French-speaking audience, French, Africans who speak French from around the continent and throughout Europe. So, comrades, we're continuing to build. And all of this is to, make sure that we can, bring a really fierce fight back to, into the courtroom. And I want to salute our courageous legal team, who some of what the legal charges and all of that you will be hearing from our next presenter. So I won't go into too much detail, but I really want to salute Addie Griffin, Mutaki Akbar, and Leonard Goodman, who are our lead attorneys, and the rest of the team as well, who are just, relentless in helping to build as has been said, a bulletproof case. But what are the charges? I do want to say what the charges are and what the who three are being charged with. 2 counts totaling a maximum of 15 years in prison each. U.S. count 18, which is, targeting, the leaders of the movement as being foreign agents in violation of a statute for requiring agents to operate under the control of foreign governments or foreign officials to notify the Attorney General before acting. So basically saying that we didn't register as quote unquote foreign agents. And because of that, this is why the chairman, Penny, and Jesse are facing up to 10 years in prison and 5 years, maximum 5 years in prison for a so-called conspiracy to commit an offense or to defraud the U.S. government. And so this is the total counts that the Uhuru Three are facing. And because of that, comrades, we know that it is complete bogus charges. And these, attacks are very consistent with the, FBI's track record, right? And its war against the Black liberation struggle, as well as we just heard from Comrade Paulette, on the American Indian movement struggle for also indigenous power. So we understand that right here on the settler colonial land, we are going to be there, comrades, on September 3rd. We want you to go to handsoffuhuru.org/take action. Thank you, comrade. So you can sign up to be at the trial on September 3rd. And just as I close up, I want to make a pitch and, call on people to, join the Hands Off Uhuru Fight Back Coalition. This coalition came together on July 8th of 2023. And, next slide, please.
Fine.
Great. Okay, I'll speed through this. So we want comrades to join the Hands Off Uhuru Fight Back Coalition. This coalition is, also unites with, and I'll just skip through some slides so you may not catch up with me, but I'm on slide 30. We just want to say that the Hands Off Uhuru Fight Back Coalition also, unites with the Black is Back's coalition, their Vote Uncommitted, Make Our Black Votes Count campaign, and any struggle that is, taking place, and, saluting the Black is Back and all the organizations of the Black is Back who are part of this coalition. We want to encourage everybody to join and to make this a fight for the life of imperialism. So without further ado, I will wrap it up there and just say, go to handsoffuhuru.org, get to the courthouse, and continue to support this dynamic coalition, which is the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. So thank you, comrades. And Hands Off Uhuru, drop the charges on the Uhuru Three, and Uhuru, thank you.
Uhuru, thank you so much, Sister Mwezi Olden. You are doing a tremendous job in terms of your leadership with the Hands Off Uhuru campaign. I just have to say that. And we also have somebody in the chat who says he's going to be there September 3rd. And that's Brother Perez. Uhuru.
Right on, Frank.
Florida. So I just got a shout out. Next, we're going to have a presentation that has been recorded by Jesse Neville, but I just wanted to give you a little bit about his background before the presentation is queued up. Do we have the tech people queuing that presentation up? Okay, brother, Comrade Jesse Neville, he is the national chair of the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, which is the mass organization of the African People's Solidarity Committee. Jesse met the Uhuru movement when he attended a workshop led by the African People's Socialist APSC chairwoman Penny Hess in Sarasota, and he joined USM, Uhuru Solidarity Movement, a few months later at an event in St. Petersburg, where he saw Chairman Omali Yeshitela speak about the historic struggle to free Africa and African people. Since then, he has organized under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party to win unity through reparations from the white community, whether as an on-the-ground organizer or as a mayoral candidate. And he is also one of the Uhuru Three who is facing 10 to 15 years in prison. We have a presentation. He couldn't be in here in person, but he did a video recording. Uhuru.
Uhuru, Uhuru, salute to the historic Electoral Campaign School hosted by the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. It is a profound honor to participate. My name is Jesse Neville. I am a member of the African People's Solidarity Committee and the chair of our mass organization, Uhuru Solidarity Movement, working in the white community to build solidarity with the African Revolution and reparations to African people under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party. I begin by saluting deeply my leadership, the African People's Socialist Party, Chairman Omali Yeshitela and Deputy Chair Ona Zane Yeshitela. And I also want to extend a salute to Mwezi Odom, the chair of the Hands Off Uhuru counteroffensive campaign. I also want to salute Penny Hess, the chairwoman of the African People's Solidarity Committee, who has worked under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party to build solidarity with Black power for nearly 50 years. Chairwoman Penny Hess and I are charged in the Uhuru 3 as part of the attack on the African Liberation Movement and Chairman Omali Yeshitela, the leader of the African Revolution, who is the primary target of this vicious political assault on the right of African people to struggle for their liberation. I have been asked to speak about the case of the Uhuru 3, so I would also like to acknowledge the powerful team of Uhuru lawyers comprised of Addie Griffin, Mutaki Akbar, Leonard Goodman, Angela Rainey, and Tom Inskeep, along with the Legal Defense Support Committee led by Director Chimaranga Selembao, which includes members of the National Lawyers Guild and other legal workers who are working together to put the state on trial and kick the ass of the ruling class. As is well known at this point, on July 29th, 2022, the FBI executed pre-dawn, multi-state, violent, military-style raids on 7 homes and offices of the Uhuru movement in St. Louis and St. Petersburg, Florida, including the homes of Chairman Omali Yeshitela and Deputy Chair Ona Zane Yeshitela in the north side of St. Louis. The FBI deployed an array of weaponry and military gear, laying siege to the 7 Uhuru properties that morning with armored vehicles, grenades, assault rifles, and various other types of firearms, drones, and battering rams. On the same day, 4 of us, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Penny Hess, Director Akile, and myself, were characterized as unindicted co-conspirators in an indictment issued by a federal grand jury in Tampa, Florida, of a Russian national who was charged with recruiting persons in the United States to operate as illegal agents of the Russian government in a so-called conspiracy to sow discord. The indictment of Alexander Ionov listed several what they refer to as overt acts attributed to what they called Political Group 1, the African People's Socialist Party. All of these so-called overt acts were examples of pure political speech, which is, according to the so-called Bill of Rights to the US Constitution, supposed to be protected by the First Amendment right to freedom of speech. 9 months later, the US Department of Justice indicted the Uhuru 3 on 2 felony counts of violating 2 federal criminal statutes. The 2 charges against the Uhuru 3 include 1 count of violating 18 USC Section 951, a statute requiring agents operating under the control of foreign governments to notify the Attorney General before acting. This charge carries a maximum penalty of 10 years in federal prison, along with 1 count of violation of 18 USC Section 371, conspiracy to commit an offense against or defraud the United States government. This charge carries a maximum prison penalty of 5 years in federal prison. According to this absurd indictment, in 2014, Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the Uhuru movement's more than 50-year-long struggle for African liberation suddenly became pawns in a Russian criminal conspiracy to sow discord in the United States. This indictment is based on the insulting, slanderous, racist premise that African people in the United States need Russians or anyone else to tell them that they are oppressed and have a right to struggle for their freedom. As Chairman Omali Shatella has said, the Uhuru Three are not guilty of these bogus charges. On the other hand, it is the US government, the colonial state, who are the real criminals. The FBI, with its bloody track record of harassing, surveilling, stalking, infiltrating, imprisoning, torturing, and assassinating African and indigenous freedom fighters. The FBI, who are guilty of arresting and imprisoning Marcus Garvey in the 1920s on manufactured charges of mail fraud because he fought for the liberation of African people, who indicted W.E.B. Du Bois on very similar charges of being a so-called Russian agent and revoked his passport in 1951, who are guilty of carrying out COINTELPRO, counterinsurgency war against the Black Revolution of the 1960s and orchestrating the assassinations of Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Fred Hampton, Mark Clark, and so many others. And the FBI, which is itself just a component of, as Chairman Omali Shatella teaches us, the colonial state forged in bloodshed to maintain a colonial system built on the backs of African and oppressed peoples. Again, all of the so-called overt acts in the indictment of the Uhuru Three are pure speech, consistent with the agenda the chairman and the African People's Socialist Party have relentlessly pursued for over 50 years. This includes publishing articles, broadcasting presentations, and circulating a petition to the United Nations to charge the US government with the crime of genocide against African people. A petition which garnered over 130,000 signatures before that information was censored and stolen by Change.org in collusion with the FBI. As our attorney Leonard Goodman has pointed out, this is the first time in the history of US colonial law that 18 USC 951, this foreign agents law, has been used to target pure speech. In every previous instance of a 951 prosecution, actions beyond speech were alleged, such as spying, bribery, extortion, or lobbying for relief from sanctions. The government argues that this indictment does not violate free speech because they say it is content neutral. In other words, that it is not about what the Uhuru Three said, but the fact that the Russians told them to say it. Of course, this is absurd. If the Uhuru movement had been hosting webinars in support of Israel or Ukraine, instead of for reparations and against genocide on African people, they would not be facing prosecution. This law on its face may be content neutral, but the use of this law to target the Uhuru Three is not content neutral, and that is their conundrum. Otherwise, the Department of Justice would be indicting AIPAC and other lobbying firms and Washington think tanks bankrolled by foreign governments to the tune of millions of dollars every year. The indictment accuses the Uhuru Three of spreading disinformation. The government is attempting to write a new definition of the word disinformation with this case. Now they say disinformation does not have to be false in order to be disinformation. No, they argue, it can include the truth if that truth reduces trust in the US social system. The Uhuru Three also the indictment of the Uhuru Three also attempts to evade the First Amendment by redefining speech as action if that speech is alleged to be under the direction or control of a foreign government, quote unquote. This is how this prosecution threatens to blow a massive hole in the First Amendment. The US government is attempting to establish a very dangerous precedent for criminalizing political speech simply by accusing the speaker of being a, quote, foreign agent simply on the basis that some of their views may align with the views of a foreign government. Currently, a trial is set for September 3rd of this year in Tampa, Florida. But the struggle in the courts and in the streets for the US government to drop the bogus charges against the Uhuru Three is not over. There is a pending motion for dismissal filed by attorney Leonard Goodman on the grounds that this indictment violates the First Amendment, and other potential motions for dismissal in the works. So I want to close by saluting the leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela and acknowledging this understanding that the chairman has put forward, that the attack on the African People's Socialist Party is an attack on the First Amendment itself, a right which was not created for African people in the first place. It was created for white people. And if it has ever been made accessible to African people at any time, it has only been as a consequence of life and death struggle. Therefore, when they take away the First Amendment right to free speech from Chairman Omali Yeshitela, they are taking it away from everyone, including white people for whom it was created in the first place. They are beginning their assault on free speech, as they always do, with an attack on the African liberation movement. What stands between anyone's right to free speech and the US government openly taking away that right is Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the African People's Socialist Party. And this is why the Uhuru Three case is so important. Drop the charges on the Uhuru Three. Hands off Chairman Omali Yeshitela. Hands off Uhuru. Hands off Africa. Free Leonard Peltier. Free Palestine. Down with colonialism. Reparations now. Uhuru.
Uhuru and ditto to everything he said. Next, we're going to have Chairman Omali Yeshitela himself, the target of this attack on the African People's Socialist Party and the Black liberation struggle. Uhuru.
Uhuru, comrades. First of all, I just want to thank everybody who has agreed to participate in this important school. I also want to appreciate the presentation that was just made by Comrade Jesse Neville. The words that have been said around the question of Leonard Peltier and all the political prisoners, which is an extraordinarily important thing for us to take on. And the US government has not made a mistake in terms of somehow accidentally attacking us. It's not like they thought we did anything. They know we didn't do anything. That's why they would attack us at 5 o'clock in the morning, pre-dawn here. And listen, Comrade Jesse Neville Todd almost made a joke of it, you know? I mean, why in the hell would they come in armored vehicles, grenades, with assault weapons at my house at 5 o'clock in the morning? I mean, I'm 82 years old. It's like, what do they think I'm going to do, Rambo? I mean, it's an extraordinary kind of thing. It was an audacious thing, and they shut down the community, terrorized everybody in the community, occupied porches and things like that. They occupied an African community.
That's right.
African community. So they knew exactly what they were doing, but they were moving on the assumption, because they brag about having a 96, 97% conviction rate. But that's a conviction rate precisely because most people don't go to trial. When they come at you that fashion, what people do is usually agree to take some kind of deal to take the heat off of them. So they take a deal. If I take a deal and promise not to say anything anymore, be a good Negro, etc., then there's a possibility they would drop the charge, a likelihood they would drop the charge. In fact, there was an occasion once we got a lawyer, because they have to come through the lawyer. Now that there's a lawyer here, the lawyer says, okay, what you want? And they say, well, he can come in and talk. If he wants to, talk to me. So I can come in and talk. I can come in and roll over. I can come in to confess to something that never happened. And then I don't have to be facing these charges that they are going to lay on me. But it doesn't work that way.
Yes, sir.
The other thing is I'm convinced that one of the things that they expected, because they rated us, they made us unindicted co-conspirators, which is a very disingenuous thing to do, because if you're an unindicted co-conspirator, you have no legal standing, which means it's not like I can go to the court and say, file some kind of motion to get them to stop doing something, because formally they haven't done anything. I'm not indicted, etc. So 9 months, it takes them 9 months to indict. And I think that part of this also, first, the way they attacked, and then the 9 months delay in doing anything, I think they attacked in a fashion that allowed them to startle us, to create a situation where we might move against them in a certain way that would justify, give them some legality in terms of killing us in the real deal. I mean, when I say this, this is no joke. When I came out of that house pre-dawn, when I walked down the stairs with these grenade bangs going off throughout the neighborhood, and I didn't know it at the time, it was in the back of inside my house in the stairwell. When I walked down and I'm meeting this armored vehicle in front of my house, I'm concerned about my wife also, who they are subject to kill as me. I walk down the house, I get to the stairwell, and I'm greeted by these armed thugs in military gear. And we're carrying assault weapons, and then this laser targeting device is bouncing off my chest, these red dots. You've seen it in the movies, right? So what am I thinking? What am I thinking when I come down the stairs at 5 o'clock in the morning? I'm thinking Fred Hampton. This goes through my mind right away. They come and they kill Fred in a similar fashion. So I expect that they came to kill me. And so, and I walk out of the house, and if I knew if I stumbled or did anything like Bobby Hutton, there was a likelihood that they would have killed me. So I think they would hope that I would have run out the house the way they attacked, because when they first came, they used the grenades. They were screaming through this loudspeaker, and we didn't know what it was initially. The thing is that my wife and I were awake because it was 5 o'clock in the morning. There's a presumption that we would be asleep, as Comrade Jesse and Comrade Amanda were asleep, and perhaps Comrade Penny was also, and Kitty were asleep. But we were awake, up, and having a discussion. And so when we first hear it, we're startled and don't know exactly what it is that we're hearing, because this is the first time I've ever lived in a situation where tornadoes were happening on a frequent basis, and then they come out with the loud thing and tell you to go into the basement. So initially, this is what I think I'm hearing. But then the flashbang grenades and what have you. So it was an extraordinary event. And then I think the other thing that they assumed is that in that 9-month period that I would run. And which was not going to happen. I'm not going to just sacrifice the democratic space we done fought for all this time. The point is, I didn't get in the movement to get me out of prison. I didn't get in the movement to stay out of prison. I got in the movement to free African people. That had not been accomplished. I hadn't committed any crime, even according to their different definitions of criminality. I hadn't committed a crime. We learned some things through the 1960s. We went through this whole process of conspiracy charges. We saw it and we talked about it all the time in the movement. There are certain things you can't say. You don't let anybody get you involved in the discussion around that would let them charge you with conspiracy. So I'm not engaging in conspiracy in Russia or anybody else, with Russians or anybody else. I'm too careful for that. So that's not going to happen. And so we went through this period of time. I don't run. What they did not expect, I don't think, was to fight back. And so our objective has not been accomplished. Black people still ain't free, right? And so we said this is a counteroffensive. And what they did was notify people who had never heard about us before that we out here and that we're struggling. And the government has identified us as a primary force in the struggle of our people. And that's what Black people were waiting for. That's what they were waiting for when they first heard Black Power. They want to hear somebody who's standing up against them, and then they identified us as that force that was doing it. So I just wanted to say, we didn't do anything they said we did. We committed no crime, even according to their definition. I want you to know that and you to understand that. The problem here is that it's a colonial law. It's a colonial court. They stole all kinds of documents. They stole computers. They stole laptops. They stole cell phones. They stole all kinds of communications that's going on between us, me, a whole bunch of people for a long period of time. They stole all of that, and and then they put out a bounty of $10 million. They put a $10 million bounty out for anybody who could come up with some evidence that this guy Ivanov had committed this offense or we had committed the offense. Then they stole everything. Why they got to come out with a $10 million bounty? Because they ain't got nothing. Because there ain't nothing for them to have, etc. And they would come out with a $10 million bounty, and the most oppressed communities here in Africa, everybody's starving, everybody's hungry, $10 million, hell, I'll make up something. But they couldn't get that. It is important. They didn't charge us with stealing nothing. They didn't charge us with raping anybody. They didn't charge us of any kind of offense like that. Speech. We said something they don't like. Them niggas said something we don't like what they said, and what they said was dangerous and threatening. So I wanted to say that. Also, the point was made that the Constitution, the First Amendment that protects free speech, freedom of assembly, freedom of religion, all that, that was made for white people. And I'm not saying this just to be out of pocket, just to attack white people, anything like that. But the fact is, that was in 1791 when they made this law, when the First Amendment happened. African people didn't even achieve what they call freedom until 1865 as a consequence of the Civil War. So clearly, that they didn't make that for us. Who did they make it for? They made it for those people in oversimplified characterization who had fought against the monarchy coming out of Europe, England, these places, etc., where the law was such as the nobility kings rule by divine right, the divine right of kings. That's what it is. The king has all the rights because God gave them to him. And Europeans were fighting against this in their own interests. And in this country, there was a part of that struggle as well. This whole so-called democratic struggle that white people went through against feudalism that they lived with. And so here they are on stolen indigenous land. They done stole the land. They done committed near genocide against the damn near the whole people. They've attacked Africa. They've kidnapped me and got us locked up here. And now they talking about freedom of speech. Whoever heard of a slave with free speech? Whoever heard of a colonized person having free? That's the most ridiculous assumption in the world. So there was no free speech for us. It was for them. And of course, there are various kinds of contradictions that led us to a place where they have to begin to pretend there was something that was universal for everybody in this country. And that's their problem. I didn't tell them to make it free. I didn't write the Constitution. I didn't write the First Amendment. They did. And now that's their problem. They wrote it. They wrote it for themselves. And now they want to handle it in a way that it doesn't count me, even though they say it's supposed to count me. That's their problem. That's why we're not going to let them get away with it. We're not going to let them get away with like black people have agency, and that we will fight to be free like any other decent, dignified human being on the planet Earth. We will be free. We will be free. And that's just the way that is. That's just the way that we have to be free. You have no kind of dignity if you walk around and say that you will sacrifice the future of your children and everybody else to somebody just because they made a law saying you can't talk about being a slave. You must be out of your mind. You must be crazy. Or you think we're crazy. You understand? So no, it doesn't work that way. So we say we're going to be free and we're going to organize to make this thing happen. And Malcolm was right. The enemy is necessary. Anybody who heard that presentation, the ballot or the bullet, heard Malcolm talking about colonialism. He said America is a bigger colony, the biggest colony. And he said that not only is it as big a colony as France and England has ever been, said it's a worse colony, said because it's a hypocrite on top of it. You know, Malcolm talked about colonialism. We've identified the contradiction. They shoot colonialism out of us. They jailed colonialism out of us. They put people in prison and lock us up and say, don't say that, nigga, and then made terrified people. And so people don't talk about colonialism anymore. Now what you're talking about is Black Lives Matter. What an empty kind of statement, empty slogan. And then they elevate people who were opposed to Black power. I don't know, you don't even remember this, Mukasa. They shoot up people, lock up people, criminalize people who were talking about Black power. And then they initiated this counterinsurgency program that elevated Negroes who were opposed to Black power, and they started calling that Black power. They did. This is the Black power, etc. Reverend Chicken Bone, or some other force like that became representative of Black power, but it wasn't there. So I just wanted to say that we're still making this struggle. And what I'm calling on you to do is, you see, because the colonizer has made the law, but colonialism is illegitimate. See, regardless of what the law is, colonialism is illegitimate. And most of the people in the whole world recognizes colonialism to be illegitimate. And the thing is that we have to put colonialism back on the agenda so that they cannot get around the fact that African people live under colonial domination, that we are not some hyphenated Americans. We are African people. We were Africans when we put us on that boat against our will on the continent of Africa. We were Africans when we got on the boat, and damn it, when they landed here, we were still Africans when we got here. So how do you get on the damn boat as an African and get off as a Negro? That's impossible. They don't even do that in Star Trek. So this is really important for us to make and understand. And this is what we have to push out into the world. We're gonna fight them in the courtroom. We're gonna kick their asses there, because we put them in a situation where they're gonna have to come out and say, yes, free speech, but not for niggas. And that's helpful too. Because the thing is that people have to exhaust what they assume to be the rights that they have in order to make the next step. You understand? So that's the only reason we do the whole thing about passing out to people information about what your rights are. Here, know your rights, right? Know your rights. And so people don't even know they're supposed to have rights. The way we live, the police just roll up on you and say, get off the corner. If you don't get off the corner, you can't say, oh, I got freedom of assembly. They beat you through the pavement. You understand? I'll kill you, etc. But if the people know that the rights are supposed to be there, then the people are more capable of fighting, because they say, well, hell, if I'm supposed to have the rights, then why don't I have the rights? And they said, the reason I don't have the rights is because the people told me I don't have the rights got a gun. They got a gun. So that makes a suggestion to people that if you want to get the rights, what you got to do. You understand? People, that elevates the whole discussion. But you have to help people exhaust the process so that they know the limitations. We talk about the limitations of the system as well. They don't have to do this because they're oppressed. Somebody say, will you use violence to get free? It's the oppressed to never make the decision about what will be necessary to be free. It's not the oppressor that does that. If they wanted to, they can come out tomorrow and say, everybody free, here y'all stuff. We sorry we ever did anything to you. We booking now, take the first whatever back to England, etc., and leaving y'all alone. They can do that. It's they who make the determination what's going to take to be free. It's they who make the determination that you don't have access to democratic rights. It's they who say the First Amendment doesn't apply to you. We didn't go up and say, hey, boss, the First Amendment doesn't apply to us. They said that. At 5 o'clock in the morning, pre-dawn, they said that. We're not the ones who say that we don't have freedom of assembly. They said that. And the thing is that we have a responsibility. I heard somebody talk all the time, why we ain't doing all the stuff we did in the 60s. In the 60s, we were all this and all of that, and now we don't do nothing. Hell, those are people who didn't know what it took to get the people out in the 60s. Those are people who didn't knock on them doors and have them sisters come and say, I ain't going out there and vote them white people, and white people won't let you do nothing. It should work. It took grind. It took the ability to stand up and demonstrate to the people that you can stand up. It didn't just happen overnight. You became a Black Panther Party because somebody was walking down the streets in Alabama, Mississippi, Florida, knocking on doors and mobilizing Black people to put them in the motion. You woke up, you think you just woke up in a damn black leather jacket in a bread farm? What was done on the ground? There was no magic associated with that. And so that I don't like that. People be depreciating Black people. They just don't do it. You know, why they don't come out? What happened to them? What happened to them? They moved on us in a very serious way. They said, why won't you get the Black political prisoners out of jail? Hell, they put everybody in jail. Who's going to get us out? That's the truth. You had a comrade who was talking about she worked with Prayer Fire Organizing Committee, who was up there a minute ago. She was able to work for Prayer Fire Committee, Organizing Committee, because they put all the Black revolutionaries in prison. And these forces became the spokespersons for the Black people who were in prison. They became the spokesperson. They became the quote unquote allies because everybody else was in jail. That's why there was an Attica. That's why they were uprising in San Quentin, all these other prisons, because they put the revolution in prison. Anyway, that's another story. So I just want to say, finally, I really am going to stop. I really am going to stop. This is important, though. One thing that we have to understand is this whole question of counterinsurgency. And understand that the war being made against us is not simply coming 5 o'clock in the morning with bombs and stuff like that. They infiltrate your organizations. They send people into your organization, people who will sleep with you, share the same bed with you, claim to love you, etc., and then work for those who are trying to destroy everything that you're working for and the future of our people. Our organizations mostly spring up, especially because organizations usually come up with enthusiasm. Young people don't have experience and stuff like that, and especially during moments when there's trying to be a resurgence of the movement. People will flood into the movement without an experience, etc., and don't understand certain kinds of things. One is that you don't gossip. We don't gossip because that's the kind of stuff that they come into your movement. They start gossiping about this person, that, but they put jackets on people. How many people, even in the Black Panther Party, that we know about for sure, who were attacked because somebody came and said, you know that's an agent. Who's saying that? The goddamn agent is being able to say that. You can't trust anybody. They put jackets on people. Don't gossip. Don't talk outside the meeting. If you got something to say it in the damn meeting, don't wait till the meeting over and then start dealing with it, etc. I'm sure Malcolm was killed in part through a process like that. Yes, people just start talking out of the meeting, talking behind stuff, and agents come in and do stuff to your organization. You don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. And I think that's really important for us to understand. You got somebody who come into a movement, and this is they've been in the movement 30 seconds. Well, no, maybe a little longer than that, 2 weeks. And it's such an offensive thing because they know every goddamn thing. They can't learn nothing because they know everything. And they just gossip. They heard this and that happen 50 years ago, that you did something. I mean, it's just the most ridiculous kind of stuff that people get dropped on. You can't do that. If there's anything that legitimacy, if you got a criticism, bring it to the organization. Bring it to the organization. Let the organization live. Let the organization deal with country. We talked about SNCC. All kind of factions are up in SNCC. Contradictions are up in SNCC all the time. And they would try to use those contradictions in SNCC against the organization. But we're still here. Yes. And so I just wanted to say that we really have to be concerned about security, being honest with each other, living well, dope, drugs, and stuff like that, not just because you got some morals that you may have around drugs, but because they use it against you. They will crush you. Only reason I'm not facing the dope charge is because it's the most ridiculous thing in the world. They know that's not something that can work for them. You understand? We have to try to live upright lives, etc. And so that we become exemplary for our communities, and we are less likely for them to have something that they can use against us. So one of the things they've done, they come into your office, they come into your office, your meeting, they come and use the bathroom and leave drugs there. Recording.
In Philadelphia.
The so-called bomb. Yeah.
Dope in our office.
Yeah.
And then charge SNCC folks with having dope in there.
That's the thing. So you have to try to be alert. Have to try and be alert and be upright. And discipline, and don't feed them. And at least believe enough in your movement that you're supported. Hopefully we can contribute to the development of forces so that everything that people do is not based on some subjective personal stuff. Don't give them nothing to talk about.
That's a good one.
Indeed. So I just wanted to say I've talked a lot, but those are some of the points I wanted. We didn't do it. We didn't do what they said they did. It's manufactured, but it's their problem, not ours. And then what we have to be able to say, because colonialism has no legitimacy, no matter what the law is, colonialism is illegitimate. Everybody knows that. And what we have to say is drop the charges now, down with colonialism, free all the political prisoners, down with colonialism, free the Uhuru Three, down with colonialism. And we link the colonialism to what it is that they're doing to us, so we don't. The colonizer makes the goddamn law, otherwise there wouldn't be colonized people. Uhuru.
Uhuru, thank you so very much, Chairman, for this has just been an awesome day. You know, so many lessons to be learned, and I'm taking notes on all of them. Our next presenter is Comrade Penny Hess. Penny Hess is, hold on one second. Penny Hess is the chairperson of the African People's Solidarity Committee, an organization of white people organizing in solidarity with the movement for the liberation of Africa and African people. APSC works under the leadership of the Uhuru movement led by the African People's Socialist Party. Penny has been a member of the African People's Solidarity movement since its founding in 1976. She is a tireless organizer who speaks throughout the United States and Europe in an effort to educate people that white society everywhere owes its affluence and democracy to the enslavement and colonization of African and oppressed people. She believes that the only way for white people to understand the current crisis of imperialism is to unite in solidarity with the struggles for national liberation being waged by African and other oppressed peoples. And needless to say, Penny Hess is also one of the Uhuru Three. Uhuru, Comrade Penny.
Reparations, Uhuru. It's such an honor to be here today. I want to salute the Black is Back Coalition. I want to salute the African People's Socialist Party and my leadership, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Deputy Chair Onizine Yeshitela, and the African Revolution. And I can only say that I feel confident. We are winning. We have won. I am on the winning side because African people are going to be free, that Palestinian people are going to be free, Leonard Peltier and indigenous people are going to be free, and colonialism and this vicious system of oppression is going down the tubes of history. And this is the process and the struggle and the revolution that we're seeing right here. And I want to just say that I joined the African People's Solidarity Committee in 1976 when it was formed. I had never been an activist before that. But when I heard Chairman Omali Yeshitela speak back then, organizing before the founding conference of APSC, he came around to Louisville, Kentucky, where I was living, and other cities, and he was talking about it and talking about forming the Solidarity Committee, and it was going to be in St. Petersburg, Florida, this conference in a few months. And it just makes so much sense that African people would be leading the struggle for liberation of all people, and that the position, the relationship, the principled relationship of white people would be under the leadership of the African Revolution. And that is in our interest, because that is what is going to overturn this vicious system that we live in, not white people, not the colonizers. And that one of the first things, probably on the very first day of the conference and the organizing of APSC in St. Petersburg, Florida, and you know, the chairman talked about how the struggle is not against racism. The struggle is against colonialism. That was in 1976. The chairman was saying this, that he didn't give a damn about what the ideas of white people's heads were. He was struggling that African people would have the power to prevent anyone who was an enemy of African people from hurting African people, enslaving or oppressing African people in any way. He was fighting for power. And it was something that just opened a door of understanding for me, and that this African People Solidarity Committee and the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, and some of our comrades are here today. You just really want to, you know, salute them as well. And, you know, and say that Uhuru Solidarity Movement, which is APSC's mass organization, has members in 117 cities inside the United States. We need to be in Europe. We need to be in Africa, where white settler colonizers are. We need to be in Israel. If there had been, you know, when the Palestinian people rose up on October 7th and fought this incredible national liberation movement, if there had been African People Solidarity Committee in Israel, it would have been a very, very important, you know, ability to say that white people can take a different position, that we can stand on the forward side of history. We don't have to identify with and carry out the mission and the goals and the interests of our own ruling class, which is what we have done. And one of the things that it's been really important to do for me was to understand, first of all, the history of what white people have done, because through much of history, it hasn't been the government that has carried things out. White people have voluntarily carried out the genocide of the indigenous people, the lynching and terror against African people, the violence that we see. And, you know, and this is this superstructure of what the chairman calls the colonial mode of production, this relationship of the colonizer and the colonized. And how, as the chairman said, that this colonial mode of production, in other words, there is nothing that is innocent. There is nothing that is innocent. There is no like, well, I'm not going to live in this society. A white person can't say this, because where are you going to some colonized territory? That this land is soaked in the blood of the indigenous people, and that we carried that out. Look at the history. There's something like 1,500 wars. If you look in the Google of the Indian Wars, there's 1,500 of them, or some huge number like that. Most of which were volunteer cavalry of white people carrying it out. This city, St. Louis, they have an arch. Did you see the arch if you're not from this town? That arch represents that indigenous people have been killed enough that they can see all the way to the West Coast, that they could take it over. That's what it represents. It represents genocide. It represents the enslavement of African people and colonial domination. And that we were talking a little bit earlier, or people were talking about the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee and the influence that it has had politically in this country and in the world. And I think that one of the things that influence that it did have was the Vine City paper that said that white people need to go back into the white community and organize our other people, just like ourselves, other white people. But when when SNCC sort of, evicted white people from the organization and said, go back to the white community without leadership, without accountability, we're the colonizers. White people couldn't do that in that way and didn't do it. And in fact, very much betrayed the African liberation movement up until that point, and claimed it, oh, this is a free speech movement, or this is that, when actually they had been in Mississippi, white people had been in Mississippi organizing, but didn't take the struggle to the streets of Berkeley and to the streets of New York, but made it something about ourselves and a free speech movement for ourselves. And yeah, so the thing is that the creation of the African People's Solidarity Committee, which was actually 10 years after 1966, which I think was when the Vine City paper was the first time that this was carried out scientifically by a party of the African working class led by Chairman Omali Shatella that was very and is very serious and ambitious about winning the total liberation of Africa and African people all around the world, and works towards that. There has never been a day that I've known Chairman Omali Shatella since 1976 that he hasn't worked for the freedom and liberation of African people in unity with all oppressed peoples. So the African People's Solidarity Committee has the ability to carry out what the mission and idea and vision of the solidarity movement was by the chairman, by the leadership of the chairman, to send the not a liberal kind of support. We're not showing up. We're not white people showing up for African, all these words they use now. No, we are a strategy of the party to extend African internationalism and the African revolution, what the chairman says, behind enemy lines. So we are a front of the African revolution inside the white society, carrying African internationalism, the same worldview that we learned from the chairman, into making other white people have to hear this reality. And, there's people here who have been in many of the events and the events and the political education, marches. We've had marches for reparations, marches against genocide, all the way back to the very beginning under the leadership of the party in the white communities. This has influenced other white people profoundly, because we know, no longer could some kind of white group say that they were going to speak for Africans. The party has won that. That could not happen in that way that it has in the past because of the leadership of the party. And I also want to say that white people are the colonizers, and most white people who haven't heard Chairman Omali Shatella, haven't heard the Uhuru movement, have no idea how to solve this, I don't know what the word is, the anxiety, the pain of being the colonizer and not knowing how to solve that, and find it in the highest suicide rate in the world, which is white people, highest alcoholism rate, highest drug use. Now, OxyContin, all this, all throughout the white society, because they don't know how to take a principled stand. And a few months ago, we saw this young man, Aaron Bushnell. People might have seen him. And he was somebody, we claimed him. He needed to have been in APSC and USM, because that's what he was saying, that they wanted to be, this government is making it the norm. And he, to attack colonized people, and he wanted to attempted to express this stand of solidarity with the right of oppressed people to be free. And he didn't know we hadn't done our work well enough, that we had reached him. He needed to be in APSC and USM. And there are millions of others, of Aaron Bushnells and members and white people who want to be members of the African People's Solidarity Committee. And this is the work that we're doing to find them, to bring them to the place where we can, in a principled way, make our self-criticism to African people and join in what is clearly this new world emerging, led by African, Palestinian, indigenous, by the oppressed and colonized of this earth. And that's the world that we want to live in, and we see, and we want to forward. And our job has been to take the question of reparations out into the white community, to win reparations. And we do that every day, everywhere we are. And that translates into real resources raised for the programs and the institutions of the African People's Socialist Party. So it's very exciting. I just want to say about our case, it's been put out very brilliantly by the chairman, and really appreciate Jesse Neville. I just want to say that our lead lawyer is Chairman Omali Shatella. Just being in the legal team, the chairman has educated the whole legal team about what it means to be a political lawyer, fighting for, not the law in that way, not bound to that, but going in there in the spirit of political lawyers in the 1960s who understood that it was the people and the masses of the people and the motion of the African liberation movement that decides in the courtroom, what is going to happen. And so it's been extremely, just powerful and a deep honor to be able to work under the chairman's leadership in that way, to see his brilliant strategy playing out. And we are going to win. We're going to kick their asses, and we are now. And as the chairman said, that their conundrum, as has been said, is that they opened up a base to the Uhuru movement, further and further and further all the time from what it was before, just wider and wider of outpourings of support and resources, just from everywhere, from the right, the left, the media. It's really powerful, and that we do understand that this is an attack on Chairman Omali Shatella and the African People's Socialist Party, and that Jesse and I are part of the attack on the chairman. Mm-hmm. It's not that, it's not random in terms of how that happened. And, it's an attempt to destroy their ability for white solidarity. That's right. But they are failing. They cannot do that. First of all, the attack, the political attack, would never change my mind, because I'm looking at the truth of the world. I see what colonialism means a little bit, because I have experienced firsthand the African People's Socialist Party and seen that, and seeing the peoples of the world struggling fiercely who would lay down their life for their people to be free, they can't turn back the clock by arresting 2 white people or, or anything else that they want to do. But we're going to kick their ass because we're under the leadership of Chairman O'Malley Shatella. And the trial is September 3rd, Tampa, Florida, Middle District. They're saying it's going to last a month. I mean, all right. And just if I'm sure I'm over time, but I just wanted to say one other thing, if I could. Could I? There was something in the indictment. I had to look it up. I'm sure other people knew what it was, but I looked it up. It's called overt acts. It says your overt acts. So what that means, if anybody here is not a lawyer, it means that those are your criminal acts. That's your criminal act, is your overt act. So there were 10 overt acts. And they were: 1, May 2015, Chairman O'Malley Shatella visited Moscow. Okay. And that was, and I just want to say, that was with at least, I would say 20 other people from the United States, from other organizations that went to Moscow, same time, but Chairman has committed a crime doing that. Number 2, 2015, United Nations petitions, Africans Charged Genocide, was up on change.org. It had 133,000 signatures. And they took it down because that was an overt act. September 2015, Chairman speaks at Dialogue of Nations in Moscow. Anti-war people were there from the US, other Black organizations, Irish people were there. But for the chairman, it was an overt act. In 2016, a reparations tour following in a multi-city tour of led by Muriel Fanon, the daughter of France Fanon, who was leading a United Nations fact-finding tour to all these cities for testimony from the African community about whether the United Nations should adopt reparations to African people. And the Uhuru movement went around to several of those, and I had the honor of being there. It was incredible. Well, it's an overt act. And yeah, and by the way, the United Nations did determine to support reparations to African people. Yeah. Yes, they did. So that's part of, our lawyers need to tell them that. And another of the overt acts, criminal acts, is an article in the Burning Spear newspaper on Russian athletes in the Olympics. This is real. This is real. This is like why it's so obviously a bogus political attack. The 2017 St. Pete elections, where Jesse Neville ran for mayor and Director Akile Anai ran for city council, that was an overt act.
Trouble. I supported that.
You're a co-conspirator.
Don't whistle.
That's right. Uhuru. And yeah, and then it just, there's a few more. The 2018 International Committee for Protection of Human Rights. 2019 St. Pete election again. 2020 Dialogue of Nations conference in Moscow. By the way, that was on Zoom. It was the middle of COVID.
Yes.
And February 2022 webinars on Russia, Ukraine, and the APSP press conference. This is our criminal acts, everybody. So yeah, I just want you to know that. And we're gonna win. Uhuru. And I just
Uhuru. OMG, I just found out that I committed some of them covert acts too. I mean, those overt acts, whatever, because I met with folks when they came to New York City, for the reparations thing, and oh my, OMG, I committed some of them too. Chairman, also I just wanted to just remind everybody real quickly, because we know that this is the Biden administration that is doing this. This is supposedly the lesser evil. But while we know that Carolyn Bryant was allowed to croak, without ever being prosecuted for anything, she was the one who was the reason that Emmett Till was murdered. And just ironically, I'm not giving anything to the Trump administration. I know they didn't do anything for Black people because they wanted to, but it was under the Trump administration that the Department of Justice opened up the case into looking into Carolyn Bryant. But when Biden came into office, the Biden administration, the Department of Justice closed the case against Carolyn Bryant because they didn't find anything wrong with what she did. However, the ones they have a problem with are Jesse Neville and Penny Hess. So they're going after them. They're facing 10 to 15 years in addition to the chairman for whatever it is that the Biden administration found was horrible that they did. But they had no problem with Carolyn Bryant. So just wanted to say that. Chairman, Ikenga, do we have announcements?
Is Karen still here?
Yes.
I commented that
Come to the mic, brother.
the strategy, one of the strategies of the FBI is to kill the supporters of our movement.
Send that message.
And that they call movement, they call them nigger lovers.
That's right.
And they went out and lynched Cheney, Swan, and Goodman.
Yeah.
And there was a man that walked from Detroit on his way to Mississippi, and William Moore.
Yeah.
And he was assassinated. And we took up that walk to walk 500 miles to Mississippi protest. But they put us in prison in Alabama. George Washington wasn't gonna cross the line. And when Dr. King and them and they were marching from Selma to Montgomery, there was a lady that supported it and gave the riders ride back to their country, little communities on the way down in Lowndes County on Highway 80. The FBI, the police, and the Ku Klux Klan pulled up beside her car.
That's right.
And how Miles Rifle killed Viola Luzo.
That's right.
So these people are so vicious that anything that supports the movement and support the struggle, they're willing to destroy them in any way they can.
That's right.
And so the United States government, FBI, CIA, they are the most irrational. I don't even know if they can believe the shit they be talking. They're killers, they're murderers, and they use the media and everything else to neutralize people that try, not only the movement, but people that try to help the movement.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yes, sir. That's right, sir.
I asked for Cam because Cam was out also in Chicago when we went through when Fanon was there with that
I better New York
in UN investigation projects.
Uhuru, go ahead.
No, I was going to ask if we have any announcements, because I know the chairman's going to close us out for day one.
Well, just that we start tomorrow again at 10 a.m. Tomorrow we will get into a lot of the practical work of the elections, such as election laws, the power of the Black vote. We will hear more from Chimaranga and the Uncommitted Voter Campaign, How to Beat the Machine with Charles and Inez Barron, as well as Akile Anayi, voter registration and jury selection with Life Malcolm, as well as referendums, initiatives, and measures with Brother Cam, the Dred Scott Sanctuary City Resolution from Brother Jesse Todd, recalls. We'll learn what that process is, proportional representation, and judges and elections from Zaki Baruti. And then we will also hear from Sister Belinda Parker Brown with Louisiana United International, Sister Marsha Adebayo with the Bethesda African Cemetery Coalition, and Yejide Omonmila with the African National Women's Organization. And these particular items, the last three that I just read, are items that we know are not going to be on our ballots, on any ballot, certainly as it pertains to African people, and they're very critical campaigns that we all need to be aware of. So we'll get a chance to hear from them tomorrow. That's what I have in terms of announcements. Again, we start tomorrow at 10. Everybody be ready to go to work.
Yes. Also, Sister Betty has her hand raised. I'll call on her, and then I know the chairman will take us out. But tomorrow it's going to be really interesting, and especially I know that part of the conversation that Brother Life is going to have, who is also an attorney, is why we need to be on them. Why we need to be on the jury and how to get on it. Because I know a lot of people, especially like myself, I don't really like to be on the jury pool, but there's a necessity for us to be on it. So that should be very interesting. Sister Betty, you have your hand raised, and then the chairman will take us out. I mean, he'll bring us home.
I just wanted to salute.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to salute comrades Inez Barron and Charles Barron for a wonderful debut of their program on WBAI on Fridays. I believe it's from 5 to 6. It was absolutely amazing, speaking truth to power. And you can go to the WBAI.org website and listen to the tape. It was spectacular. I mean, he called them all out. Thank you, Charles, and thank you, Inez.
Brother Chairman, take us on home.
That's it. That's it. One Africa. One nation.
One nation.
Uhuru. Elect two. Right. So I just want to think. One cell. Uhuru. I just want to express appreciation. I think it's been an incredible day today. And I think it was a day well spent, just in terms of laying out the historical and ideological and political basis of what it is that we're going to be training people to try to take on tomorrow. It's not just learning how to run for office, but laying the foundation of why you need to run for office. Because we don't need to leave any space unoccupied. Any political space, we need to occupy every bit of the political space. And so that's important. And I think that's one of the reasons they attacked us. This is the 8th year we've been training people, ordinary African people, to come into the electoral process. We've run people for office. We've supported people who run for office. We've endorsed, even made contributions, small contributions, including Chokwe, when he ran for office. So we've done those kinds of things. And I think that's a threatening thing, because now our objective is to put the revolution, put anti-colonialism back on the political agenda. And that's what they tried to shoot out. That's what they tried to take out. That's why they would, on the one hand, proclaim that there's universal suffrage. Everybody can now go ahead and run for office, et cetera. And then they would kill those people who would bring a program to us, destroy the program, destroy the organization. So the only thing you got now is the Democratic Party and Joe Biden. That's not a very good choice to make. So that's what they left us with. And then I also want to salute Comrade Charles Barron. He's been mentioned before. He's, just mentioned the incredible show that he has on WBAI. But Barron is somebody who has allowed us to have a living example of what the possibilities are when you occupy those spaces. Because the Negro gets those spaces and they start talking about what they can't do, why they couldn't do it. They can't say this, they can't do that. And Barron said it all. And he said it all. He called the governor a liar. He didn't call him a damn liar, but he came close to it. You understand? And he fought tooth and nail. And the only place that you found in this country, certainly one of the most significant areas in the country where gentrification was not happening, was that place that Barron presided over when he was in the city council there. And Barron, when they were condemning Mugabe, because he had the temerity, talking about land, he had the temerity to move, Mugabe did, to get the white people who had stolen our land, who had come there with Maxim machine guns. First use, if I'm not mistaken, of Maxim machine guns, killed thousands of African people one afternoon and then had tea afterwards. This is what they did, the British did, and Mugabe, who was a member of ZANU, and our party was the first organization in this country to create ZANU support committees when that struggle was going on. And Barron brought Mugabe right there to the city council. Yeah, and so Barron is the one who initiated the reparations legislation that happened there. They watered it down, but Barron put it there for them to have to deal with. So Barron's our guy, and it's really important for him to be here as a living example of what the possibilities are. And saying, Negroes, you're lying. We know what's possible because we've seen it, you know. And I also want to again acknowledge Comrade Jesse Todd, who put forth the Todd plan. You've seen what's happened to this city here in St. Louis. You pass by, you drive through, you've seen the desolation that's there. Todd has been fighting against it for many years. He's put forth what they call the Todd plan. He tried to use the Democratic Party as a part of that institution to make those kinds of changes. When the FBI attacked us, after they attacked us, Todd is the one who took a resolution to the Board of Alders, tried to get to the Board of Alders to pass a resolution called the Dred Scott, what was it called? Dred Scott Sanctuary City. So that's where the board was called on to resolve that the city of St. Louis will not work with any FBI, any federal organization that was involved in attacking the struggle of Black people to uplift our communities, etc. That Todd tried to do that, and he fought some nasty creatures in the process of trying to do that. So we have people who've shown us what some possibilities were, and that's better than even some people who I know who had big names, etc., who occupied political spaces, but we couldn't see those kinds of things happening that we saw happen with Charles and my comrade Charles Barron and with Jesse Todd. So I just want to thank everybody for being here. Yes.
Get my queen, Inez Barron. I gotta go home.
I know you gotta. Well, you know, you put me on the spot. Yeah, I got to say something about Inez Barron, but I got to say that you are also right now sitting in the house that Black built under the leadership of Deputy Chair Onazane Ishitella as a part of her responsibility to this revolution as well. Yeah, so I mean, but one thing I can say, Mikasa was once a member of an organization that used to jokingly refer to us. He used to call me Joe Waller. Used to refer to us as Joe Waller and the Girls. And they call us Joe Waller and the Girls because of the leadership of African women, historically, always inside our party. So, you know, and one of the girls sitting right behind you, Mikasa.
Yeah, they used to do the same thing to Ralph. They used to say Ralph Pointer and that women's movement.
Exactly. So, the comrades did a t-shirt. I just saw it first time a couple of weeks ago at the annual convention. And it said something, what did it say? Joe Waller and the Girls. And it said, we them girls.
Chairman, point number one on the 19-point platform is the upliftment of Black women.
Black women.
You're the one who threw that out there. I remember that.
Yes, of course. Yes, women right on the top of the list. So it's always helped me been the ones made the movement. It wouldn't be. I know it. They said the men got the jawbone, but the women are the backbone. You know, and that's been the case. So I want to thank you, comrades. It's been a great day. I want to let you out of here early. Oh no, and there's Life Malcolm back there, and Malcolm was one of the lawyers who defended Akile Anai, a real imposing figure. Stand up, Life, and yeah. And he talked heavy legal stuff too, boy, you know, and he not only did that, but he's functioned in other capacities, even in the struggles that we had around properties that we were getting here. Life came in and made really important struggles. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. I want to acknowledge Comrade Ruby Gilson and Allison Haney and Kitty Riley and Haley Murray. These are people in the solidarity movement. Did I leave anybody out? Her name is Amanda. Amanda, but I always call her Amanda. Away too, right? So thank you, comrades. I mentioned her. I had to mention her. You know, like the brother said, I got to go home too. Yeah. So I just want to thank everybody for being here, and hopefully, you know, we haven't kept you too long, so that you get enough rest to get back ready to fight tomorrow. You were going to say something, Comrade Mukasa? No, okay. Yeah.
Chairman O'Malley, why'd you say that with a smile?
Say what with a smile?
You get enough rest and come back here tomorrow. You did that with a smile.
I did. We used to call that skinning and grinning. Yeah, I just wanted to just really appreciate everybody here. And I think we'll have good discussions on tomorrow as well. It's going to be an extraordinary day. We had great presenters on today. And we got Daoud here from LA. I'm so happy that Daoud was able to make it. He's been doing this reparation work for years and years and years, and been a part of the movement for so many years. I'm glad to see Daoud is here as well. Uhuru. Yeah.
I wanted to say, you know, I mean, I know, like, you know, I'm doing all, you know, you need a little bit more than 10 minutes to talk about reparations.
I agree with you. That's what Queen Mother Morris always said, children, you catch reparations. That's what she would say. I'm the oldest revolutionary in the world. So I just want to, y'all knew Queen Mother, didn't you? Yeah, I agree, Comrade Daoud, that we do need more than 10 minutes. And but the objective is to try to pull together a working group. We need people to come onto that working group as we recruit individuals. And I don't know what we've done up to now in terms of individual recruits, but we've got to get people into that working group to help make it happen. Comrade Shakura. Yeah.
Just real quick, I just had a thought. When we were still talking about the trial.
Yeah.
I think, you know, this is what I'm feeling. I mean, I think all of us see the fight that this counteroffensive that we're doing. I believe that it's going to force them to drop the charges so they don't have to deal with the question the way we want to force them to deal with the question. So that means if that happens, I mean, because we want the charges dropped. Yeah. That's what we want. Yeah. So if the charges drop, it seems like it's just open. I guess all I'm saying is it just seems like it's just open. Because we want the charges to be dropped, but now that the question is still wide open for the fight.
Yeah, I agree. Here's the contradiction that the colonizers have this problem that they can't do anything right. Understand? They can't win by taking us to trial. And the concern is if they can win if they drop the charges. You understand? So So let's make them have to make that decision of winning by dropping the charges. I think it's going to be critically important. This trial has already begun. They talk about September 3rd. We're in trial now. And that's why it's so important. We want people to read the documents. The FBI didn't have to attack us. They could have gone online. They could have seen everything that we believe in, everything that we do. They didn't have to raid the house, use battering rams, steal computers, and all of that stuff. It's public. It's everybody can see it. There's no conspiracy here. You can go online. You can read the Burningsfield newspaper. You can see everything that we do. That's the way it is. Yeah. So this is, the trial has already begun. And I want to comment, Luca Day, who is also known as Emmanuel. Luca Day, by the way, is from Sudan. And he's just stepped forward to take on this responsibility of organizing the youth and student working group for this movement. And what he wants to do is produce some more Mukasas. That's what he's here for. And it's going to happen. It's already happening. He's on these campuses right now, speaking and energizing young people in Howard University in particular, and other spaces. He's been there. Representing the movement against in the solidarity of people of Palestine and what have you. So I think we see before us the future. That's all I wanted to say. And the thing is, that's always been said that the future that in the future, of course, we bring elements of the past with us to the future. The future doesn't fall out of the sky. It's built on stuff from the past. And that's the significance of us being able to really demonstrate the history of the struggle and the continuum. And that's part of what made this particular school so important, so important. And so I just wanted to say those things, and I appreciate you. And I know that you're going to try to do something to change the agenda tomorrow, so I don't give closing remarks. It's not that funny, comrade. So thank you, everybody, and Vanguard up!
Vanguard up! Uhuru!
Uhuru!
Israeli to Africa!
Africa!
Drop the charges!
Now! Uhuru!
Uhuru! Free Leonard Peltier Mumia and all political prisoners now!
Free them all! Now one
Now.
more year!
Uhuru!
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 Comrades!
Uhuru!
Uhuru! No.
Uhuru!
Betty!
Hey, look, I learned from the chairman. Y'all lead, I'm gonna sit back.
All right, all right.
Yes, to tell Uhuru to the ones in the room. Uhuru.
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 Fabulous job.
Yes.
It was excellent today.
Yes.
Excellent.
Uhuru, good night, everybody.
Good night.